Just the perms on Nemo. Tricks.
I thought you were the one calling.
Yeah, alright. There you go. Okay, I sent invites to Trix and Jim, and they can invite you, Kel, and I'm gonna join on Nemo.
Alright, however the invites will give me just a second.
Trix, dude, you're scaring me.
Nah, we'll go in here so that way nobody bother us.
Wow. Rude? I'm joking.
Even though we surpassed the limit's only 4, but you know.
It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, we know what some random person coming in here talking about.
And we know exactly what we're talking about, fucking asshole.
What are you guys talking about? I mean, you got me feeling like Chicken Little here. What are we talking about?
What you talking about?
Okay, I said, I don't know if you guys got the invites or not.
Nope.
Jim is here. Are you like actually loaded, Jim? Or?
Yep, I'm already.
Okay.
Getting stuff
Nims,
ready.
give me an invite.
Sure.
Let's see, connect that with that.
I want to get a black beard in this game where it touches my kneecaps.
Go for it. You know?
There's something to post on the forums.
Exactly, right?
Be aware you'll get shouted at though.
Is it your character girl? So would that be kind of odd?
Yeah, I'm literally gonna like take my beard in this game, like I whip my beard back and forth.
Oh god, Nims, please invite me, bro. I'm begging. I'm begging.
That was loud.
Why didn't I get the invite?
I just switched out all my audio and that was so loud.
Yeah, you sound better now, because I know you were switching your mics earlier for something else.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna do, Eridar. Kelso's new. I'm gonna have him go with me.
Yeah.
When I teach him a few things, I'll just be like in game chat doing it, so that way I'm not like overdoing Discord chat, so we can try to keep it, you know.
I don't mind you. Okay,
Yeah.
you can go.
No, I know. I just don't want you guys being limited with like cannon fire, and I'm sitting here like, well, Kel, so first you need to go down this trail. I'm like, hey, we got an enemy to the left, but then you need to go to this building.
And we're just sitting like, okay, do we need somebody over here?
I don't care if I'd inconvenience them, you know? I really don't.
Okay, who's on what ship now?
You just
Like-
gotta learn to do it, man. Yeah.
Give me
That
just
whole
one
unspoken
second
thing that we
depending
know
on
what
the Xbox
we need to
stream.
do. So
Okay.
Eridar, did you get them or not?
Neems, you could talk, right?
No, give me a sec. Yeah, he can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, here you don't have to worry about that server mute thing on this channel.
Okay. Oh, fucking Xbox bullshit. Why out of all
What did it do now? Well, they were having server issues just, what, 24 hours ago? I would say, give or take.
Eridar,
Give me a sec, Games.
I've appeared online, so you should be able to just join on there.
Yeah.
Oh, now I finally get the invites.
Okay.
Fucking asshole. I'm sorry. Your life, I should probably behave.
You can misbehave all you want.
Really now? I'm joking. Ah, God, I'm tired. Why am I
Please don't
tired?
tell Eridar to misbehave, he'll
You're
come.
not allowed to be tired.
I had a long night. I woke up really early for work and all that shit.
what happens if you get a job?
I know, right? Fucking hell, bro.
You should have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be at work. So yeah,
True.
I had to do that for like a year and a half. That's fun.
So what do you guys want to do on the seas, my dear friends?
Nothing.
Okay, that sounds good.
Another round.
Sounds like a plan.
Definitely.
I mean, to be honest, as everyone knows, CFE's is
Okay.
sandbox to the fuck you want.
Another round.
Exactly.
Sounds like a plan.
But what the fuck do you guys want to do? That's the question.
I mean, to be honest, as
So who am I going to invite on my ship?
What?
Trix and Kel.
Okay.
I see how this goes. You guys are secluding me and Nemo. Okay, it's okay. I mean,
Well, no. We got 2 breaks, so we gotta try to split this up.
it's okay again. You know, I'm used to this kind of treatment.
I know, but I'm just whipping my beard, so while you guys try to figure out what's going on here.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Sometimes I whip it so much I forgot why I'm whipping it.
Ooh, that is a nice hole, sir. I have the perfect sales for that shit. Give me a second.
But I thought you didn't like them.
Bear with me, guys. Give me just a moment here. Outlaw, what's going on, dude? How are you, man?
She has
Hold
any
on.
sales.
Let me my
Okay.
chat up here.
Um,
Outlaw, you sent those. Thank you.
Did you get the right tricks?
Hold on. Hold on. No, my invites are up. So I had to just join you.
No, we might want to all get close to him just in case we get a server merge.
oh shite. Yeah.
Invites are like
Start moving to like midway between us or something.
Mm-hmm.
We got a server merge once when we had like 3 ships and
Mm-hmm.
go
Let's
for
go.
it well.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, we are meeting at Plunder Outpost. Can you guys make it there in time, or do you want us to literally go to you?
I'm still waiting for my crew, so.
Yeah, I don't even know where we are. Bear with me. Jim might know.
You're a Century, I believe, right?
Yeah, you got GPS tracker on us. Yeah, just let us know where we are and
Oh my god. Names, let's. God. Let's go to them, I guess.
Yeah, it's still sent out to them. We can
Yeah,
meet
Northwest.
if they
yeah.
go towards us or whatever.
Yeah.
So we are very
Jim,
far
can
away,
you confirm that you guys are at Century Outpost so we don't go to a wrong place?
but I know what sounds these are.
Mm-hmm.
Which one should I put?
all right.
Okay, so you want to head
Northwest.
west.
Northwest.
Mm-hmm. Big time.
Again.
Yeah.
can
Outlaw,
you
what
guys
happened?
confirm
I
that
don't.
you're
Did,
at Century
oh man,
Outpost?
sorry, Outlaw. If I missed your messages, bro, I'm really, truly, I'm sorry. What's going on with that? Wait, what's going on? What? Yeah. Let me see. Why am I only getting 7? Oh, my FPS is weird. Hold on.
Your piss is weird. What the fuck, Trix?
Yeah.
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Preferably you're at Sanctuary.
Century, cheese mate, thank you.
Go to Century. Oh, we're starting up here. Just head straight from here at all.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually we'll get to Cannon Cove and then you'll be able to see Century.
Aye.
What's going on here?
What's going on here? He's asked.
Oh. D6 is off. What the heck?
Is
Oh,
Trix
wait.
fine again? Or?
Wait a second. I think I might know.
They changed the little FPS meter thing now? What? It's so small.
What's
What
it
are you
saying
on
to
about?
me?
It's the same shit, dude. You're on drugs.
It's tiny.
No, you're on
Oh,
drugs.
I bought
That's
a
what she
different
said.
I bought a different monitor, that's why.
Hold on.
We better not be in an island there at all.
Bro, honestly, I have no idea where we are going, so, you know. Could be worse.
Alright, I'll take the wheel with them.
Thank you so much. I'm just sorting out resources and that.
We gotta do something to this ship. What do we do? Do we want a black menacing ship?
Ooh.
Is there a fault up or anything?
I genuinely don't know. Oh, shit.
I might have room for one. Outlaw, give me a second. My ship is full, but we have 2 ships.
Not 2 on the brig is not a good idea. Okay, should we sit at Crooks for a minute?
Nah, come on, we got this.
How would you grade yourself, like in terms of like how well do you know how to play? Project Zero, what's going on?
I don't think I've ever been on. Well, I've been on a brig with you, but you.
Oh, Project Zero, you've been asking to get in. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't even see the
Wow,
chat.
I can leave if you want him, sorry.
This is is this on your Eridar? You're wanted, invite Trix along so you get his brand of chaos. All right. Hold on a second. Outlaw, I might be full. We're gonna try to get a galleon. If we can get 2 galleons, guys, we can invite more players. Give me a second. I'm being weird right now.
Just right now, you're kind of always weird, you know, just saying.
I know.
Karen, please don't come anywhere near us. Stay away. Stay away.
Your DCD's in the corner. Okay, cool. That's really good. That's really good.
Stay away.
Let me see what's going on. Like I said, because I know my ship is full. I don't know about theirs. You know, because we asked on Discord. Are you part of our Discord, Outlaw? Make sure you join our Discord, bro, so you don't miss out.
Oh, you figured out how to do that? Cool.
Yeah, right.
Unbelievable.
All right, let me try this now and see how this game runs now. Oh, wow,
You
this
see if you
game
got the wheel.
Yeah.
getting imaged here.
I'm not really too sure where I'm going. You must tell me.
Yes, I am. Okay, hold on. With that being said,
Are you good tricks or is something wrong?
nah, my FPS is weird, but I'm getting like 70. I don't know.
You always get kind of 70 on everything.
Not here though. Even looking at the sky, I'm getting. It's like it's. I don't know. It's weird. Wait, do I have something running?
You are weird, by definition.
Yeah. Let me turn off Epic Launcher. Okay. Turn off Steam.
She's out of the water.
Still in the
It might also
water?
be it might also be on that end, just, you know. I've heard that they had some
Oh,
issues.
really? Oh, well, no, I'm getting like screen tear and all that mojo build. Hey, the game's already running a little better now that I turned the 2 launchers off. Ping as usual. Ping is fine. It's just my FPS.
It's okay. Just play and, you know, adapt to it. You crybaby.
Yeah, but it's like bouncing in my pupils. Like my pupils are bouncing without my eye socket.
Jim, how many FPS do you have?
45?
Okay. So when Jim is struggling with 40, 45, and you complain at 70 plus, I would shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's at 60 now. Woohoo! It's at
Oh
60.
my, hacks, I'm calling hacks.
Oh, I think this might be
Because I'm looking at the sea.
yeah, when I look at the sea, I'm only getting like 80? What?
Wow.
No.
60.
See, no, something's pushing me. Something's like capping me with there. Something. Hey, what's up, Brian? How are you, bro?
Do you have a cap?
It's locked. What do you mean, Outlaw? What do you mean?
I don't like the way this.
Why did I
I know, right?
Wait.
Kraken is
In the middle.
around the corner.
Yeah, because no fault spawns yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Yes, yeah. Yes. I don't know.
I don't mind. It's all good.
Okay, so are we having an empty spot or not? Just so I know what to talk with people.
Yeah,
Because I did kind of promise Cat a spot at some point, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and keep the spot. I was just wondering. All right, let's see. Yeah, guys. So we're full for right now. Right. All right. See, it just feels like something's pushing my frame. Like something's stopping me, and I know I did mess with some settings. So give me a second.
Did we lose somebody?
We did.
No, somebody in the Discord.
1, 2, 3, 4. No. Well, Solid left. He went to bed.
Are you hearing Kelso? Is he talking?
No, he's not talking.
Oh wow, I had the mute switch on. My bad. Yeah, one day you'll have a computer. You soon you'll have a computer like me, 90 FPS, mythical and cursed. Yeah.
Well, mine is at legendary, but
Well, mine always hits
mine's
high, but not
legendary.
today. It's not wanting to do it.
Maybe you have triple buffering, quadruple buffering.
Well, this game doesn't let you turn it off. So what I'm gonna do,
Put it on double.
I don't want nothing. I'm gonna go to triple buffer, turn it off. Where's the async I have? Oh, why is it set to use 3D application? No.
Yeah, there you go.
There's the problem.
Yeah, I'm running 90.
Wait, I can see the mirror
So you should be able to run it.
in front of us.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not far away now, guys.
Cool.
Okay, Cat is gonna join us soon-ish. She just replied to me.
So I get 60 on.
Yeah, Kelso's getting on. He's gonna try Sea of Thieves for the first time today.
Oh, dude, like honestly, stop showing off.
I mean, for that type of potato he's running, it's pretty impressive.
I know, right?
Stable though.
And it's actually stable too. It's like between 50 and 60, so that's not bad.
What you should do is, for your system, I would suggest VSync. Unless you're running 144.
Yeah, I would 44. I'm going to get one because I can't do
I
this.
don't like this.
Well, sometimes VSync limits are really captured. Well, yeah, VSync is good to have.
Yeah.
For me, it does the opposite.
It just caps at the frame rate, or the hertz of your monitor.
Well, I guess I could try.
On 1080p too,
We're gonna get crackened.
Yeah, I can't turn buffering off in the game. That's weird.
We're going to. It's so obvious.
Oh wait, I'm at 107 now. Yay! See, I'm a brag. I don't care.
All these numbers higher than 60. Damn it.
I don't feel bad. But you're if you're not at the frame rate.
Okay. Interesting. Hope he likes it besides the bloodthirsty crowd that seems I know. Kelso's trying it for the first time. He's gonna...
Yeah, you might want to turn the audio off in game too, because we're hearing you double.
Oh, no, yeah, you gotta go to audio settings, put push to talk.
Who's doing that? Who's hearing double?
But no, because this game by default is voice activated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you have to change that in settings.
Okay.
You might want to spy glasses, guys. Get ready for the crackers to spawn on us.
Push on. Okay.
There we go. That's better. Because if you have audio on the game, people can know where you can find where you're at. So
She's waiting for us.
I know.
Well, I don't want to do that anyways.
She's waiting.
it kind of like tells them, hey,
Where are
okay,
you
people are
going?
here.
Aaron.
Oh, here's another one for you. You may not be getting as much FPS, but I'm a noob at this game, so it doesn't really matter how much FPS I get.
Trix, could you please drag
You have 160. Don't matter.
Hello, good morning there.
Hello.
How better?
Good morning.
Hello.
Aaron?
I'm gonna hit you with an invite, Kathy.
There's a woman in the chat. Now I have to be super PG with my language.
See?
No, nobody wants to go into chokey. Be nice.
Cat swears the most out of all of us there.
She's a true pirate.
I'll let her do it first. I have a very trash mouth.
And it must be something going on with this game, because last time we played, we were fine.
Trix, I'm begging you for the sake of
120 FPS. Wow.
See, I'm done. I'm gonna walk away.
I don't even need a 1080 Ti. This is a 1660 Super. Yeah. Here's your farewell song. At least snack balls. Yeah.
I'll pay some
We got
respect.
snacks. You can do drums?
Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable, guys. Just put volume of your stream to 1% volume so they can give your account easy fix. Wait, what? This
The only
is
general information I need on this game right now is
running
do I
okay
need to
now.
collect anything from in town before we go out and whatever we're doing
Well, at this rate, there's no point of
for like experience or quests.
Let me just cap it at like 90, right? Oh, wait a minute.
To do?
I might know
Speak
what
to
the
the gold
problem
hoarder
is.
in the tent to purchase a voyage. But
Yeah, you should probably finish that little thingy, Mogumi.
okay. Good to know.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay.
We all know Trix is my teacher right now and it's not working so well.
No, I know. But see, I'm one of those teachers where I have the sign saying "Be right back."
Sales, guys.
Enemy ship, attack it at all. Fire at will.
I know that for sure, Trix.
No, it's not an enemy ship. Don't
Okay.
I
fire.
need you on the back.
Or is that a ship? Who's that?
I don't know.
Ready them cannonballs.
Alright, so what am I... A voyage, huh?
Are we doing the same? Wow, we did the same thing. Cool. I changed out one of my things though, because
What the? Trix.
It's funny that it tells me to do that, but it says my voyage inventory is full. Why would it tell me to buy one then?
Well, why'd you jump there, Dar?
Anyone?
Your inventory is full?
Oh, miss.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
still tells me to speak to the gold hoarder.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Let me, because Trix is being useless like always.
Ah.
You're on PC, right? So you keyboard,
Yeah.
mouse, not control.
Yeah.
Press tab and then go to Voyages. Check what you have there.
All right, I gotta figure out what's going on here, guys. Just put the okay. Let me see why it's running the way it is.
Pitiful crew of the Night Lady. A very low level, by the way.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Get rid of all. Get rid of all of them.
What happened with Limey? I have no idea, man. Limey's just
Yeah, did it?
it's not there no more.
And then
It's not there no more. Don't steal the seas.
It's gonna take you like a few minutes.
Yeah. They're gonna make you do a few of the. We'll start with hoarders, and then I think the next one. I think you get to choose whatever secondary one.
No, you
They
don't.
only let me pick one.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and follow
What
the
is ship?
on-screen.
Okay.
Gotta get whatever's free. You know, you don't want to spend a lot of money.
Oh my Trix, stop.
I don't mind spending money.
Poorly, like honestly.
Me, every time I spend money, I cry. Oh my god.
Close the voyage on the captain's table.
The
Okay.
voyage of the captain's table is down here. So this is a brigantine. You have the voyage table at the back.
Okay.
Even though it should be at the front, but, you know. Oh.
Vote on the voyage to start your adventure.
And you also can vote on. There you go. You don't really need to do this, okay? Just so you know. So you can go ahead and directly just cancel it. This is one of the shittiest.
On day one. Just
Now, the question
couldn't
is,
get past
what
some of
do
the
you guys want to do?
We
Uh,
We could do some forts, couldn't we?
yeah, but there's a skelly ship
Quite
cloud.
lucrative.
Oh, it's a skelly ship. There's a skelly ship cloud. We could do a skelly ship cloud. We could do a skelly ship cloud. Just, you know, drop him in something really hard to do, you know?
What the heck is going on? Why is our ships grinded together when it doesn't even touch it?
board your ship to propose the voyage. What? I gotta board the ship again? What the fuck?
What happened?
You know what?
I bought
Oh,
another
what the?
mission for free and it told me I have to propose it again. How many times does it make
probably,
you do that?
probably
No, because they're trying to make you spend coin. Arr!
I'm just trying to get leveled up and get whatever I can for, like, being a part of your game.
Okay, who's messing with our ships? Is
It's
anyone
not.
at the...
It's not. It's,
No,
it's
is
not.
a sail down or something?
No, it's
Ah.
turning because Nemo doesn't...
Your ship's going crazy.
It's a wheel, not straight.
It's because the bowsprit was on the ship, so it was just moving that.
Oh, I shot you twice. You didn't die. Hacks. Well, because I'm losing FPS.
A quest for glittering gold? What?
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
I hate when the pop-up show.
Even here,
Follow this on screen.
What?
Hello.
One hit?
it's running better now, I
Yeah,
guess.
So you have to probably just follow the on-screen, tutorial until it finishes. It says like, sail to God knows where and bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Wow, what a hacker, man. What hit me.
So they force you to see this on your screen no matter what.
Honestly, I can't remember. Not gonna lie to you. I genuinely can't remember.
They do.
I don't know if there's a little box on it to stop showing tutorial tips, but
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, so on the bottom of your screen, it should tell you right away. So what does it say now?
Vote on the voyage to start your adventure.
All right, so let's head back to the ship to the captain's quarters, and you gotta throw it on the table.
It's on the table.
All right, you gotta wait for us, or your crew has to do it actually.
Yeah, because we died. Somebody with their hacks killed us.
Yeah, well, Airdar had aimbot activated, and it's undetectable by rare currently, but they're working on it.
Yeah, he like one shot. I was like, what the
Oh
heck?
my god, crybabies! I swear to God, dude.
At least he doesn't go gun. He double gunned it. Went out with him.
See, even more than hacks, even exploits. Wow.
A few maps. I took a risk map.
All right, so yep, you got the idea. So we look at this map, and what do we do? Should tell you at the bottom.
It says 3 people's names.
3 people's names.
Yes, that's your crew.
All right. Oh, what does it say? Oh, it tells us to what again? All right, handy dandy.
Use this map to find the island.
Map book.
Took a minute to show up. That was
Yeah. Okay, so we use the ship's map table to find the island. Where is the ship?
weird. Really,
Table.
Tricks? I'm gonna add a view bot to your channel. Keep trying me, bro.
It's gotta be somewhere. If only we knew where the ship map table could be.
I'm gonna kill Trix.
It must be a table with a map. Where's it at?
No.
What the heck? Why?
How can I?
A table with a map on the ship?
There must be.
How can I access it? That would be behind the mast, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be called a ship map table if it wasn't a map ship table.
Oh yeah, you're definitely getting a view bot.
Wait, what is this? Do you see a map table?
It's for his new viewers.
So now that we found the table, we have to find the location. How should we do that? If we look at the coordinates just right, we might be able to match the picture.
This has reminded me of DOS games, I swear to
This is a
God.
dad. This is a dad.
Well,
Well, no sense of rushing. If we look at the island one more time, picture the shape.
there's no island marked, bruh.
Let's try looking a bit northwards.
Here I was using a map hack again.
I
see a circle.
Yeah, he has a search field box where he types the name of the island and it finds it for him.
Zoom out a bit. Zoom out. There you go. And I would go north by northeast from your current location. Oh, what is that?
I don't see anything highlighted.
No, it's not highlighted. No, it's not highlighted. If you click, you put a circle on it. You just need to identify the shape of it.
Yep.
Oh
So,
Jesus, I don't
do-
know what the shape
do-
of it looked like.
Do this, Kelso. Press the X button. Take out your map one more time. Go ahead and take out your map. Get a good look at the island.
Hold
Or
it.
you can look at ours. We're both showing it. And then look back at the map on the table again and just find the same island and mark it.
Okay.
You got
Why
it.
do they give you two maps? Why? Why?
Well, it's almost like cell phones. Why they give us two phones? One for landline, one for mobile. Well, our map in our pockets is like mobile, and the one on our table is like a landline.
You know, with all this trick talking, I've already forgotten what the island looks like. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Keep looking north by northeast from your current location. Cold. You're going cold.
What am I holding on?
Cold.
Hold what?
All right.
No, cold. As in you're way off.
Yeah, you know, like red light, green light, you know.
You said northeast, motherfucker. You said northeast.
I said north by northeast.
Yeah, no, he said east north.
Yeah, north by northeast in English is northeast.
Close,
North, Amy.
You missed
Okay,
it.
go north from. Okay, you see where the ship, your ship is, right?
Yes, I see
Oh,
what
I'm sorry, Project Zero.
Or is that your version of south?
It's south.
Really?
North.
Come on, it's like,
It's
Really?
It's telling you the wrong direction. It's south.
Or am I looking at the wrong map? Probably.
It's south. I seen it.
It's south. Okay.
Yeah, it's south.
Okay, let me actually get on the right side of the map. No.
Oh my gosh. See, at least I'm not the only one here lost.
Yeah. All right. Do you really want to know where it is?
For the love
I
of
just
Christ.
seen it. It's pretty close to where we're at right now. So
Think of it as like a ship, but it's shooting water from a top, and then it turns into a meatball.
okay, it's kind of
What? The f- are you talking about, Trix?
southeast-ish.
Okay, you can see it next to the big island.
This is your east? Because I read off the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
it's east that way up.
Zoom in a bit.
You go down.
Could that be?
Oh,
First one.
It's
maybe my left
You ready for
eyeballs were tricking me, but I thought I saw something interesting just a second ago. If we travel back in time, we might find it.
Poor Kelso, he's so confused
When
right
I-
now.
No, when I get my extra monitor, I'll be working a bot at the same time while doing this. Don't worry, Trix. Yeah. All right. So you do know I've already forgotten the name of. Oh,
Oh, what is that?
why? But Meatball helped.
So now that we found the island, we need to navigate to it.
Oh, Jesus.
What should we do now next, Arch Nemesis?
Sail your ship to the marked island.
Oh, you got the notification before I, so I am still back in time. For you are the future. Lead the way.
I have a faster PC right now, higher frame rates than.
Yes, my frame rate's not working with me, and I was getting image tear, so my eyes are in half.
Oh jeez.
But in order to take off the ship, we must first do what in order to take off? Well, we're not a ship, or not an airship.
I suspect you would have to release the anchor, you would have to have your ship pointed in the right direction, sails would have to be pointed in the right direction, and someone would have to be on the mast.
Alright, so you have the pirate in you after all. But your navigation skills there.
Black flag.
Oh, this is fun, man. I'm going around in circles. Woohoo! Spin me right around, Trick. Spin me right around.
So are we going along?
What's with the robot RP, right? I got a fort.
In this voice because. Wait, so how do you know which direction you're going while you're sailing?
Only if we can tell.
But I have to pull out the map.
No,
But the
you
compass.
have inventory as well.
Well, you saw a compass on the map, and there's a compass near the wheel. So what does that mean? Are they facing the same direction?
How would you be my navigator?
Yeah. How about you actually do something useful?
Well, in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you actually have many pirates set a sail. One for bucket cleaning, one for drinking yai rum, and many on the sails. You can have full sail at any given time. Here, we currently only have 3 pirates. With that being said...
The tutorial Sea of Thieves needed, just in words.
Right, subtitles only.
So, how do you push forward? Duh. Hey, you like my sail? Oh wait, that's not my sail.
All sail!
Quick,
So-
beat this.
I realised we're not in an alliance, are we? Never mind.
Oh wait, did we even stock our barrels? Yeah, we did, kind of.
So, which direction am I going, Trix, or anyone who has a map?
You gotta go that one way.
Head in the right direction?
Yeah, you're almost there.
Give me cartography on the middle.
Okay, I'll get you coordinates there, Kelso. Alright, so we're gonna want to head southeast. First, we're gonna pass the Lonely Isle.
Offer Lysa.
And then the Rum Runner
You
Isle.
should be able to offer alliance.
Oh, the Alliance! Shoot, did you get it?
Yep, I got it. I put it up.
Oh, now my FPS is coming to me. What the heck? Was it the
It was
island?
that island, I think. Yeah, the island was pretty laggy.
And is there a way to look at this ship from a farther off view, or no?
Not while you're on the thing, no. This game is fully first person. There's no third
Okay.
person.
And is this the island in front of us?
No, that's a rock.
Okay. I mean, rocks can be islands. So I'm gonna want to go right.
Yeah.
You have your map, boys. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
southeast.
my map guy isn't.
Southeast.
There's rocks southeast.
Okay, can I actually get a compass bearing because I don't trust these
Where are
guys.
we going?
No, southeast.
Rum Runner.
Or,
Yeah, Rum Runner Isle.
Yeah, southeast.
Eh,
Got
don't
Rum
trust
Runner,
me?
Ring
Arr.
Runner, so southeast.
Okay, can I? Oh fuck. Eesh.
Wow. Compass!
Stay around the rocks. I'm not sure if I have to.
Yeah, the island's probably behind it. Were you right? Yep, just head straight. We're probably gonna go a little left in a minute, but
Thread the needle.
I'm going the right way, right?
Yeah,
No, you go through the rocks.
I'll take the right side. You take the left side.
now we're gonna want to go east by southeast.
Be faster.
It's behind the rocks.
Yeah, it's behind the rocks.
You see it? You see that little island?
That's a teeny island.
Pretty small.
It's a teensy wincy island.
Smaller the better, as it's camouflage away from the eyes of pirates.
Lost it.
And yes, Jim, I need help with the front sail.
Oh shit, I fell off.
Arr.
These sails are too heavy for me hand. I have a hook, you know.
Ooh, man, we're flying.
Oh yeah, we are. We might want to hold up together. Half a sail. Oh, that's good. Let's wait till we get a little. Oh, rowboat too.
What happened to you that's going on the right side, you mofos?
Oh, we are. We're on the right side of you.
Yeah, we took the right side of you.
Oh, that's the
Hey, I know how to steer.
Well, this is a little bit.
Drop the anchor.
Oh, fuck, get through that, Nemo.
Wasn't me, I was there at all.
I'm on the wheel.
Drake's Drake's bugger.
Explore the island.
Whee!
Oh, that hurt.
Oh man,
Right, let's see what other goodies this island
I'm almost
has.
dead.
What are we doing? Digging up treasure?
My
Yeah.
robot. Can't get a robot. Can't get a robot.
I spotted it first. Reported in block.
Okay, right now that you're on
Destroy
the
the
island,
rowboat.
you should probably take like the ship map in order to see the layout, the proper layout, and to.
For 137 crew members and a normal crew,
You can find the X,
a full galleon would have 150 leaving port with roughly 50 coming back. However, this was due to the low mortality rate and high chances of conflicting holding at least to 2 helmsmen and 2 navigators. Yeah, you're very right about that, Bordigzo. There's a lot of people on that ship. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. It's a lot. I'm thinking it's the way that I'm streaming might be why it is the way it is.
Did you find the treasure?
Well, I don't really see myself on the map as much as I see the X.
Okay, so you're here. Yeah, you will not see yourself on the map. Show me the map. Hold right
Use
click.
the landscape.
Okay, so exactly as Kat said, let's use the landscape. So you have like 3 big areas: the main, the northern one, and the other small island. Right now, I would say by the way the layout is, we are on the bigger island. Am I right? Based on our surroundings, landscapes. So we need to go on the other side. So where?
And the other side is located
Over there.
When you say over there,
You were right behind me. I lost you. Okay, yeah. You see that is the small island from your map.
who's Captain Great White?
Yeah, you can kill them. Thank you. Oh yeah.
Bye bye.
Fuck off.
Hey, what the? Oh, who shot me?
Kelvin killed you.
Not guilty.
Ow.
He's a bully.
But
Yes,
Let's put this. We can't put the map on the
Oops.
drawer, but
Ow. That was a diggy. 2 diggies.
Okay, we're gonna wait for
What is going on? Why is there someone shooting me?
Yeah, very true, guys. Very true, guys.
Yay.
Alright, give me 1 second while we get set up here.
Okay.
Well, I knew you were using that axe. You just suddenly admitted it.
well, there's so many shiny things on this island.
Okay, is that right? No, that's
Oh,
Jim, you asshole.
oh, look at that screenshot.
Okay, so right now, because we're in an alliance, we can also dig up your treasure, which is exactly what Nemo did by accident.
Oh shit.
Yes. Oh wait, what? No. What? What? This
No,
is
no,
our.
no, that's different treasure. That's the.
No, this
quest
is
from
actually
the
ours. This is actually ours. This is
It's
ours.
nice, nice, nice,
there.
nice, nice, nice.
Bottle voyages.
There's a head.
There's, yeah.
Yeah,
Our bad.
I think there's another one underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. There's a stronghold keg.
Stronghold keg, nice. Ooh,
Okay,
that's
so
great.
asshole.
There was a
On that
stronghold
small
keg.
island for you guys to get back to your ship. That is your chest.
At least I only killed you. That's the main thing.
Yeah, they could have used that gunpowder to sell it for experience, you dingus.
Oh shit.
You idiot.
But you were standing on there, and I had to blow you up. I'm sorry.
Fine.
You
Yeah,
done-
Kels, are you still here? Are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find the treasure that we left on the beach? That was yours, that chest, the castaway chest.
We.
This one.
Going to it now. I just figured one of you carried it because I saw someone swimming through the water.
There's a skull, there's a
Well,
skull
we
there as
accidentally
well.
dug it up because we had something underneath it as well. So.
What's this green ugly thing?
That's a skull. The defeated skeleton.
Ah,
Captain that was here.
How
that
did
makes
you
a lot of
get
sense.
Captain, that is no more, you mean? Oh, see, look, they can have the captain.
Yo, Trix,
See?
harpoon me.
Paradise?
He's AFK. Like
Oh,
always.
what the flipper?
Come on, you're playing with tricks.
There's
What-
a
what-
ship to the south of us.
Thank you, Kat.
It almost carry your
Let's put it on that ship in Paradise,
Mm-hmm.
I know I hit you the first time.
So I know this might be an obvious question, but
Yeah.
where did my chest go when I climbed the ladder?
It goes on your back.
On your back.
Sure it did.
It's actually
Good
you
job.
see it like, you can see someone just on their back.
And there's
if
some
they
other
climb
little
up.
tiny bits of treasure over there that are
There is,
worth, are worth some money.
Yeah, especially you're low level, you will get everything and so.
Yes.
Hey,
Shit, my bad.
someone shoot me into it from a cannon? No?
Yeah,
Shoot yourself from a
you
cannon.
can shoot
Hop in.
yourself from a cannon, yeah.
But you can't aim it. It's
Well, aim it first and then shoot yourself.
how do you aim it first?
Well,
It just
get
says use
behind the
cannon.
Point it. Yeah.
Yeah, just use cannon.
Point it roughly where you want to go, and
then aim it.
climb in and fire. Fire.
Oh,
For the hole. I mean. Oh.
For
What
the
the-
booty.
I don't know. I think
You have to go. You have to go in the front of it. Yeah.
oh.
maybe-
It just re-aimed me. It turned me to the left.
And he's
It's
clapping
haunted.
now.
It's
Wow.
haunted. It's
Wow,
haunted.
Why did we aim you like that? The game. Sometimes the game glitches though.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it is. It is very much so.
Find and speak with the mermaid, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And return
Yeah.
to your ship.
If you see the girl mermaid, you can't get behind her. She'll auto turn. So good luck. The male one lets you see everything, but not the female one.
Hello.
Wait, so what's with the mermaid?
Okay, basically the mermaid, when you are way too far from your ship, a mermaid will spawn, and it will literally take you back to your ship, so you don't have to swim all the way and shit like that.
In the
Oh, I
very
thought-
olden days, you see, they made a
All
pact
right, let's get back in there, guys. Let's get back in there. We are.
that they would help.
Look at you,
pirates.
Jim. Look at you, Thomas. Thomas, bro. I added you on PlayStation, by the way, bro.
Also,
Did you
another
get
quick
my
information
ad?
here. With us, we have Cat Rocker, who's one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to CFC. So if you have any questions regarding lore or anything, feel free to ask her.
Person or
And then
people?
Eridar will correct me when I'm wrong.
Such a low title. Not the legendary cat or the entrepreneur or anything like that. Just your everyday average person, people.
Wow.
Oh, you said there was extra treasure here? Where?
Alright, I'm
You
sworn.
guys finished digging the treasure here, I believe.
Oh, I finished the
You did get it, yeah. I'm gonna play some PlayStation games now, Thomas.
Victory.
Yeah, I dug that map by accident, even though we had something underneath it.
Yeah.
How unlucky is that?
Yeah, no map.
Something.
Voyage
Something.
is done.
Until it was exploded and Eridar died in pain.
Go to the wrong ship.
Oh.
Give me a sec. Need to feed the cat.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Here's something to eat. Try this. Here, yummy.
No, thank you.
No, seriously, they're just buffs. That's all. They give you buffs. All right.
I've seen you do this tricks.
To who?
Uh-huh.
You
Plus,
give
who
it
the
a
heck would eat grubs? I'd rather eat an apple or banana.
I would just put some salt on them, bro. You ever,
What
like
do you
mine
guys
with
have to
salt.
do now?
I don't want to throw up.
Oh, it's fun though.
Do you want to throw down?
Take you out.
You have a
I
ship.
could.
Maybe head this way. I don't know.
I hear a weird hissing.
If they do,
What could that be?
Yeah, the hissing is coming from the villainous skull. It's possessed, basically. Are you
Oh.
seriously trying to kill me?
Jim.
Ooh, 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 ooh!
Wow.
You can really dance.
Oh, yes.
Oh, God. Oh, shit.
On the tricks.
I just missed it.
Hold
I
fire.
just missed my first shot. Dang it.
Okay, back to what we were doing. So, what's the... he's asking to die. Give me just a sec, please. As I was saying, what's the next step that you need to be doing?
And Kelso, that's how it's
Doesn't say
done.
anything else. I'm guessing we have to turn it in.
Yeah, we just turn it in. So we just. But to turn in is to what? Where the heck do we turn it in?
You're the navigator. You tell me.
Oh, man.
The navigator can't navigate without the captain's orders. Orders?
I'm a very lenient captain, and I know you're an very experienced crew, so I'm pretty sure you know the road.
You talk to me as I am a Google Map. I don't know what this is. That is an automated service. I am a human being.
A Google Map on your computer?
All right. Well, let's head down. Let me show you real quick.
Error. BRB.
Okay, weirdos. Let's
Follow me, Kelso. Let me show you something real quick.
We're playing Sea of Thieves. Of course we're with us.
Gee, I wonder who.
Hoist the anchor.
Jim.
Let's get ready to set sail.
I couldn't even see him.
Where are we heading?
I'm a sneaky pirate, Jim.
I'm
You
to
don't
turn in
see
the
it.
treasure.
Oh, Kelso, follow me. All right.
Turn the
So,
chest of gold hoarder on any outpost.
Kelso, come here. Where are ya? Come to the table with the mop.
Maybe? Or should we go
Kelso, follow me. Over here. Over here. Over here. Hello.
Quick, get those pop-ups.
There we go. All right, let's look down at the map. The main thing we're going to want to look for whenever we're turning in treasure, we need to find the nearest outpost. Just look for an island that has an outpost on it.
Down
for
there,
me.
Come on.
You did let yourself down big time.
And you know it's an outpost by...
Let's go to Golden Sands Outpost.
Go to Golden Sands, yeah, because you've been Sentries. Let's go Golden
Yeah,
Sands.
let's show you other outposts too.
It's in a storm.
Sanctuary outpost.
There's Sanctuary, so they wanted to go Golden Sands, go a little south. The map is the most trickiest thing in the game, really, to get used to. You're going to want to go west.
Better wait when they're ready.
I know.
Oh no, I'm just
Tony,
facing
Tony.
outwards.
Hey,
Where's the next outpost? I see hideouts.
That was a good
Go to back the way we came. If you look back the way
It'll
we
be a
came.
little north.
So Golden
Right there.
Sands is west by
D10. D10.
Yeah, so actually the storm's going right. So actually
Yeah,
the
you got
storm's
it.
going
So
away.
where's our ship? We just gotta head west, a little south by southwest.
Let's just let that sort of come south.
What the fuck, Trix?
I'd head that way.
Oh, wrong way.
No, you fucking asshole! Oh my god, Trix, I hate you.
Left anchor.
What happened? Did you die?
No.
I don't really know how to direct the sails, but I'm pretty sure you know what to do with the sail.
Yeah.
Oh, teach him how
Well,
to do
moments
that.
like this, Kelso, when there's only us two, you'll just do back sail and steer. I'll do the front and anchor, whatever.
Fair enough. I've got a harpoon. Oh no.
Jim's here.
I look lazy.
Jim, why are you naked?
Oh, he's always naked. You don't want too much armor. You start to lose like fatigue and stamina quicker,
Warm
and your
carry,
endurance levels are
whatever.
lower.
Yeah, I
Don't
wouldn't
listen
have
to
blended
Trixie's
with
bullshit.
What?
Oh, really?
Okay, so basically, I'm gonna teach you. You asked about angling sails, Kelso, right?
Yep.
Okay,
You
see
just
that
look for the
each-
wind.
Yeah, you look for the wind, and
Kelso, I'll take the wheel for a second while you try it. Go ahead.
yeah.
You can come back after you're done.
Okay, so I see the wind's blowing to the left.
Uh-huh. So if you were to blow at the sail, which way should we position the sail for it to capture more wind?
I'm just trying to figure out how to turn it.
Left and right, so A and D.
Alright,
You need to
let go real quick, Kelso, and I want you to take a look at the rope one more time. You see two of them, correct? One's angle and one's height. Yep.
All right, so you were saying about direction.
And
No, get used to first one. Use the first
getting
one.
black balls. Radar loves shooting his BBC, man. Big black cannonballs.
Oh god, dude.
Jesus.
Dude, bro, he's this actually.
Chill. Chill.
Well, at least he complimented you with the big part.
Why are you racing south, Errol?
So they can catch up with us a bit.
There's a slope. Guys, there's a slope.
Yeah.
Raise front sail real quick, Jim.
Guys, you're going to crash.
Yeah, we are definitely gonna crash because
Guys,
I don't know. I don't know how to raise it or lower it. Okay. All right. Hey, it's another learning part for me. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's slow down because there's a sloop there. Let's,
Yeah.
Wood.
Slow down. Nymph is not slowing down, mate.
Oh boy, where's the wood?
oh yeah, Jim, show him how to repair real quick. Let him practice the repair. I kind of did that on purpose. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm going to place you into all the way.
You can always show them.
There you go. You figured it out. That was
So he found the barrel with the wood, right?
No, I didn't find the barrel. He handed it to me.
All right.
Hey, we will never talk about this. Ever.
The wood barrel is right here, though. And we do have another hole, so...
Alright, let me get one more scoop, just to... Alright. So...
Little wood, it's right here.
Where are you? This ship is so tiny. Down below.
Right here. The bottom one.
Okay.
You gotta find another hole.
There's on PS4 say, what? Right? Yeah, I'm sorry, Project Zero. We gotta get on sometime, bro. We're gonna get on this week. Don't worry.
Right.
I got you, man. I got you.
They've stopped as well. Right, we can carry on to the outpost now. But be wary. There's a sloop there.
So what? We'll destroy it.
Yeah, let's go fight with the sloop. Let's see.
So, do you want to always lower the back sail
in the
first?
chest
or-
first, and then we go after the slope.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't-
Okay. Oh, what the f...
Hello.
There's cannonball. Oh, for God's sake, Eridar.
You lucky I don't have a cannonball.
Come on.
Come on, cat. Come on.
Oh, so close.
Oh, I
Catty.
got missed.
God.
Give yourself back sail and let's go mess with that sloop over there, okay?
Well, let them hand that chest to him first, right? Because that's like, what, the thing and that.
No, they're not gonna lose. Come on, we have 2 breaks against the sloop. How hard can this be?
Oh, we're a long way off the outpost.
I got the wheel.
This sloop
take the wheel.
gets prize of a lifetime.
Nemo, move.
Where are we headed?
Alright,
To the other ship.
go on.
Where's the other ship?
Stop it. We literally have a ship right in front of us. Raise your front sail. You might want to slow down a bit, okay?
I can't do anything. What's
Oh.
I don't even think I have a gun.
Thanks.
You do. 1 and 2 are your weapons.
I got food on me.
What's that floating in the water?
They scuttled or
Oh, they
logged
scuttled.
out?
They scuttled. They logged out. So ignore the sloop. Let's park at the docks.
All right, Jim, we gotta get sails, bro. Well, we'll just position. We're good for now.
It might have been a logged off sloop.
And I'm looking to dock at the right here or the left?
The right one. You're going for it. Well done.
Love these sounds, Eridar.
Oh, no, thank you,
I
sir.
think we can.
I know how you got them as well. It's a full game now.
I like mine.
Yeah, I don't exactly know where particularly that.
Nice.
Usually at the piers where you see the dock.
You see the little hut? If you, the shipwright's hut is always on the end of the pier where you want to dock.
They all look like wooden huts to me.
Yeah.
Well, they look like teepees to me sometimes, but you're gonna wanna.
Or, yeah, you could look at the stripy canopy.
I'm
Huh?
gonna want to what?
There's a stripy canopy on the merchant.
We have no wind, so I'm guessing we're just dropping anchor.
Where is the anchor? I'm disappointed, Nemo, in this. I thought I would play with experienced players, but apparently you
Well,
can't
just
know what
chill
to
it, we're not
sightseeing.
playing. What could you poke our eye out of that?
Ooh. Okay, now you get you go sell your chest to the.
Yep.
or the-
Oh, which means I gotta carry it.
yeah. Basically, that's how it works.
I'd rather just turn it in like other games.
Because it's a physical object that you can lose. Somebody else could steal your chest.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
I want my boobies, thank you.
You could
The
lose.
only thing I let them steal on my
Do you
chest
have
is my
back
hairs.
sail or something, dudes. Are you
Yes, I just put a little bit of back sail down so we could turn around and get the dock, drop the anchor.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Get
been
wet.
moaning this morning, isn't he, cat?
Maybe you were
I'm seriously, I'm playing with you.
feeling.
Jim, can you switch crews with these two? Because God,
What the
how-
No, you can have it.
We'll be better off, probably.
Ow! Shoot me when I got something in my hand. Wow, rude. Here's these.
Well
Here's
done.
these.
All right, you did your first voyage, Kelso. Congratulations. But your journey has just
You
begun.
had a proper question here. And I was gonna press it. Why do I have to turn it into you?
Thank you, Outlaw. The heck, is this glitched or something?
Keys. Okay.
Oh, I just lagged hardcore. Yowzers.
Alright, so I don't need to continue to do this, right? We could just selling treasures to the companies earn 2 gold. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well done.
We have one more chest on there. Are we pulling that in or not?
Hey, what are you sniping at?
We had one more chest. Are we taking that in or no?
Yeah, you can sell everything that you have.
Play some nice
And the
music,
skull
can you
as
snipe
well.
me?
Take the skull to the Order of Souls.
How do I deal with them? I'm playing nice music, I'm getting sniped at.
Yeah, no, I took care of the douchebag who did that to you.
Somebody sniped me earlier, so.
And you also have this.
Nice tricks.
Yeah, there you go.
I think there's another chest too. Over. Yeah, chest right here.
I'm confused. What the fuck is going on here? I'm gonna take a picture of your guys' table and cat. You need you need to see this shit.
What's wrong with the table?
No, it's bug. It's a visual glitch. Cat, check your Discord.
Fall off planet.
We could probably head for the ship cloud. What do you guys think?
With ship cloud.
Yikes.
Trix, are you up for it?
Whatever you guys want to do.
Wow.
Wow.
Yo, someone harpoon me to the ship.
Wow.
I
Fancy
cut from
music
this
and I got
position.
shot.
Probably.
No? Okay.
Cat,
Happen?
harpoon. Harpoon him.
Fired! Right! Outlaw, appreciate it,
I
bro.
already left it.
Where's he gone?
Ah,
Okay, so are we up for doing something a bit more difficult?
Let's do it.
Council,
Well,
do you wanna
hold your
focus on
horses. He did a first
whatever.
hoarder voyage, but he gets the idea. You choose your voyage, you do it, you bring it back, blah blah blah.
yeah, I watched enough streams to
I'd
do that.
say let's do something like like a fort or skelly ship, just something with combat for him. Let them learn to combat a little bit. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Shooting cannons.
let him use his arms and legs a little more. Yeah.
Right, let's go, then. Let's go.
Nemo!
So everyone back to your
what
ships?
are you doing?
King Jack Sparrow.
Trying to kiss my skull.
There's a shark in the water.
There is a shark in the water, indeed. Did they... So, interesting. There's a shark in the water.
Jim.
The only shark is me.
Did we have a tough one? Ooh.
Go alone.
Wow.
No, what the fuck, dude?
Man, you
come on,
impressed.
everyone, focus. I know. Let's go. Okay, Kels, look behind your ship. You see in the sky, you see a ship cloud, right?
I guess it's a ship cloud, yeah.
Yeah, over there.
It's an ugly ship cloud.
Exactly. Oh, give me a second. Can you guys hear honking on my end? Out of curiosity.
I hear some type of honking.
Okay, ignore the honking. So yeah, let's go over there. We will spawn lots of skeleton ships that we'll need to defeat in order to get some really nice treasure. Okay?
Did you know about the new update on Discord? That they
What
added
about
all that.
What, when they're on
voice
rectangle?
cancel thing that they have now?
Mm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
weird.
we're using it. We can't hear you. Nothing. We can't even hear anything from other people. It's so muted.
Oh, yeah,
What the
actually,
heck?
has
Why is it
anyone-
so high up? Wow.
Has anyone actually...
But that's if you...
Has anyone actually seen that ship cloud? It actually looks really weird.
Settings, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't
It's
it?
like facing
Okay,
the
are we
dark.
actually ready to go?
Yep.
I guess not.
Oops.
Wow, Jimmy.
I was just trying to get a hold of the whole aiming. It's weird.
Right, ready?
Yeah,
Oh,
like a
fucking
costume.
asshole, stop it.
Wait, does anybody have it marked?
You don't mark it. I swear to God. You don't mark it, you just need to follow it like visually.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
damn it, Tricks.
Holy shit. Fuck you, Tricks.
Go away.
Hey, don't shoot at me. I didn't do it.
Ow!
Kidnap, guys.
So mean!
Okay, cat.
I've been kidnapped.
You're such a butthead without the Beavis.
Come
Go
back.
right, cat. Let's go.
We're going right. We are going right.
Get me. No. The enemy shit's off.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Help. I'm in the water.
What is that one?
We're stranded. Oh, gee, careful.
You're going the right way. The wrong way, my bad. You need to go right.
I'm going right.
No, don't drop south. Don't drop south.
I'm
What are you doing? No.
I'm turning as hard as I can.
What are you doing, Aerodon? No.
If you raise sails, it helps you turn a little sharper.
Aerodon, no, what have you done?
One sail or two sails.
Oh my god.
I'm not on sails right now.
Hi, Nemo.
Okay, so what's that sparkly thing too? Like wispy, whirly thing I see.
Wow.
That's a special chest
Well, that literally
buried
just
on a shipwreck.
shows the loyalty to my fucking bro. Jesus. Oh, come on, where's my moment?
Is the front sail down too, or no?
I just
Yeah.
raised it.
I think so. Because we're not
There we go. We're good now. Let's go back.
Fill your pockets with cannonballs and wood planks and food.
Barrels to the left.
They're the ones I missed before.
Yeah.
Look
I'll give you a
away.
courtesy raise because yeah, that looks.
Yeah, it's
Cat,
just
I'm gonna
far
be
away.
steering.
Thank you. I couldn't see shit.
You gonna steer?
You're gonna
Yeah.
fucking steer, Jesus Christ.
Wow,
you
bunch of dicks on both of you, that kind of thing.
Alright. We're not a bunch of dicks, we're just a bit
Ooh.
scared.
Oh man, there's good stuff in there too. That sucks.
Good stuff and where?
Oh shit. Oops, daisy.
There's a red mermaid and a gem and a green one.
What? Where? Is there a mermaid? And how do you?
So confused.
There's some gems in the water.
Oh,
And
okay.
the mermaids you will hear when you're like close to an island. It makes like a weird.
So I have to go
kind of
left, huh?
noise. Yeah, we're gonna crash into each other. We don't turn.
I actually really hope another ship's doing this, you know.
We're gonna crash.
Who wants to hug?
Oh, there you go. Ooh, we're...
It needs
Who wants to hug?
Shall I make you guys weary?
See, you're on. You're doing your job, mate. You're doing your job.
Jesus, you guys.
And Trix is just being a troll.
No, oh, you save the cannonballs. We will need them.
Ow! Why are you shooting me? Oh, Cat, Jesus, then you shot you.
So at this point, would we be changing the sails or no?
Yeah, you would. You would. And I wish my crew would actually do the same, but you know. Guys, you might want to correct your course.
Yeah, we're about to smack.
Go left. Oh my
guys.
god.
It's okay. See, it's just a little dent.
Oh my god.
A little love tap.
Exactly.
That's the pay now.
I just wanted to take a closer look at that rear end.
Expecting
Give it a little love tap.
our whole decoration.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Well, at least I can say I banged it.
You have that.
Are you the sticky bandits?
How's that for beans and mash? Oh, look, a monkey fell asleep in front of me.
Ow! What the? I'm trying to pay themselves. How rude.
Kind of rude.
How rude.
Kind of rude.
Kinda rude.
Hey, don't shoot the captain or I'll run into your ship. I'm not even the captain, I'm just... Don't shoot the man that's steered. He's liable to do some unquestionable things.
Crash the ship.
Oh.
Lol.
Oh, okay.
Who just killed someone?
You just killed a new guy.
Wow.
I'm unpredictable.
Oh!
Hey, how's it going?
It's okay. Your ship will remember me.
Cheers, Jim. Appreciate it, man. I just said hey to you and didn't even shoot you.
Now you
Okay,
can
everyone,
imagine
get your,
here that when the new update comes out, you will not necessarily have to go to the ferry the down.
Yeah,
God.
you can actually
Because your
wipe
crew will
off.
be able to revive you on deck.
Huh.
Yeah.
I would say that's been needed for a while.
You know, it was frowned upon when it was first released.
Yeah.
I hated that. But Rare went along with it, thank God.
Alright, so it's the other side of... Is it here or the other side of the hideout?
Let's get some air under our sails.
Oh,
I know, yeah, I'm sorry, my neighbors are
it's
idiots.
alright, it's funny. Funny.
Oh, see.
we have no air.
We're going against the wind,
Ah.
sadly.
Here we are. I love the way we're here, Cat. We're just playing music, not even concentrating.
Which
the
side?
anchorable one.
Right or left? Let's raise the sail, raise the front sail.
Thank you. Thank you so much, by the way. Okay.
That is a skeleton ship. We need to sink those.
Do I need to keep sailing?
Raise your front sail. Let's slow down and let's destroy this ship. Okay? So
I
need to-
can't see past the sail.
Oh boy. Was it just one so far?
They're out. They're done. Oh, they're not.
Oh shit. They must be
Oh
gone.
man, I can't see shit.
Yeah, they must be gone.
Ooh.
They gone? Huh?
Not yet.
Too low, too low.
I can't see because of the sail.
Raise your back sail like half. You're gonna crash. And dot again.
Shots.
Guys, raise your sail a bit. You're way too fast. They sank. Let's stop there and get the treasure.
Yeah,
from
let
there.
them get the loot. We'll let them go. Off the
Oh
ship.
my God.
Where's the loot?
But once it,
For fuck's sake.
Straight off.
Fire!
Okay.
they're done for anyway.
Left anchor ready. Yeah.
Just take it now.
Can someone grab a harpoon on me, please?
Just circle around them. We'll see the blue come up.
Some loot. You guys be.
Yeah.
The loot.
Because more ships are gonna come. I'll try to harpoon it.
Yay.
Keep the ship angle to the left. Just, or right here is perfect. Straighten it out. Oh, there's Nemesis.
You got time to like harpoon the loot. please.
Sharks are gonna get you,
Why was that
Kelso.
harpooning?
I got you back.
Because I wasn't supposed to get this treasure or something?
Yeah, it's gonna come up. You gotta give it time.
Wait for it to float.
Then you can just-
Why is the ship turning?
Wasn't the original thing just swim down?
Not necessarily.
It comes up. Quite good.
You guys get the treasure while we deal with the other two ships apparently.
Okay.
Oh.
These used to
Got
be.
no angle. Ooh.
But you do. That's
These used to be a lot harder. A lot harder. This,
Where are the cannonballs?
below deck.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a barrel with
Alright.
cannonballs.
All the treasure has been picked up.
Oh Jesus.
Right side.
Oh man, why did you give me so many?
We're good, Kelso. Let's help them out in battle real quick.
That's what give you. That's like the default.
Can't get a shot on them. Fuck. Oh, they turned. They made a mistake.
Oh man,
themselves.
almost had it.
They gone. That one's gone.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, you'll have
Right,
another
right
ship
side, right
to
side.
take loot from.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
No,
We
no,
might
no,
have to take that.
you'll have another ship. Yeah.
We might have to take it and give it to them.
We'll see.
You're so serious. My bad. I was trying to take care of something. But they came out. All right, let's get this ship out of here.
There you go.
All right.
You see where
You guys sunk another one, right?
Yeah. we
All right, Kelso. That ship to the left that sunk. Let's go a little closer to it. I'm gonna go ahead and get you back sail. Or never mind, you're not here.
I'll go back to it.
Okay.
We get a galleon.
Galleons are off.
Ship keeps spinning. It's driving me crazy. Go left.
Copy that.
We're gonna on your compass. You're gonna want to go south. Turn the ship
ready
to the
for
south.
cannons.
Alright.
Okay.
I'll talk on here so they can't hear us.
Okay.
So anyway, Kelso, what we need to do is we need the ship to go south, okay? Yeah.
And I took.
Once you get that, we're gonna go forward just a bit.
Nice. Good shots.
Going behind us. Going behind us.
Straighten it out.
Okay, the loot is on your
Yep. Got
11
it.
o'clock. Just so you know.
Oh yeah. 7-Eleven.
Oh, that's too far away. Take it.
We can get it from here. We're gonna get it for you.
Got it, Jim.
Oh wow. That was a heavy shot.
It was, yeah.
Oh,
We're
you're
kinda,
doing great. You're doing great, guys.
We're taking on water.
Ow.
They're gone. I think they're gone as well. They may be gone.
oh.
Wow.
They're still moving a little bit.
Ooh, Trix just got shot in the face. I just seen
I
that.
just got
I
blown.
can't believe it's still afloat.
Guys.
Okay, so we gotta hold
Crazy.
it.
Right, where's the hall? Where's the hall?
Wow.
Now they're gone.
Done?
Now they're gone.
There's only one
Blown
hall.
to smithereens. Wow, they're trying to stay alive.
Behind you. You
Yeah,
guys
two
have
holes.
to put on your ship
Yeah,
and head
move
for
on,
it.
do. Here we go. Is the captain waves
Captain.
2 big galleons now? Come on. Are we doing a taxing where one of us pulls them, Eridar? Stop them
Okay.
catching, or
No,
We'll see
let's
what it
just
comes to.
let's just nail them.
Oh, where is it? Where's the
Stay
treasure?
alive on this
The
one.
treasure is behind your ship, Kels.
It'll be behind
So
us.
turn around.
we might not have time because there's gonna be 2 big
No,
galleons.
it's okay. It's okay. We got a galleon while they get the treasure.
Same could ask of you, Erda. Right? Very true. Very true, guys.
Keep an eye
Alright.
on the one that's the
Let's
captain,
hold it
yeah.
down.
We go.
Yeah.
Where that sinks. Keep an eye out for it.
All the treasure's been gathered.
No, we have treasure behind you, Trix.
Yeah, I'm going to it right now.
Oh yeah, I do see it. I'm gonna turn the ship around by you that way, Kelso.
Left side.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, bigger galleon.
So epic.
What the heck? The ship's the Scully's in the air. Is that normal?
Oh man, there's a.
It's a bruja.
Too bad I can't carry 2 things.
You gotta have bigger hands for that.
No angle now. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Pivot.
How are we? We have.
Pivot.
Okay,
Pivot.
I'm a ship. I can't have him repairing teams.
Heading for us. But you.
They're gonna run me over. Sweet.
That hurts. Ouch.
I'm gonna check the bottom.
How we looking at water, guys? Not too much, but it's there.
Yeah, I'm a fix right now.
I got one of
But
those.
that loot's gonna sink if we don't get there quick. They're attacking the Skelly, so we're gonna try to narrow ourselves
We're gonna
here.
try and take care of the skillies.
Where'd the
Yeah.
loot go back to? I don't know where it is.
I know where it is. Give me a second.
Boys and girls, get the anchor up.
Yeah, you got this, teams.
Don't cut.
Watch the snipers in the crow's nest.
Quite a bit of water. Ow, I just got hit in the face. Right there. Ow, got hit in the face again. Ow, keep getting hit
Ah,
in
I'm
the
off
face.
the ship. Whoa.
It's alright, we're not moving, so.
Ship mast. Drop
Did
the
the
You just repair. I'll take water out.
How are we on the water?
Christ.
It's just that the anchor ones. The anchor ones are really annoying.
Oh my god, every time I try to set the sail, I can't. They keep unsailing me.
Oh man, I just got knocked.
We're not getting on wood though, guys, so be careful. We might have to go on their ship to steal supplies.
Okay, one of them's like half deck, I can see.
Probably need a bail.
Yeah, on it.
Yeah. They're all getting about. And the anchor up.
No, I got this.
No, I'm not.
Definitely need
They're
a
getting
bail.
dropped. I think let's just leave ourselves dropped.
Yeah. Leave it dropped and just
Leave
fucking
it
nail
drops
it.
and just hatch. Because there's no point. So just keep hitting. Oh, anchor's off. One's down, I think.
One is down. Is it?
Is it? Is it down?
Oh, it's not. It's
No,
definitely not.
nothing was down.
Need a bail.
Okay, Neems, you're on bail.
Go back. Go bow.
Treasure's all taken. We're coming back.
These big holes.
On it.
I've got about 4 holes down here. Need a bail
Oh, it's
now.
it's okay. Hey, I got this. Come on.
Chill, cat. We're here. But
Neems, I need you to fire at them. I got the bailing.
Thanks.
Oh, this is. Oh my god, I'm off the ship.
it's alright. With you, cat. I'm right next to you if we need stuff.
Oh shit, knocked off the wall.
Oh man.
Cat, got you. Catty.
Yep.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is hard.
These are horrible.
Why are we stationary? Can we check the station?
No, we can't get. They're dropping our anchor like every 2 seconds, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's like there's no point of putting it up. You know what I mean?
Just
Unless we
light
get
them up.
into real trouble. Well, we're low on cannibals, guys.
Oh, we are like 50.
Yeah, but
One of them is down. I think one of them is down.
one is definitely
I
some.
keep an eye out on where it's sank, okay?
Yeah. I've got you.
One's down.
Got you.
Keep.
Okay, guys, I want you to go for the loot that is gonna spawn from that, bless you, from that galleon, okay,
Thank you.
Trix?
Do we need to get closer?
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Do we need to get closer or no?
Yeah, go for the loot that they will drop. Hold your fire, Nims, hold your fire. Let them turn around. Let's not waste talking about we are low, as you said.
Another hole somewhere. Where's it go?
Yeah.
Are these done?
No, these aren't. But we've seen the. Did you
Okay,
guys
we're
see the
okay.
ship when it went down?
We got scullies on the boat here. They're shooting at us.
We may have to actually go over to the loot over.
Yeah. Oh shit, I don't know.
I'm stuck on the ship. I couldn't get up.
I have no more cannonballs. I'm gonna go check out the floor.
Move over there, over. Let's move over.
We're leaking.
Oh shit.
I see someone swimming.
That's me. It's me. Oh,
There's the loot. See the loot? It's just popped up.
thank you.
Where's the anchor? Okay, let's go
We
there.
got several holes. We're taking on a lot of water.
Go to your ship. Trix, get it.
Oh,
We're
shoot.
gonna sink. We're sinking.
Trix, go back to your ship, bro.
I know. I hit the anchor by accident.
Over there. I'm gonna go there.
You need to get in the cannon, Trix.
Okay, we're clear. We're clear water.
I'm coming. Alright.
Let's go over there, Nims. Let's go.
Yeah.
More water.
Take
Got a leak.
the helm. There's like.
Oh wow! Almost got knocked off.
Okay.
That one's
That's why we did this, Kelso. So now you know what battle feels like.
Oh yeah, I like this part.
Sinking wise, we're good.
Okay, then look. Follow the way.
Oh man, I need to eat.
So that's not.
Yeah, keep up there and keep firing.
Food.
I'm not ranging them. I can't.
Oh,
I know. For the...
Not jumping yet.
oh man, they're blowing us.
That's right. We're here now.
And not the good way.
They may put fire on us.
I-
Holes in them.
That I'm aiming for the loot.
I think we got a leak in the back.
Hey, why is the wood bear on the bottom? What the heck? I don't remember this.
Okay.
How? Yeah, we did go, dude.
Oh, we got two. I'm out of wood.
Shite. Give me a sec.
Oh man, behind the map.
Nims, loot on the left side, please.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh!
Let me...
We're so stationary, huh?
Hang on. It's broken.
Guys, we have like 13 cannons.
Oh man,
Come on, let's take them out then.
we have cannonballs, but we're stationary and we keep trying to retrieve ourselves from sinking. We're just getting a lot of holes.
No, we're
Hold on, do you want
There's
one load or
not
something? Get on there.
planks left.
No,
We
I
need more
can't.
planks over here.
We're gonna,
You know what? I'm gonna
Someone needs to get us out of this center.
Pivot. That's it, perfect. Thank you, Roger. I can see that these guys didn't go down.
Yeah, we see each other. We need to move.
They're
Because
going down. They're going down.
We're taking on a lot.
Got 4 holes at the back and only 2 planks, I think.
Hey, there's 6 in there now.
They're so close to being done. Oh, I haven't got any more bloody cannonballs.
Okay, I take care of the ship. You do the bloody. I take care of the ship. You sink them.
Do you want
Yeah.
me to try and board them?
What? Why? Because we don't have cannonballs. Josh.
Yeah.
Wait, they've stopped. Hold up.
They're going down, I think.
They're going down. We've done it.
Yes.
Oh!
Behind us to the right.
Okay. So,
So long.
well done. Deep.
Well on, guys. Literally no.
Look at them.
This is why you hate solo? Yeah. Yeah, now it's more closer to what I face in a solo on the game, right?
Just gone down again, to be fair.
Keep an eye on that for me, Eridar. This is the one with loads of loot.
Anybody with planks, fix the mast.
Did you want the plank to fix some white?
I got a couple.
You got a couple?
I think so. Yep.
Right.
Why are you
Okay.
laughing at dark?
Will's good.
Whew.
I like that song.
Repair the
Feels
capstan, needs
good.
fixing.
Well
Yeah.
done, well done.
Yeah, good job. You killed soul first time.
Yeah.
Like Akon, man.
Nice.
Soul survivor.
We definitely gonna have to get some stuff.
My hand
Yeah,
hurts.
we need supplies. We need to go to an outpost and resupply.
Yes, we.
We're like out of almost everything.
Yeah, I
I got
know.
like 9 cannonballs left and
Same here.
like 5, 6
Pretty,
wood
pretty
left,
low
I'm
on
not
shit,
sure.
not gonna lie.
Where are we?
We got 10 wood left.
Alright, let's get
Well, now you know why I don't play by
There's
myself,
one
Cal. So
west.
I mean,
That's
Project
what I
Zero.
want.
You know what I'm saying? Like
The
I,
treasure.
it's much
Okay,
better
where
with a
the heck is
crew.
the treasure actually, Kat?
On the right hand side,
Oh,
left hand
right,
side of the
right,
ship.
right. Yeah.
Right on it.
Yeah, come towards us, guys.
How's the quality look, guys?
Lower sails.
Yeah, you need to turn around now. Action chest.
It's on left side or right side of you?
On our port.
Yeah.
Left side. Our left side, sorry.
What are we doing?
This side of English, not that side of English. You've just turned around.
Raise your sail, raise your sail.
Can't-
Needs to stop.
Raise sail, because I can't see anything.
Drop your anchor, just drop your anchor actually.
Yeah.
Tricks, you son of a...
I'm a fun guy.
Hey, I'm practicing for when we're in battles. You know, bring the enemy to us.
They kill on our ship.
Lots of ashen chests.
Oh wow, it's cool over there. Wow, we really missed it.
Good time. Tricks?
Oh, you're going to be rich. Ooh! Thank you.
Are they all picked up? There were some skulls too.
I don't know how
Loads
to-
of stuff still.
Drop your anchor, please.
Oh, I see. I just saw it. Look, the flipper.
Oh my god, Tricks. You goober.
Hey, you son of a peckerwood.
I was trying to get the treasure.
Wow, dude, you guys are something, I swear to god.
It's gonna sink. Don't want it sinking. Oh, what the?
Oh, cool. Okay, tell it land. Wee.
Nice.
Okay, so we only have... Yeah, that's it. Let's head to...
No.
Let's head to plan
me
now.
up. Pick me up. Of all the people you could harpoon, you didn't harpoon me, really?
I know, I want to hear it.
Right, it's a galleon sailing around.
Thought you was out of range.
Gonna be
Let's go to Plunder Outpost.
Keep 'em up
Let's
top.
show him another outpost.
Old Faithful. Yeah, let's go to Plunder Outpost.
Ah.
Everyone chart a plot a course for Plunder Outpost. We are going to be in shitloads of cash. Gold.
Plunder Outpost is located from the Golden Sands Outpost. Numbers? Letters?
I
Southeast.
don't, it's like from Golden Sands is southeast.
You can do numbers and letters. I do know
I
how to
don't
use
know
a
them by
graph.
heart. I don't know them by heart. I know the general location.
Did you know the general patient?
Location, okay. Okay.
Oh,
It is directly south from where we are. J14.
Oh, Reaper's up.
J18. Plunder Outpost.
well, 18 sounds more legal.
There you go. Way down.
Turn the audio.
Alright,
Wow, they're going
lower the
without
sails.
My crew is going without me. My other crew is also going without me. Everyone is going without me.
Where are you if we go without you? Oh, I see you.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, go south.
Ah. No. Oh, that.
That ouch sounded like an orgasm.
Ouch, let's go.
Barrels.
Just see a ship. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh,
After this, we should do the legendary voyage so they can up their recommendations.
Yeah.
But you can do the thing. You can do quite a few accommodations with another crew, can't you?
Exactly. Let's start with the legendary voyages.
Achievements. Right, I'm
Let's
gonna
fix
have to
these
go
sails.
bathroom. Oh,
Nah, you're not allowed. Why are you guys all the way there? What are you guys doing?
Southeast.
South. I said south or southeast.
You said southwest.
Wait, what? You don't drive.
You're the one talking. I'm just listening.
Yeah, go.
Oh, my
Yeah, are you guys going where? Plunder?
Yeah, I know. My crew is.
Yeah, straight south. Straight south.
Thank you. You suck. Give me full sail, Nemo. Angle the sail. Stop being useless.
We don't go sales anymore. That was so 2018. Come on, man.
I know, right?
Person controlling the wheel has to do all the above.
Need to be directly behind us.
Really?
I am what you call a pirate associate. I'm just here to associate the pirates.
You make no sense. Absolutely no
Hey,
sense.
I just like running, the wheel, because it's easier.
Are you
It
guys
is.
gonna crash into the island by any chance?
Yep, probably are.
Yep.
I'm not driving.
Yeah.
Watch, you got a kraken behind you.
Fuck off, Trix.
Oh, seriously, I saw the black water.
No, there's no Kraken because we have a fort. They
Is there an
spawn
island right there that I'm gonna run into? No?
Right over there.
Okay, cool, I'm good.
Names.
Hey,
Hello.
don't reach that far.
Just keep heading south. Let me check the map one more time. There you go. Continue south. We're good. There's a Reaper chest nearby.
Is it?
Yeah, it's gonna be more east though. It's gonna be by the Fort of the Damned.
Later, if need be.
You want to go to it?
I mean, we don't have to. It's just for doubloons, really. But it's accommodation too.
Yeah.
You know-
Well, fuck it.
A little risky, but yeah, let's risk it.
Thank you.
Let's accompany them.
Yeah, because I seen I think it was a galleon that was like close to where we were just at.
Please don't be barrels. Oh my god. Brace for disaster. Or not.
It's right back. Do not hit barrels.
Oh yeah? Don't hit barrels?
Yeah, don't hit barrels.
Aren't those usually
Hit if you
explosive?
want to, but
Some of them have explosives and be good for business. Bad for business.
Let's fix a little bit of sail problem.
a bit of stale problem. Oh, what the?
Just a tiny bit.
I'm missing all my commands, as you can see.
I can change a little too. There we go.
Oh, there.
So where are we headed? That red light thing or what?
That little squiggly line thingy, yep. There's a ghost ship.
If I change it this way, we're not going to get any wind, so I got to keep it kind of like southeast to get just a little bit of wind right now.
There you go.
There's another ship. Man, there's ships all over the place.
Our ship? What are you on about, mate?
So there's a ship like right behind us.
Really? Yeah.
The only
By the
ship
way,
we must worry about is ours. Yar.
I feel like we should do a fort though. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do a fort. Why not? Yeah.
There's lots of
Yeah, sure.
combat in that, isn't there?
Exactly. Lots of combat, lots of loot, lots of everything. But we're going for the Reaper's chest right now.
There's also a ship
And after the
right
Reaper's
over
chest, we're
there.
heading directly for a fort. Fuck handing in.
And also, because if we do a fort, then we can get keys for these action chests.
Exactly.
Maybe?
Exactly. Yeah.
So you're gonna mark us for death with the Reaper?
Exactly. Come on. You need
Oh, I
to.
do before.
Yeah, do it.
Come on. Where's your sense of panicking? Let's go.
Let's panic some more. Yes.
So are we here now?
No, you're not there yet. You're not there.
I don't see the marker, that's why I ask.
Yeah, basically, when you get the Reaper's chest on your ship, it's gonna literally put a.
We're gonna run into something.
Where is the Reaper's chest?
We got a turn.
Oh, it's despawned.
It is spawned.
Sails, where's those sails?
Damn it.
Well,
Is there still
Okay.
the shipwreck is still there. Should we? Let's go. Should we go and have a look?
Oh,
Yeah, we can. Why not?
oh, there's definitely gonna be some leakage on that one.
Cat,
Yeah, we
get the
keep it
wheel.
hot.
Yeah, I just don't know where we're going since the marker's
Way
lost.
back there.
I'm going for the red skull, huh?
Just follow our ship.
The red spot, yep.
Yeah, because once that little wisp disappeared.
Yeah. It disappeared. But again, just follow our ship. We're gonna still go for the wreck and see what we have got. No, it's still there. It's
The
still
wisp
there.
is still there. The wisp is still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there, guys.
Right, you can drop anchor.
Yes, Captain.
Rude Eridar.
Aye.
Wait, what did I do now, Trix?
So mean.
Right, let's go and loot the place
Thank
as well.
you.
So,
Yeah, let them get the chest.
yeah. I'm not gonna.
It's this one right here, huh?
Yep. Let it just drop.
Also, get the resources from the shipwreck.
Ready to sell?
I got the anchor ready. Okay. Yeah, we need to kind of make it like a turnaround.
How long have I been on mute for? Corridor.
For like 15 minutes at least.
Okay.
No, I'm more like 25.
Maybe
Shut up,
half an
Trix.
hour.
Front sale?
So you guys probably don't even know where I am. I'm on the full.
No,
Yeah,
I know where you are. Yeah,
He's at the Reaper chest.
Do we have a ritual skull or not?
Yeah, we actually did.
Yes, we will do. Won't we?
Okay, turn a little bit.
Oh, are you thinking for the damned new?
Oh, we have to collect all the blooming lights.
Yeah,
won't we?
but we
Oh,
got
let's do
pink.
the normal fort. Thank you so much, sir.
Ow.
Yeah, we will see afterwards.
Ow. Just hurt my.
Ooh.
Yeah, the only long one is the light.
Jeez.
Then.
Alright, so now we just dive?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
dive. And get loot, get resources, get everything that is.
Fish. If there's fish in there, there'll be sort of bits of chicken, and I'm gonna die.
Come on.
I don't want to eat this fish. No, I've died. Right.
Wow, yeah.
Eat some more cannibals. Eat some more cannibals.
Oh, really? Did I just get... Oh, yeah, I just got bit by a shark. Cool.
Well done, mate. I'm really proud of you, not gonna lie. Don't take any bottles. If you find bottles, we don't need them, okay?
Take all the bottles. We need the bottles. Take them all. Don't listen to him. He knows what he's talking about.
Yay.
I'm gonna drown.
Yep, you are.
Oh, sweet. I got some worms. I guess I'll eat them.
Sassy bitch.
Is there anything in this chip? Oh,
Upper Council shark by you.
I got
Hey, someone harpoon me.
Shark is down and out.
Oh, what the heck, really? I had food in my hand and it made me take.
I'm on my way.
Oh my god. Project Zero, did you get, I'm gonna get Airdar to post his Discord on there too, because he's got a lot of CFD players on there.
Okay, excuse me for like 5 minutes tops. Be right back.
Yeah, about 1, 2.
Right, the good thing, if you find things like chicken legs or pork chops on the shipwreck, you should eat them because it fills up your regen.
Is that why people are trying to eat my chicken legs?
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
gotta work out more. I gotta do more leg workouts. I'm slacking.
We'll hand them in for accommodations as well. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Whacked up the beer that you like it. Alright, we're gonna get and try to gather some resources here, guys.
About that cat, I was getting supplies.
I'm just cooking this fish.
Okay, who grabbed that?
Whoa.
Ooh, I got some burnt snake. Yay!
Yay! Yay for steak.
Hey. Oh, you.
It was burnt too, like burnt to a crisp.
Extra
I won't
crispy.
drown as long as I have food, right?
Something like that.
You can keep eating it to keep stuff down there, but
Just do a Weird Al. Just eat it, eat it. Ooh, look at these sharkies. Ooh, shark sounds
you're
good
looking
though.
for a glowing chest. Oh, sharks, alright.
Yeah, he bit me earlier. That was rude too.
Grumpy shark.
Hmm. Oh god, no. I've got that horrible audio bug.
On a chest.
That was horrible.
Nice.
Fix,
I think there's
get me.
there's
Shark's attacking me. Ah!
I haven't got any bullets.
Yep.
Okay. That's one way to. Thank you. Alright.
Meat.
Okay.
Making the money on the GTA. Chicks, at this point, Erdar made it really clear I'm not worthy enough to tag along. I have asked before. It's not like I can't take a hit, right?
Oh, there's 3 sharks now.
You're good, Project Zero.
How'd
You're
you guys
good.
get down
See, the
below?
thing about Sea of Thieves, though, Project Zero,
It's the same ending.
most people play as a crew, right?
I'm gonna die from a shark.
No.
I think what makes this game very difficult and problematic is random matchmaking and playing with randoms. It's extremely difficult.
I see. Swim! Oh, no. Swim! Oh, he's gone.
Oh, there are so many.
Oh, I got bit as well.
Jesus.
Come on, came up behind me. No. Blue flame, yeah. Actually, we want
Hookie's grabbing the bottles.
put these on the.
Oh no. Not me. I'm not even down there. Get the shark feet, I guess.
Oh, there's nothing else down here?
Oh, really? Another shark?
Is there not? I could have sworn there was a Reaper's chest somewhere lying about. Have you not found it?
It should be there. Might be on the crow's nest. That's crazy, but that has.
I found one chest on a crow's nest, so.
Yeah. Got it somewhere.
So who's gonna be our chef?
Who's gonna be your chef?
Gotta have somebody cooking.
Oh, I ran out of food.
Oh no.
He wasn't ready.
And that barrel was empty.
He was a pirate boy. He had no more food, oh boy.
Anchor me?
Okay.
Anchor you?
One tiny nibble from the shark and I'm fucked.
Pretty sure it's not a nibble.
Howie.
I mean,
See the
the way I
see the
swim,
captain
it's a nibble.
cabin?
I've looked in there. It's
Ah,
not
no,
there.
I see.
I looked in the
by-
basement.
By the rear mast.
What?
Hey, there's a shark. Oh,
Oh no, Kelly.
right, I've got it. I'm bringing it back to your ship now.
There's no more sharks. There is actually. There's tricks.
All I gotta do is put my hands above my back. I put my hand upon my back. Now I'm Jaws. You better get back.
Right. So if you look at your ship's map now, you are marked with a bullseye.
Salute behind us, guys. Not coming close, but it's
He beat me to
behind
it.
us.
Yes, I see the bullseye, which means everybody can see us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So the main issue is that dependent on who you know and who you join, surveyors to start the most time randos.
So,
Right.
Yeah, plunder up us.
Very cheap Project Zero. Don't worry.
yeah, which is
We're gonna get on.
basically where
This
that
is something that you gotta kind of plan ahead, right? Like it's kind of difficult.
Yeah,
What I'm
well,
gonna
let's
do.
Anyway. We're going down
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Let's go.
This was for me. This was kind of sudden. Like we were planning another game, but then we found out that the crossplay didn't work for Xbox and PC.
That was southwest, right?
Southwest. Let's double check. Where we headed?
So you can recognize plunder because it's a very tall, pointy
Does anybody else want to put that treasure on the top down below?
distance.
Or why are we keeping it up top?
He really doesn't make any odds.
Hey, are we going to sell?
We're
got
going to
Reapers,
plunder,
innit?
yeah.
Don't
Got
sell.
Reapers
No.
left.
What do you mean
Why?
they got the Reapers?
He needs a commendation to have at least 20 chests or something like that on board, so don't sell anything yet.
Have we not got 20 chests?
Wait, check.
Oh, what you
did loot.
What you
We
could
can
do
loot.
is you could move the loot over to our ship, and then we
Yeah.
can move the loot over to your ship, and
No, we have the commendation. No, we have the commendation.
20 captain's chests, is it? Or
Wow, Trix.
What?
Seriously, you
20
seriously?
chests.
20 chests. Is it?
Yeah. Come on. Why
How
are you
many
guys
chests they
being a
got?
bunch of...
Because they got reapers on board.
No, we have all Reapers on board, dude.
Wow.
Wow.
Just take all the chests anyway.
Yeah.
We'll bring the chests over.
Oh, do you mind? Tricks. Thank you.
That wasn't me. I'm at the bottom of the deck.
I'm a simple uplifting.
Ah, you guys.
Oh, here, let me make you feel better. Here, take my banana.
Oh, thank you so
Grant
much.
it. Since I lost your health, I'll help you regenerate.
Jim, how did you...
Extra healthy bananas, yeah?
Random
Gotta have your potassium.
Exactly.
Or you'd be like Aerodar, looking all cranky or whatever with his red eyes.
Yeah, they've got
Wow.
some serious scurvy going on there, isn't he?
Ironic, I'm actually having a banana yogurt right now.
See? Aerodar likes to eat the bananas.
And he's the one that's trying to take charge of everything, even though he's eating the yogurt. I'm not
Right.
Bro, you know me.
Well, I blame CATs. When you eat so many bananas, you just gotta have a banana. It's like marketing. Yeah, it's marketing in a video game.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Advertisement. Pretty soon I'm gonna go eat some real shark. Want some scallops.
You on board.
I haven't
Del
had
Monte,
shark in-
he should have his pineapples.
How many chests you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Are you singing Freddy Krueger song?
10, 11.
1, 2.
I think you got 11. I'm not too sure.
1, 2, pirates coming for you. 3, 4, but I like your run.
Trixie, have you seen The Witcher?
Witcher. I mean the video game or the movie? Oh, this Netflix series.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have not, but I heard a lot about it.
You need to.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I used to have Netflix, but it's too expensive. I got cheap, but I do have a shared account, so maybe I'll check it out.
You haven't watched the Witcher series?
No, not at all.
You'll like it.
Yeah. I watched You because I like,
let's
you know,
get
people
going.
hacking and murdering their ex-girlfriends. That was a great show.
Are we going for the fort then?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're going for the fort. We're going for the fort.
Hey, can we move? We're a bullseye.
Yeah, we need to raise
Yeah, no, we're a bullseye now.
I think other ships on 2. So, yeah. Seems right way.
I swear to God, Trix.
Come on, set sail.
Leave him, leave him, leave him, leave him, leave him, leave him.
You assholes, don't leave me. No!
Ah, he made it.
He's a silly cat. He shouldn't have gone in there.
No, I didn't. Trix fucking harpooned me. Oi, Trix, I have something for you. Give me just 1 sec, okay?
Oh, I gotta get this. I gotta get this anchored. Yeah, no problem.
I gotta figure out the map thing again.
I know. But you know me, Portizo. I'm not on here that much.
No,
No.
go north.
If I play this every day, yeah.
Wee skull in the sky is where we're
When I go solo, I
go.
PvP. When I play with a crew, we do adventure, we do journeys, we do things like that. You know.
I'm not on the ship, so somebody.
Oh, you know, you're on a ship. I see you. Are you lying, bro?
What happened?
You go front sail, Jim.
Where are you guys going?
Following you. Ready southwest.
Okay, yeah, you are following us.
That's what the Kraken said to go.
Oh my God.
It says
north
northwest.
of the Kraken.
Northwest?
Yeah, that's where they are, right? That ship in front of us to the left? Yeah.
Something like that.
Going to the Red Skull.
Yep. You know that's right.
Salute to the northwest.
Ooh, even better. Apar.
We definitely need to find some wood.
Yeah, we definitely need wood.
Trix, I need you to check your DMPs. I sent you something.
Yeah, for some reason this game doesn't like to minimize anymore. It keeps minimizing.
He sent you a nude pic.
Exactly.
Exactly. You charge a lot for those, Eric.
Nah,
Well,
this is free. It's
he-
free for Trix.
Only for tricks because he labels it a red hair.
Oh, red hair? I'm a redhead?
Does the carpet match the drapes?
Aye, indeed. I would like a spot of tea. And my head's up bit.
Hey, I know y'all don't all like tea and crumpets. That's just a mistake.
Oh, bloody hell, mate. How rude.
Hey, look,
Get ready for the mag.
tea and hot cross buns at the minute.
Have you ever met Megan? You never met Megan yet, Council?
Hi, baby.
How about this? You wanna look behind you, bro? What?
If I didn't know you were a man, I wouldn't have. Aren't you asexual?
It doesn't matter. It only seems to matter when they actually know the gender, but when when they're unaware, they seem fully interested.
Okay, I'm confused. What's going on?
Sea of Thieves is a guy.
We just missed a boom boom. Oh.
Oh.
Why couldn't I just got that?
Also, either you're a good sailor or you got lucky.
Holy
What?
cow, that was like
What?
inches. We
I
almost
know.
Did you say?
Project Zero, I'm gonna try to get you in on one of our next sessions. I got you. I got you.
Gonna hit.
What?
What's gonna hit?
beautiful backward earlier. Just barely missed it.
What the
Oh, my neck.
Please record that.
You went
Please
right
record
out.
that. Please record that, cat.
I just can never see him over here, so weird.
Oh,
I'm short.
Please record that. I beg you, recorded that. Jesus Christ. That's the second time today Skelly's screwed.
Oh,
Our sails are okay
Yep.
for the wind. Eh?
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah. But now
record it?
we're going against it, so not much we can do.
You're a bit busy, Mr. Neo.
I've lost vision of where we're supposed to go.
What?
Yeah.
It's deadly stellar.
Where are
Nothing. Okay.
I'll be doing a fort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I.
We're doing a spot here
Why's there a hole?
Back.
because we got
You
pummeled.
got hit.
Did you get the BBCB?
Yeah.
Are we dropping anchor here, cat?
Yeah. So,
I can't believe that Skelly, man. That aimbot.
We're being shot at.
Yeah, we're going to.
Like us interfering with their forts.
They're so mean and they're so like.
I know.
They gotta be so boneheaded.
I'll help.
So
I'll take
inconsiderate.
out. I'll take out the cannon towers.
Alright, Jim, get ready on the front sail. Me and you together, and wait till we get closer. Let's raise it. All right, let's run to the back.
Yeah, we're coming in hot.
Just come
so-
part next to us if you can, guys.
Raise it up.
I mean, what?
Hey, Council. You got this.
There's a lot of cake.
They're gonna shoot us a little bit. We're fine. Just well, here, let me get you some more sail to get out. Try to get closer so they won't shoot us.
Over that.
Okay, let me. They're only shooting our top deck. We're fine. Oh no, we are taking water.
Yeah, we got a hole.
Yeah, go ahead and turn it all the way to the right, Kelso.
All right.
At least we got a couple holes. Huh?
Ow! 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 Ow!
Dude.
Right. Jim, you got the repairs? Okay, straighten it out. Straighten it out.
Hey, quit shooting me.
We're gonna try to park behind him.
Ow! What the
Oh,
heck? Stop
wow, you
shooting
didn't tell me
that. We need help
Okay.
out here.
Oh, there they come.
It's just normal skellies as well.
We're not moving anywhere.
I know. Hold on, let me get your sail back.
We haven't done one of these.
Just
for
a little
quite
bit.
some time, haven't we?
Straighten it out. We're gonna park behind him.
Me
And-
and to the fort the other day, but we technically didn't do it. We robbed the key off of.
Where was that ammo crate gone that we had?
I don't know.
Mm,
Probably out Aerodol's bum.
Oh no.
Aerodol.
up your ass.
Yeah. That's your ass.
Holy crap, my FPS.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh my god, you up.
It's a tight squeeze. I don't know how to do it.
Well, you see when you turn the wheel, you see the fiery one. That means it's centered.
Oh no,
You go straighten it out again.
Aerodol, I've made a mistake.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
About that.
That's it. We're good.
About that.
It's going upstairs.
Up top.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cake gun, Skelly.
How does the sniper not kill at you? What the
And
heck?
you know what? You know what? Just leave that Skelly there, though, Jim, so that way he can shoot any ships that come nearby.
Cakes. Lots of cakes.
So what are we doing here?
This is the fort. We gotta go out there and.
Waves of Skelly.
So we just shoot with a cannon?
No.
No, we're going to the island.
Yeah, we are stealing the cursed skeletons.
So we just go on the island?
Mhm.
Oh, got no bullets.
Okay.
I could just hear gunfire going off and explosions. Unloading in. Oh wow, look at that sunset with the skull. That's pretty.
Watch out, watch out.
Oh shoot!
Oh god!
Run,
Oh god!
run.
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
I like this song. Oh my, oh my.
Oh shit.
Oh my! Oh, he's on fire! Oh shit!
He's on fire.
That Skelly's on fire.
Cat nearly ran into me when she was on fire.
Eggs on this.
He's on
Thought.
Jim. No wimp, come on.
Oh, we got
Slim
wood.
Jim?
Come on, Jim.
I used to be a Slim Jim, but I gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh. This is when the big guy comes in, right?
On the beach, on the beach, on the beach.
What was that? You just want to say I'm fat? Ooh,
Wow.
fire.
ooh, combination.
Hug, 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 hug me.
Yeah, what a good combination.
Hug,
Somebody
hug,
hug
cat.
me. Jim. Oh, Jim.
Hug.
Oh, went out.
Hug.
I was already on fire. Somebody heard me.
Oh no,
We
oh
got a
god, what the hell?
combination pass.
He's aggressive, isn't he? What the hell? Little bit of a savage pirate.
Ow! What the heck was that?
That was Nemo. You
No, what? It was the skelly.
Rude.
Yeah.
Rude.
If anything,
I had like a sliver of health left anyway.
we're gonna have to be careful here, guys.
Somebody could have breathed on me, I would have died.
It's literally you
If
walk
we
on the
see
island,
any
you
ships
die.
around
That's-
us.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wait, what? I'm confused. What's going on?
What?
I heard a keg.
No, I said no. I
No,
said
I heard a
that
keg.
we both said
I
that.
heard a keg. I heard a keg. I heard a keg.
Clappy clap clap.
Careful, guys. Sloop inbound.
Oh.
Direction?
Direction is going to be west.
They coming in or?
Mm-hmm. I'm watching them now. You guys are good. You can
They messed with
continue.
the wrong pirates.
They're turning around. We're good.
Right, grab resources. Put
They're hiding behind a rock though, so they might try to gank us. So be careful.
Watch
Yeah,
out for
sure.
rowboat tricks.
For
Watch
sure,
out for
like-
I'm
rowboat.
watching.
Everything.
Yeah.
They don't know I'm here, so I'm watching them. Don't worry.
There's 5 more wood over here.
Okay. They're now coming. They're coming inbound
Okay.
from the west flank, westbound. All units, be advised.
We use device.
Problem is, we can't fight these guys either. That's gonna suck.
Hello. Oh no.
I see him, I see him.
That's why I told you to keep that Skelly alive on the fort, Jim. Yep, he's gonna fire at the sloop now.
Oh no. Everett,
Skelly's firing.
What was happening more than I repeat? What
Why did you do that?
Yeah, we definitely need to move to silent. Quick.
How many times have I gone in this bloody ferry? Jesus. I said, finish off your yogurt, mate. You eat that yogurt.
Oh, there's still. Oh, pineapples. There's pineapples.
Alright, the sloop's gonna be close.
Now,
Okay,
now
everyone
slooping
get
down,
ready for the-
concentrate on
for
the
the
slope.
Yeah.
Yeah, concentrate on the slope now.
There's planks in the main fort.
Yep, they're coming directly inbound.
Concentrate on the slope. There's planks in there.
No, no, but yeah,
We love you, Cat. I was expecting, oh, I'm running back to the ship.
but no, I'm going back to the
Yep,
ship.
the fort's firing at the sloop.
Alright, get ready.
And they do got aimbot.
Grab some
I
food,
saw that.
buddy.
That cannonball just auto-adjusted itself in the air. What the? They're right by our ship. They're gonna be westbound.
Be skilled.
I'm on our ship.
Are they firing at you?
No.
No, that's the fort.
I might try and board them if I can. Yeah, they're going to turn in. I'm going to try and board them.
All right. I'll go back and get his planks.
Okay, we got one at the front with the lantern. I don't know what they're doing.
Turning, really? We could do a turning.
Yeah, I can't cut. I'm gonna try and board.
Okay, one's on the front, one's on the wheel. Eridar, I see you going in, or that's Neems.
Oh, well, anchor's dropped, isn't it? Let's get the anchor up.
They're gonna crash. They're crashing inbound. Oh, they just anchored.
I anchored.
Oh, they're gonna be
What?
dead. They're gonna be so
Oh,
fucking.
these guys are so dead. Yeah,
Oh,
that
well,
made
as
a
soon as
mistake.
they- unless
Watch
they
for
wanted to
borders
make
though.
an
Watch for
alliance.
borders, okay?
Yeah, I'm watching them. They're both on their ship still. Wait, one's in the water. One's in the water.
One shot.
One of them's in the water. I think they've jumped off.
Oh, turning the brig.
Yeah, they
Good job,
jumped
good,
off,
good,
guys. Watch out in the water.
What? He's dead.
Aye, okay.
Who's on the ship?
Swimming over here.
Get him.
There is?
No,
How? Where?
I'm on their ship, mate. I'm on their ship. It's
No,
not
there's a guy in the front of our mast.
Yep. He's coming up the ladder.
I'm dead. Who the fuck killed me?
Yeah, Zephyr Ninja coming up on the side. Coming up the ladder.
Oh, he fell off. He's in the water. Careful, our nemesis. Careful. Get him, bro. Nice.
Well done, bit.
All right, well done. Now you know why I say keep them alive, Jim?
They're gone.
They're gonna sink anyway. Wait, one's in the water. Who's that? Was it Neems?
It's me, sorry.
Yeah, they're sinking. Did you see anything on their ship?
Nah, they had nothing. I'm gonna watch it go down though, just in case they come back.
Yeah. I see a lantern in the water. Watch it, or is that the ship? I don't know.
There is a lantern, which is the ship, I think.
Yep. Oh no, that's Neems.
I don't see a mermaid.
Yeah, nothing yet. They might have not spawned quick enough because but the other one might have.
We'll see. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm gonna wait and see what happens.
I'm gonna go crows real quick.
Right?
All I see is the naked skeleton in the water.
I see Neems. He's the only one I see.
Turn the ship around, Cat. I wanna get to the island.
Okay, there's a mermaid.
Yep. I see the mermaid.
It may be mine though, because I'm quite far on my ship.
Is it green?
No, it's not.
There's something out there. Like right out there.
That's the mermaid and that's Neems. That's our team.
Okay.
What about your guys' ship? You good? Who's on the island? That's Eridar.
Yeah, we're fine.
I-
Aridar's
I-
on the
I-
island.
I-
He's exploding the kegs.
Did you kill two of them, or was there only one?
There was two.
There was two. Killed
Yeah,
one.
you killed
I killed the other one.
you killed both of them, you guys.
Yeah, I think we're good, guys.
That's what it was. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Alright.
Well done. That was an easy clap.
Keep an eye out though.
I killed the big dude.
How the heck do you harpoon so well, chicks?
He has aimbot. But nobody actually.
Oh my
believes me,
god,
I see that.
cat! Jesus Christ! Cat! Kelly! Kelly! No! Kelly!
I'm running!
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Cat! Cat! Where are you? Oh, you're alive.
Ow!
Oh my god.
I am alive.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know how you survived
Number
that.
5 is alive.
Oh, so he switches to me. Okay, that's cool.
Okay, I can't bring it back to life.
Whoa! Almost
Nice.
hit you.
Sorry, Jim. I didn't actually mean to shoot them.
Bullshit.
Well, it hit me.
Right.
Not
Oh.
me, yeah, but it.
More skellies, a lot more skellies.
Oh my god, who went flying? Is that you, Herodar?
Oh, I died. That was me.
Oh no, cat.
Oh dear.
Suicide bomber. Took one for the team.
These are one of the good faults that just like it's easy to do because of the gunpowder skellies.
Yeah.
I keep seeing the green skeleton. I want to keep shooting it.
Yeah.
Oh, died by fire, so I've got a red flame now.
I don't know
We got
what
more
that
supplies
stood
over here.
thinking.
Yeah. I don't
We
know.
got different types of cannonballs.
There's gonna be a keg. There's gonna
We
be a
got blunder
keg.
bombs and fire bombs.
I missed. I repeat, I missed. Run! Save
Why did you miss? What? Save your life! Why?
Save yourself. Ooh.
Jesus Christ! That was a big explosion.
Yeah. Come on, Eames.
If anybody dies by Skelly, get the
Get the green.
Green Lantern
The Green Lantern.
from the Well of Fate on the Ferry of the Damned.
That made 0 sense to me.
I love it.
Yeah, it would make zero sense to you, trust me.
So when you die by various causes in the Sea of Thieves, you end up on the ferry. If you raise your lantern and light it from the well, the torch in the centre of the Ferry of the Damned, you will get a coloured light in your lantern.
Hey, let them get
That's
there right
very
there.
useful.
Oh,
Properly. Oh, you killed yourself!
I see that.
Herodar!
I can explain.
You did so well, and then you
I
just
know.
killed yourself.
Someone shot it. I wonder who. Kelso?
I didn't shoot the bar.
It wasn't me, because
Oh,
I
on the
watched
beach.
it. You saw me.
It was
What
fused.
did you?
It was Trix.
How?
I'm still trying to get these
The boo-boo.
skeletons.
Oh, well,
Where are
thank
the
you, Kat.
skeletons?
Appreciate it. Appreciate
That
it,
wasn't
Kat.
me.
Cheers.
That wasn't me. That was not me. I did not do that.
Just get ready to shoot it. It just blew up.
Oh,
Oh,
captains.
Oh, they're in the middle.
Oh, can I?
Oh
can I,
no!
can I, can I?
Oh no! Oh no! All right, so I need to do what now?
So, if you get your lantern out on the ferry, and there's a big torch in the middle of the ship with hands beneath it. I can't remember if it's got hands beneath it, but
This one there.
if you raise it, and it'll give you the option to light your lantern. Ooh, skelly. Ooh, more skellies.
Right click, right click. See, it
Oh
says
my
eight.
god, got a bit of situation here.
You press, is it
Oh,
right
and I'm
click?
dead.
Yeah,
I'll be
right
there
click and then
shortly.
F.
Lol, bro. Lol, cat.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, so lantern up, hold it high. I can't take one because I suicided.
Yeah,
And
it
then it
depends
should give
if
you the option, but unless it was suicide, it'll say you cannot take a flame from the Well of
Oh.
Fates. Ah, there you go. So you were murdered. Pink is
Oh
someone
shit!
murdered you.
Wow. Nemo, do you have something
Yeah.
to tell us, mate?
So you can light the lanterns on your
What?
ship with that to make it look really
What?
pretty.
What are you on
Why did you
about?
kill him? Why did you kill him?
I didn't kill him. I died on.
No.
I literally 2 skellies killed me in a bloody gunpowder.
Dude, he
What?
has.
Well, it wasn't me because I was dead before he was, so it's not me.
Sure. Don't trust him, honestly. I really wouldn't trust him.
Oh, captains.
No, I'm trapped. No, run. Oh,
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
Jim.
I saw dude. I fucking.
got-
Oh
I
shit.
got body blocked.
Oh, the
Any
two-faced hand.
sign of the sloop?
They will probably come back.
I don't know because this has been AFK for the past 10 minutes or 15 minutes, so we might have been played here.
Might have to
Face
keep it up.
Scoundrel, let's go!
When I get back home.
Oh,
I can
get
just
him,
do
get
it.
him.
Oh, shit!
That really hurts.
Well, it would up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I got murdered by a teammate. Yeah, thanks. Cool.
Ah! He's gone somewhere else.
He's one of the rare ones to get. Usually you get
Where's
the
he gone?
helmet.
Where's he gone? Where's he gone?
Um,
Oh, on the beach, on the beach, on the beach.
Yeah.
I like how you can hear them in the middle
Careful,
of the street. That's so
careful,
cool.
run.
Yeah.
All I hear is a
Keg, there
skeleton.
was a keg somewhere.
No,
I
there was
can't on this fault now. I'm pretty sure there's none. Ah!
No, you're probably right.
Can I vote in?
Stuck under, the
Hello?
thing. Stuck under the boardwalk.
I think I'm infinite.
Under the
Oh, there you go.
boardwalk. Oh, you
Reload.
scoundrel. What's that? Oh, I got one.
Ah, thanks.
Where's the bugger? Where's he gone now?
It's gone back right back up from where it was.
I don't even know what the ammo boxes are.
There's one where
It's
Nemo
on the
is.
bridge. Oh, it was on the bridge. It's gone now.
There's one where Nemo is.
Oh, that's a lot of skellies. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he's seen me! No! Errol, save me, he's coming
for you.
over.
He's coming for
Well,
you.
you know, it sucks to be you. Bye.
And it's
Oh, I'm dead.
Ooh.
He came for me, he spotted me. Oh, damn it.
I guess we got that weird glitch.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
You
There you go.
foul beast.
Hello, cat. Hello, cat.
Do we have the ashen keys here for a reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, they open your ashen chest on your ship.
Are we supposed to pick these up, or we're supposed to be leaving them here?
Leave them there. for
Oh, he's
now.
after me!
As long as you remember where they are.
Yeah,
Put him
remember
in
that.
like, a place,
There's the
yeah.
ammo.
Weirdos.
Hey,
I
my
forget
daughter.
that glitch, I guess.
Can we actually get some help here, you useless bitches?
I'm dead.
And by that I mean Jim and Trix.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, my bad, guys. And I had to go outside.
It is a little bit
Bombs.
suspicious, I know what you mean, because we had this the other day.
I don't know if it's a glitch or it's just somebody's here.
Tricks and Errol and I'm on about. Remember the other day on that stream when
Yeah.
there was a mermaid there the whole time and someone was there, so do be careful.
Yeah, no, I still see the mermaids, so watch it. But we did take both out, though, unless they might have a random third on
Yeah,
the
but we
sloop.
said that the other day, didn't we? At the fort, and then there was so
Have to trust the mermaids.
I don't trust them.
I was
What?
looking right at the island too, so that's really suspicious.
Yeah, just be mindful.
Oh,
when
he
you
might be
open-
hiding somewhere. Or just keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Maybe in one of the towers. Actually, there's a keg in the top right tower. With our ship. Let me go grab
Yeah,
that.
I do see it, but it looks like it's placed.
Skellies.
Oh dear, Aerodol, you're about to get company.
I know.
Well, it's 2 up here actually. I'm actually
Can I
gonna.
help this guy? Hey, what the fuck does he want from me, right? No, please, no.
Ow! He wanted to hug, but you said no.
I know, right?
Give me a hug.
Let me just
He's a
fuse
little too
this.
aggressive with the hug.
Oh man, he's right on the ammo box.
What was that? That was a cake.
That was,
It was me. I said that I was exploding a keg up to the crow's nest so people can't jump down and blow our ships up.
But explode them in the tower. Just for.
Explode them next to the bloody scoundrel.
I am.
Wow, cat.
Where's
Wow.
Nemo?
Don't you. If anyone shoots this keg, I'm going to be very cross. This is being used for means of.
I got a target on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Fucked.
Oh no! Get. I'm trapped.
Wow, Nemo.
And
Wow.
Oh no.
Wait, what was the other keg? Wait, there was 2? What was the other keg, guys? Oh, you died. Oh no.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh,
don't die! Ah!
Don't
Don't die.
yeah.
He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! Woohoo!
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh, do
Right,
do
so we
do
have more
do
skull
do.
here and a key to the fortress.
Okay, let's keep an eye out for ships. Tricks be good.
Where is?
Now we're a bigger
our
bullseye
new
than before.
pirate?
I'm coming.
Where's our... Right.
Does
Hold on.
anybody hear the crazy snoring?
No.
No, actually.
Cool.
No.
It worked.
No.
At
Ah, that's the
last.
suppressing thing on, isn't it?
All right, launching
I
in now.
turned it on, yeah. The new Discord thing, I turned it on.
Gun
here.
Yeah.
What's up?
away.
Hello, hello.
That thing works
this is
good.
here we go. Open your first fort.
Guns away.
How do I?
Yeah.
Everyone
How do I
put the
do this?
guns away.
Over here, where I am. That's
It's
the
the-
doorway.
Oh.
Everyone put their guns
Discord
away.
thing works really
Jim,
great.
put your
I
guns
like it.
away. Everyone put your guns away.
I don't. What are you playing, Nemo?
Fire no.
This is why
No.
you raid forts.
No.
Fire.
Bad, Jim.
Shoot. Okay, should I shoot now? Which one should I shoot?
No.
The big one?
No.
No.
What?
No.
Why would you shoot?
What if it was a
Da,
misfire?
da.
Don't do it. Jim,
Explosive barrel, huh?
Very
a few.
explosive barrel.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that destroy all the chests?
Ow!
No, it would just destroy it and the money.
So who's harpooning?
Oh no!
Oh my god, a boat!
Oh, you're
it!
Oh,
Oh.
I literally said to you, it would destroy all the rep and the money,
It's
and then he
okay.
froze
It's
it.
okay. It's okay.
I mean, I know I shot you earlier, but and that was obviously payback, obviously. Oh,
You okay?
So what does that do, particularly?
What the keg?
It doesn't destroy anything.
No,
It
it just
it
destroyed
destroys ships, yeah.
me. It destroyed me as well.
But it's an extra special strong
And it's expensive. But,
exploding
you
cake.
know,
And it's expensive and it's people
Well, it was
spend their
expensive.
lives
it was, yeah. Keyword.
finding
it was.
these.
It
because-
was. It, no longer.
So it's worth a lot of money?
It's
Yeah.
worth a lot of money.
Like 3-4k each.
Thank you, Aradar. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Bye.
Anytime.
Double is it?
Anytime. Yeah, it's double. Actually, no, I don't think it's.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Sunday.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need to
Oh,
do.
yeah,
Yeah, we need to do another.
You cocked up even more, mate.
I know. We need to do another for fuck
And
off.
rep as well. I know I blew one up as well, but I'm guessing that was just payback for me doing it.
No, that was just me wanting to blow everything up.
Yeah, I mean, I told Jim not to do it, and then I knew that someone else was behind me.
You can't see such things, mate. Like honestly.
Somebody needs to be on the brig harpooning things.
Just put it on that rock.
If Trix would be kind enough.
He knows pro when he sees one. Huh?
I suppose we'll. Should we take the Chestosaurus just to deal with it? Also, we'll give it to him to hand in.
Alright, give me just 1 second, be right back.
What?
Oops. Sorry.
Fuck? Oh,
I was trying to load myself into a cannon, but instead I shot myself out. You know what I mean.
No, look, you do realize that nearly hit me, right? It would have been really fun for you to hit.
No, I have no clue. Why can't I pick up 2 skulls? That's so silly.
No, that is
I'm only using one hand.
For your cutlass. Yeah.
No,
I don't.
That's not a logical thing.
Oh, dang.
We've all, most people have said, why can't we hold like 2 things at once? Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
some of the
especially as
items
it
you
goes
think you
round on
would.
your belt when you climb up the ladder.
Yeah. Oh, ruby gem.
I got the smallest little thing.
Alright, guys, give me 1 second. Hold on.
This boat rocking those. Somebody needs to stop rocking this boat.
Ugh.
Oh no.
Oh, by the time
Oh, that chest.
by the time we've got this loot on board, hopefully there'll be another skull up so we don't get crackened.
Hey, Trix. Or Jim. Here you go. Shoot this.
Oh, no, I'm leaving that right there.
Why?
We'll deal with that, don't worry. We'll
Yeah,
deal with
that'll be a
You don't
last.
like, you don't like the crying one, huh?
No.
It fills up your ship. Just keep bailing and stuff.
It's a very unhappy chest.
It's a very cry bitchy chest. That's what it is.
Very annoyed. I actually had it sync my.
Is it because you don't want the song to play? You don't want to play the music?
I can't hit it.
Come on. There you
You
go.
just gotta make it happy.
Oh, no, that doesn't work either.
Yeah, people used to play music at it and it never worked. People thought playing music at it used to calm it down. But it don't.
Yep. Nope.
It never did?
No.
No.
It's a hopeless chest.
A hopeless check. It goes for a lot. Especially
Yeah,
at
but
this
still
sort.
hopeless.
There's more
It's not
skulls in
hopeless,
here,
is it?
I think. I think there's one more skull in here.
I think there's also a relic as well. Oh no, you took the relic. Oh yeah,
I got the
that's
goblet.
well. Yeah, there's a way of getting that, but you have to sort of jump. There we go. God. There's another something else in there as well. Okay.
So anybody think we have a lot of loot? Or is this not considered a lot of loot?
We're not doing badly, are we?
I mean, I've seen more, but it's a lot of loot. So for
What if we had it all on one boat?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's
Yeah,
a lot
pile
of
it all up.
Well,
Cat, is there an outpost nearby?
Daggertooth, I would imagine.
Oh, Daggertooth's a bit annoying to hand in. Galleons, maybe?
Probably go to galleys, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I think there's a ship. No, actually, no. No, there's not. I should be galleon. I'm dreaming.
There's,
Yeah,
yeah,
Gallons is probably
Gallons.
there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's northeast.
Yeah.
2 squares.
Yeah, we might as well.
Or 1.5 squares.
Oh?
All right. It's
it's
ready.
like 6,000 miles.
What? What?
1.5 squares, like 6,000 miles.
Feels like it sometimes.
Jim, get out of the way, man. Stop running into me. Jesus Christ. Alright, Cat, we're gonna have to deal with this Chestosaurus.
Right, I'm just fetching resources.
Who's in the town? Oh, who is that? Oh, she's sniping at me. Come on, man. Dealing with a Chestosaurus here. No sniping. He's gonna start crying as soon as I get on the ship. Watch. Ready? Oh.
Does it work? Does it work? If you stick it in the rowboat, does it still?
No.
So are we done, or are we going to get the rest of the food or whatnot, or doesn't matter anymore?
We'll just go to the outpost. We're fine. We're done.
Yeah, there's a lot of food on there, but
Wait, isn't there maps for them?
it's
wait.
planks and cannibals. We're sort of quite
There's
short.
maps in there for them to dig up. Remember?
Oh yeah. We need to dig up them. Oh, we need to dig up the maps. Yes, indeedy.
Don't be greedy.
Ooh, so look in your quest, your map.
Wait, Kat, can you? Oh, okay, there we go. I'll put this
Oh,
back on
sorry,
the
what?
beach. No, sorry. I'll put it back on the beach. I was about to say if you watch this, but I'll put it back on the beach so we can just grab it when we have to go. We actually have a map here,
Yeah.
which we can give to them. There you go. Nice one. That's not Russian chest. Did you grab the keys and stuff? Oh my God, Kat. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it.
I thought that was 3 skeletons. There's someone coming after you.
Bloody 1,000 skellies on fire. I still need to do that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying
Bloody
to do.
Liz and Damien have done it. I'm just like, what? How? How have you done that?
You just go around.
And the thing
Reflection.
is, they've done it because they kept throwing fire bombs at me.
Oh, a map?
Yes, you may have a map on this
Do you have a
board
map,
in your pocket, and you'll be able to dig up keys or chests.
In
or
my
something.
pocket.
I think
Yeah,
we
in your
have
pirate pocket.
we have a Reaper's map.
When you press A, you should see stuff.
I found a humble gift. I found more humble gifts in here. Is this worth
That's
nothing?
from digging up.
They're pretty crap. No, it's just in the vault itself, and that inside the
loot.
vault.
Yeah, in the
In the
vault.
vault, yeah.
In the vault.
So so you should have
And
a
I'm
like
green.
where you had the gold hoarders map for the island. In the same place, there will be a map that's appeared for this island because of
Picking up
maybe
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, if somebody in your crew picked up secret notes from the
Wait,
skeleton.
Jim.
So I don't have to do anything?
Yeah.
If you press E, you should. If there
What
is
about
a
a
map.
controller?
Yeah, we didn't get one.
What about a
Oh, you,
controller?
you didn't get one. Are we
yeah,
missing?
yeah.
Oh, are we
No, we're
missing?
not. It's only one map in it. I forgot about that. It's only one map. We must have picked it up. It's alright. We
Yeah.
gave them that.
Yeah. I thought there was more than that.
Okay, we
Anyway.
can.
Should
You
be.
start
We got
understanding.
because we got the keys. So somebody got the key.
Oh shit! Wait. Just Sora's cat. Did you get it?
It's crying,
No.
crying.
Oh yeah, because it sinks your ship when it cries, huh?
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
indeedy.
But there is a trick. You can't hang off the ladder.
I'm back, you son of
Okay,
bloody-
I
so
was solely
Are we
stupid one time, but it sucked.
Yeah,
my
we
shit.
Come
knew-
back.
Thank you.
We're gonna head to Galleon's. Have you thought any lyrics for that, Erica?
No, I haven't.
Not yet.
Right, northeast. There's an outpost.
Aye,
Yeah,
Captain
go
True Walker.
Indeed.
Follow the True Walker. Follow the True Walker.
Mhm.
You need.
Just call me Dead-Eye Daisy.
Dead-Eye Daisy. Is
Did I Daisy? Yeah.
And Toothless Bill.
Poop that Pete. And Crater Face.
Crater Face Muck Shorty Pants.
Are we gonna try and finish that off tonight, or?
I don't know if tonight, but we will eventually.
Mm-hmm.
alright, so now what? We're leaving?
What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a
heading for
little
the
bit,
outpost
probably.
now to hand everything in.
I'm I hear music.
We've got a skelly ship on us,
It's on us,
or
it's
you,
on us.
or
It's on us. We left.
I
that.
have heavy music. I need
It's a heavy. Oh.
I need somebody.
Oh,
We need
gosh.
to turn a little bit.
Where's my crew?
right. You can
Your
use
crew
all
is,
your loot now.
Where?
that cat.
At least
turn
you don't
people
Kraken.
She says that because she
I can't
because
hear
she knows
anybody
it's spawning.
on my
It's
side.
on us. It's on us.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
Phil.
on.
Yeah, it's on
Where's
the-
Trix?
Oh
You don't know where
shit.
Trix is?
Houston.
He ran away.
You have a problem?
Why?
might have a
Why are we not
problem.
firing at the cannon?
We
At the
will.
ship?
Come on.
Because I had to put the bloody thing away, and we have
Hi,
an egg as
Trix.
well.
And we-
Wherever you are. Where's
And we
Trix?
don't have supplies.
Is he really gone?
Yeah, he's okay.
We don't even have supplies,
Oh.
let alone it.
What are you on about? Come on.
Is he getting
We
off?
have 35 cannonballs.
Are we going to help them or what?
Nah, we
Yeah.
good.
We don't have
Yeah, we
resources
do.
to help anyway.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we do. Go
Jeez,
check the
everyone
cannonballs.
two at one
I got so
time,
many. And they're all
We
loaded.
definitely could use your help.
Yeah, we could use your help actually.
Right, I'm repairing and bailing.
Yeah, we got cannonballs down below and we got wood. I'll make sure of that.
You got wood.
Yeah, we got wood.
61 planks.
They're gonna crash into us. No.
Yeah, they're gonna crash into you, and there's no way we're catching up.
I'm down below repairing.
Race for impact. Oh shite.
Alright, you wanna jump on?
Yeah, no. I'm on the wheel.
Yeah, we're not catching up to you anytime soon.
Yeah, we're gonna slow down. Race front, memes.
There's something purple in the water.
Yeah, that's a megalodon.
Yeah,
It's coming right at us.
Fight the mag. You know what? Fight the mag. We got this. Don't worry, we got this.
They have supplies there, dog.
Oh, we only got one guy for cannons.
Yeah, they're sort of a man down with us. That's not really.
No, it's okay. They got this. Hold your fire. Whoever shot that Hail Mary.
Me.
Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker. How dead.
Uh-oh.
Daisy.
Ow!
Dead eye. Daisy.
I shot him though.
All the names.
No, I'm not holding fire. We're doing
He's
well.
coming
eh?
right for me.
Dude, aim below. That's what I'm
I
saying.
am.
Where is he?
It's just the waves. Cat, back me up.
Oh,
The
no,
waves are
okay.
terrible. They're bloody-
Trix is in the water.
Trixie's.
Yeah, he got knocked off.
Did we kill the Meggie?
Yeah, kill them.
Yeah, kill the meg.
Did we? Is my question.
You
Yeah,
yes.
you'll know when you have, because she'll pop up and.
Shh.
Very,
Right, they're
very
second dead. They're
dramatic
second dead. They're gonna go
scene.
down. They're gonna go down. They're done. They're done. These are gone.
Okay.
Where'd
And
you go?
there's some loot involved, so you might want to get the
Well
loot.
done. Well done.
I think we lost her. Really?
You think we lost her?
Good
Oh.
job, guys. Well done.
Indeed, well done. Okay, now you might want to drop your anchor to fight Meg, just so you guys know. Drop
You
anchor,
lost
drop
her.
anchor.
We should go and help them.
Wow, you lost the Meg. How could you lose the Meg? Anyway, just drop anchor.
She came at my face and I
Outpost,
shot her in
we
her
lost
face.
her.
She despawned already.
We lost her.
We shot her a couple times, she attacked us once, and...
We're gonna grab this loot from the skelly
She's
ship.
shy.
I actually, she actually brought her face to my cannon and I shot her straight in the throat.
Okay. Right, okay. Shittosaurus is crying.
Yeah,
What are we looking for?
no, we got this. We're just gonna bail. We're just gonna bail. It's okay.
Okay, how many bits we got? How many bits? 4 bits?
Is there anything in there to get or no?
I think
Yeah, there should be.
taking care of it.
Yay, there's some loot, guys.
Maybe.
We've got a ritual skull and a skeleton captain's chest. Well, oh, hello, Brick. I see you there. I didn't even see you.
I can't switch out my weapon. I don't want a weapon. I don't want a weapon.
Press X.
Jim, whoever's on the... Yeah, I'm moving it closer for you, look. There you go.
Somehow I hit that one through the water.
Come on, you can get this. Come on.
Cat, let's go.
Hey,
To
Come
the-
get me, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, get the chest.
You got it.
No, I have one. I'm right here.
There's the anchor.
But you can see it.
There you go. Anything else or no?
Nasty one.
Yeah, there's another thing next to me.
Guys, it's another fort that spawned. Let's go. Come on, hurry up, bitches.
Wow, I just lagged.
Here, watch out.
Oop. that works.
Where's Nemo?
I'm helping them with the loot.
Oh,
What's
right,
this
okay.
person in the water?
It's
Why is
me,
it a
it's me, it's my mermaid. I'm gonna take it from this up.
Is Trix still with us, or did we
I
lose
think he's
him?
talking on his stream, I think.
Wow, so he's basically
Come on,
ignoring us. That's so rude of you, Trix.
No, he's AFK. No,
Well, he's AFK, that's
okay.
so...
He's been AFK for a long time.
Yeah, he's disappeared.
Alright, let's head to the
Little bit
other
sail?
cell, and...
And
yeah,
go to
you-
Norfolk. Sell and then go to
Yeah,
Norfolk.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
As long as Trix doesn't log out, because he...
He will not log. No, he's still moving.
Alright, so we're heading back out. Which direction again?
Right behind you, I believe.
Literally,
Follow us.
no, literally straight ahead. Straight ahead north.
Oh, straight ahead.
You can see it, yeah. you
Alright,
can
so yeah, behind me.
see it,
Yeah. No need to get the anchor back up.
Anytime.
We'll make sure that these guys actually hand in each bit of loot so they get them.
Yes. Yeah, we get the maximum benefit.
Mhm.
We just stick it all on the dock.
Yeah.
Can anybody just take that if you're at the dock? We got some music.
What the heck?
Oh my god.
What's that?
Move
you
your
have-
sails and get moving!
Go.
What's going on?
Big boo boo.
We've had it now.
We're getting that ship now.
Please be a slope.
Yeah, there's a ship right next to us.
That's
Right,
it.
right next to us,
Yeah, that's a big one.
Turn it off. To do what, Imo? We have no reason.
Oh, where we
They're on their own.
going?
And Twix is back
Yeah.
on their ship, don't worry.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's
fix them
illegal.
sails. Oh, yeah, we're going slow.
You might want to take
Yeah.
those guys out
We're against
before
the
you
wind.
come here. Don't bring them to us, thank you.
I'm totally bringing them to you.
Oh, drop it there. I can drop it.
We have numbers.
I'm raising south. It's fine, don't worry.
Alright,
We're
I'll
just going to
try to
tap
get
it a little bit.
Good, of course, it's attacking us.
Aaron, I'll tell you what we'll do, actually. Let's grab supplies as well, because then we can use cannonballs against them to help.
Because I have a feeling there.
Yeah, because they're going to struggle.
Harpoon us and pull us forward, can somebody?
Yeah, we have the anchor
Purple
down.
dust? What's with the purple dust?
It's a curse for your ship.
Hey. Yeah, we're getting hit by 3 cannonballs each.
Oh god.
Somebody get this Chestosaurus
Yeah.
off the bottom.
Yeah, put it on the
Yeah,
dock.
they're gonna destroy
Oh,
us.
he's gonna try to ram us. He's gonna try to ram us. Oh my god. He's hitting us.
Our cannonballs.
They're next to us.
Oh god. You can actually feel the despair in the fight.
Throw the water on them.
Okay, I got 10 cannonballs. I'm going to see if I can fire on them.
We still anchored. Where's our anchor?
They just puke.
Wow, you just hit a rock. Oh my god. We
Throw the water on them.
Yeah.
Oh, they're firing on us now. Excellent.
That's actually a good thing that let's start. If we can pivot a bit, I can get some hits on them.
Look at them. What the fuck are they doing to you guys?
Turn!
Turn left, turn left.
Oh, what the? No.
Trucker. Focus.
Hello?
Hello, should I hello?
Check for water. Check for water.
Screenshots.
Why are you walking?
Oh
Big
my
shit,
god, she's
screenshot. I'm sorry.
screenshotting.
Yeah, because it's nice to have memories of your voyages.
Yeah, you're right.
Alright, so how am I supposed to get on the island?
Holes, we got holes.
Okay, you guys want to slow down. Just bring your ship back.
Ain't nobody got I ain't got a way to do that. Nobody's on deck.
We got one up.
I have to take another 360, so.
Okay.
If there's any repairs needed, just do that.
I had to get some health. I got shot in the face by a
Hold it,
blunderbuss.
hold it, hold it.
They blasted me good. They killed Trick, so he's dead.
They killed Trix, he's dead. Oh my god.
Alright,
You
get
got
ready,
shot.
get ready. Okay, you don't have to run cannons.
Deck and he got shot.
How are these skelly ships now firing 2 cannonballs at one time?
Oh, they can fire even 3 at one time.
Turning, keep turning, skelly ship, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning.
Oh, I
keep
haven't got any bloody...
Keep turning, keep turning, keep turning.
Oh, this is
I'm on the skelly ship, I'm on it.
a risky maneuver.
Oh no. 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 Rock.
The sail's too heavy.
Holes on it.
I can hear water coming in,
we
but I
got- we
can't
got
see
it.
where
They're,
it's
they're
coming
near,
from.
they're
Oh, I
near
see.
they're near the stairs, the first deck.
Okay. It's good to know.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
You're not gonna
Turning
die.
left.
You're not gonna
Turning
die.
left.
I am gonna die.
You're not gonna die. You can.
There you go. Take shots if you can.
Bombs. Someone get a bomb hole here so I can protect it.
Oh, he turned away. Last minute.
Okay. Rocks in the way.
Shit, what? Just a few bottom holes and I can protect.
They're going around to the other side.
Right, we've only got 5 cannonballs left, by the way.
Wow. Yeah, bulldoze.
Let me go on the outpost so we can go.
So close.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Could you?
Nope, they're still away now. They're too far away.
No, they'll circle the outpost and
Yeah.
then... But if you can get closer...
You guys said you had cannonballs. Get your cannonballs.
I really need help down there. Like, I'm holding position, but I
This is
need
where we're
help.
supposed to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or no?
I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna die
is.
in a minute.
I bet.
Yeah. I'm dead.
Well done.
Yeah. Gee, well done. I had no holes to protect.
No, well done. As in, you did a good job, bro.
They are literally. They've got quite a lot of water, but they're not like over the stairs at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I was gonna say that's gonna hit us. Wow.
Oh, found 3 cannonballs. Loads of planks.
I'm just throwing your. You idiot! Don't do that! Oh my god, Rix! Ah, someone just shooting. I'm begging you.
Right, he's getting bored that ship again. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Okay. That's now. Sunshine.
Anchor.
Oh, you! I swear to God, dude. I'm gonna.
Maybe we need help with the anchor.
Huh?
We need help with the anchor. I think Trix is muted too.
Where are
I
they?
forgot.
Where are they?
We're all good?
Are they round the back? Stuck around the back?
Tricks, you're still muted, dude.
Yeah, Trix, you're muted.
Wow. Good launch.
Jeez.
Cat, they said they had like 60
So,
like fucking 10. I took
we're
them
turning
out.
stuff in now?
No. We need to destroy the enemy ship before we do
Right,
anything.
there's 11 cannibals in our what's the
Okay,
thing
and
in
I
there?
have 10 on me.
Alright, next
bring it some
time. Next time they come around, I'm gonna ball them and you guys just hit like bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it must be very slow.
Where are
I
they?
can hear them firing. Are they firing on somebody else?
No, they come around this side. They come around the other
Okay.
side. This side behind us. Behind us. Need to pivot.
Okay, let's try
We'll
and...
wait for them to go. Yeah. Pivot. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're quite low in the water. Let me.
Come on, we got this, come on.
Where are they?
They will be on us anytime.
Oh, what a shot! Oh my god, I'm literally on them. Booyah!
Wait, what? Bro, I no longer see... Oh, there they
I
are.
see them right there.
I'm literally about to be on them. I'm gonna
Nice.
hold on to that ladder for a bit until you guys start firing.
What if we hit you on the ladder?
Oh, that would be cool. I'm gonna eat a cannonball.
No, I missed. Oh,
I see
damn it!
that.
I'm not on the ship. I'm still running around in
Damn it!
cannibals.
I missed, guys. I missed.
3,
Yes, okay.
Oh, geez, your mass is right there.
9. Right, it's cannibals up on the second deck of this.
Come on, mermaid. Yeah, mermaid. Oh. What it? This game with its mermaids. Come on.
Come on, guys, you got this.
21 cannibals.
Make me proud.
We can't move because we're
Yeah, no, let them be because...
I would come back to you guys, but a mermaid is not spawning. Like, oh, it spawned miles away from me. Great, good job. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate it, Dan.
Cannibals.
Oh, he's gonna try to ram us. Or one of you.
Okay, my mermaid's fucked, guys. And it's now gone behind me. Seriously, make your mind up.
Come on,
He's turning away again.
sink your fucking ass already.
Wow, that was.
Wow, they're persistent.
Alright, I'm coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Have we not got any cursed cannibals that we could use on them?
We have loads.
We've got anchor ball, peace ball.
Pivot.
God. No, let them be.
Can't pivot because, can't pivot, can we? Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ, they're persistent.
So we got a
Oh.
piece of it.
Let me see if I can get on board. Again.
Buggers. Right, I'm going to go back up to the top, get more cannibals.
Oh my god, I just landed on a rock. That was epic.
I kind of want to just go onto the ship and start throwing these big, round, busty ball things.
Yeah, go.
Yeah,
go,
do it,
go.
do it.
Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
No, you can.
Yeah, anything goes, you know? Anything goes.
Right, I'm on their ship. I'm gonna see where they are. They're literally second deck, guys. And at least I'm gonna die, but at least I've told you where they are. They're on the second deck, so do top holes now.
Yeah.
And I'm
You
distracting them.
Troubles
More
around.
cannibals. Ooh, that's a long way down.
I don't think we have any more.
Yeah, we're really low on cannonballs, just so you guys know.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
got
I'm
three.
bringing some more.
Give me some more.
We got 3 cannonballs and a bunch of chain shots.
Dude, okay, we need,
Oh, I have-
we need to restock.
Can't
big time.
believe we didn't find a storage crate.
I know, right?
Oh, I'm dead, but they're second deck, so you'll be able
Yeah.
to sink them anytime.
We will try.
Right, we
we'll
now got
go.
19. Use the curse cannonballs on them.
I don't even do
That's
that. Just get
A couple of shots in.
Are they coming
Nice,
up right
well,
side or
that's
left
cool.
side?
They are literally about 2 hits from going down.
Sounds
That's how
good.
close they are.
Sounds good.
I got on and then went down the stairs, and then literally the water was like up to my. Fun.
Wow.
Yeah, where they at?
Yeah, they're just-
They are behind the island northwest. A minute, coming round.
Aye, aye,
From the
Captain,
right hand
sure.
side.
Captain, my captain. Hello, Neil.
Where? Oh, where are they? They're slow.
It's because they got loads of water. They get slower.
Hey, baby,
Tricks!
Trix, you son of a bitch! Dude, fuck off, Trix, fuck off.
No, he's brought the bloody thing. I can see what he's doing.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
take that, Chestosaurus. Right.
Oh my god. What the? Jim, fuck you too, dude. Fuck all of you. Ah. Okay, so I'm sorry for that you have to play with such
Oh
a
no,
fucking-
Tricks, no! No, Tricks, no. No, Tricks! Oh, he killed me. Damn it.
Oh, they're there. They're there.
This is not the time. This is the time.
Trix is just pink Trix. I love it.
Just midway through.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn this right side.
Right, you've now got 24 cannonballs. Don't use them all at once.
Anchor.
Have we got any hits on them yet?
No,
Oh,
but we will now. I feel it in my bones.
Okay.
Ooh, that hit.
Screw these up. I swear to God, I'm just gonna. Please turn around, because I've just wasted it
We're
otherwise.
still spinning.
Why are we still spinning?
Oh my god.
Why are we still
you
spinning?
spin me right.
I'm baby, right round.
Okay, I'm about to be on this shit. I might just chuck, should I just chuck a bucket of water on their shit as I go past?
Yeah, just do it.
Just throw buckets of water on their ship.
Yeah, because we have
Alright.
nothing left
I'm
of
gonna,
this.
I'm,
Turn me
gonna,
right.
I'm gonna go do this.
Turn me right side.
Right, everybody board the skelly ship. Look, I'm going to be the best. Best option
Oh
right
my
now.
God, they just need top deck. They are so nearly down right now.
Okay.
Someone please like throw water onto their ship.
Yeah, on it.
They're probably like 6 buckets away.
Yeah.
Look at this, look.
Why not?
Oh, nice. Right, they're anchored now.
Yeah, but can you get shots on them from there?
Well, if I use the same cannon, probably, yeah.
Yeah, if you can, that would be absolutely epic.
Nims, get the cannonballs, Nims.
Oh, we got a hole. We got a hole. Protect it. Protect it with your life, Aaron.
Protect your lives.
No, protect it.
What's going on here? They're leaving.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We got this. We got this. We got this. Come on, Nims.
Come on, protect it. Protect the holes with your life.
We got this. We got. They're almost down. They're almost down.
They're down. They're down. They're down. They're down.
They're done. They're done. They're done. Well done. Well
Yes,
done.
yes,
well
yes,
done.
yes. We did it
See
finally.
the captain on the back right. Captain on the back.
Yeah.
They're down. They're down. They're down.
Hey, wow. What a pesky
Oh,
blooming
yeah.
galleon that was.
All that took was 2 holes, and it was. Hey.
I blame
Cool.
Twix actually.
More treasure.
Oh, I got black screen. Damn it.
I'm underneath the ship. I'm sinking with the
That's
ship.
cool. That's so cool.
I got slid into the ship.
Fast. My
I
God.
can't move.
Aww.
Look how many holes everyone's got that, like,
I drowned to
Yeah,
death.
yeah.
damage this ship.
Ow, they blended us to me. Ow, how rude. You're sinking, you still blended us to me. How rude. Messed up. I almost died. And murdered me and even when I died. Is that another ship?
Should we unload? At least while we're here. While
Yeah.
people are collecting.
Yeah. We should.
And check to make sure we're not taking on any water.
Where do I put screenshots in Trix's channel?
in media.
Alright, so where do we go for all this stuff?
There's loot.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna bring our robot names.
What loot we got though? Oh, captain's chest. That's good.
Yeah, I'm
Richmond
bringing
score.
I'm bringing the robot there.
Right, let me find it.
Yeah. Kels, you start selling, my dear friend. Okay.
Huh? I do what?
Start selling to.
Just sell everything. Yeah.
Yeah, sell
Okay.
everything.
You have a strong accent, so I have to try really hard to understand you.
I am sorry.
Who do I sell to? Not
To
the hoarder, right?
everyone.
Really?
Got the noob accent.
Well, Skulls go to. You.
Wow, what the heck? It rejected me. I got rejected. That was rude.
Skulls go to our souls. The lady in the.
I got a spice chest.
That goes to the merchant alliance.
Merchant.
They're on the dock. Wow, the waves are killing my harpoon skills.
Wow, look at all
Okay.
this loot, guys.
It's a lot of loot.
Okay, there is something wrong with this one. Okay, there you go.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I fell in the water.
Cat, should we just all start putting this on the dock for them?
Yeah, put
Yeah,
it.
just, yeah,
See?
I'm just waiting to upload another
Oh, you're uploading stuff.
image.
Wow.
She's being cat.
Mr. Sorrows?
All the loot shows.
That almost
I got
took
it,
me
Jim. I got it.
Yeah, cool.
Wait,
Wow.
Cat, we need to turn the ship a minute. Like, I have to jump
Am
on the
I,
back.
am I stuck on a wheel or something? What's going on?
We need to turn because otherwise I'm gonna have to just keep hopping off the.
Yeah,
Back
yeah,
on.
yeah.
I'm just gonna get a bit
Bro.
closer.
Row. Row.
Right. We need to get rid of the Reaper's chest, don't we, actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that
Yeah.
after this, can't we? Don't know.
Yeah.
We can't even do it now anyway.
Yeah, we don't want to have somebody come attack us more ourselves, though.
Yeah.
Don't do any pinging. Oh, we do not want to be pinging up in the air. Ah!
Oh my god, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Hey,
doing now?
any chests or anything here?
We're gonna work on it. Give me just a second. Because apparently.
Cat, if that was a sloop, then I've been, yeah, definitely. Oh, what are you guys doing? You're doing the worse than us. Oh my god, no, drop the anchor. Drop it.
There you go. Then you can.
Oh my
We'll
gosh.
just have a nudge. We'll just have a nudge. Just leave the anchor where it is.
Damn it.
Let's push
We're
him
good,
back
we're
now.
good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Stop.
We're all good.
We're good, we're good, we're good. We're good now.
Body blocking.
Right, so if we leave stuff outside the relevant
There you go.
merchant and then
Yeah. He can.
Or you just be lazy
just
and then
sell it.
just chuck it all for lazy person.
Wow, Nemo.
Just chuck it everywhere. Oh, I fell off the ship for being lazy. God damn it.
Do you guys also miss hearing Trix speak? Because I haven't heard his voice
No.
in half an hour.
Yes, no, I do. Do miss it.
Trix, are you still alive? Or,
Yeah, I'm good. Just, I had some stuff going on, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
it's okay.
Yeah, I was running back and forth.
Should be done off stream, my dear friend, not on stream, okay? How many times must I tell you?
Well, Well, you know, I gotta make revenue, man. Gotta make profit somehow.
I know, bro. Come on. And we also discussed about that private show. What the fuck now? What happened? Are you
Yeah.
cheating on me again?
Well, that's not cheerbits. That's gold coins.
Ah, fuck. I will have to convert it then.
Yeah. Well, the currency's a little more scarce compared to cheerbits.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll make the change.
Yeah. My bad. I was checking some of my security footage just to see what was going on. It's suspicious activity outside my house.
Oh.
Now I was gonna have to run outside and take care of business.
God.
Yeah, I got my camera set here on my other monitor, man. Why do you think I need all my screens? I like to see what's going around the house.
Oh, that's one way to put it, fixed.
Heck yeah, I'm not gonna say what and where and who, but yeah, I'm checking.
Got a lot of ritual skulls.
Are we keeping
Yeah.
the ritual skull for Fort of the Damned?
I thought we were doing the other fort.
How about doing the Fort of the Damned instead? That's
We've-
extra fucking. Come on.
Yeah, we were short of a lot of lights.
It doesn't matter. We're gonna
we?
get them. Come on. Where's your?
Lightning.
Where's the cat I know?
Yeah,
Okay.
where's the cat we know? We're keeping the skulls, the ritual skulls. Don't sell them.
Oh
We got
yeah,
red and
sorry.
blue,
Well,
we've got
now you.
pink, but we haven't got green.
We're gonna get them all of them. Don't worry.
Sorry, Trent. You just turned the look.
And the Reapers, we can actually sell the Reapers
Stared
to
at each
you,
other.
I believe.
Why would you want to do that?
No, you sell it to the hideout.
I want to sell to you. Fuck off.
You can't. Oh,
Duke doesn't want your Reaper's chest.
He's gonna get it.
Reaper's skulls.
No, he doesn't want to.
I mean, him out.
Isn't that amazing? The blooming field rats not wanting to buy anything.
I know, right? That's ooh.
The amount of loot that you get from the Fort of Damned is definitely,
It's
Well,
outrageous. Yeah. Let's do the
especially
fort.
at the you know, the Golden Glory thing.
Oh my god, dudes! Yeah, no, we need to do it.
Yeah, we need to. Is there a storm nearby?
There is actually.
We go into the storm, get lightning, and then
Mhm.
Right, give me 2 seconds then if we're going to do this because I need to go and do some household things just for a second or two.
So I think, oh, Nemo, while they sell and stuff like that, let's go get the lanterns, bro.
sorry, I was hoping.
Yeah, let them be. They're grown-ups, you know.
They grown ups. Alright, I think we've already got a few, haven't we? 'Cause
Yeah, we have 3 of them already, dude. So let's.
we have pink.
Ah, no, I was talking about skulls, my bad.
Mini pink.
Pink? Or purple?
No, we haven't got. We haven't got pink. So we got
Do we have
pink.
the PvP one?
Yeah. The pink.
We have the
blue.
PvP one? Oh, yeah.
I have it. I
And then
think.
do we have green? Do we have green?
Do you guys have green on your ship?
There should be something on the ship.
Oh, I have green. My bad, I have green.
Alright, you said green. Alright, so we need snake and
And white.
fire.
No, we
Fire
have
we
fire.
need.
We have fire.
Do we?
We need lightning and snake. That's it. No, lightning and snake. Let's fucking go.
Okay,
Come on.
alright, let's go now. Let's go and
Yeah.
get that.
While you guys finish selling that shit, I'm just looking at cat dancing. like a
Oh
fucking
shoot!
monkey. I'm
Oh
done.
shoot, guys, we gotta keep the ritual skulls, right?
Yeah.
My bad. Hold on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's
They're in
okay.
this pile somewhere.
Don't worry, my dear. Okay, Nims, let's go.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do. Oh wait, Errol. So. Oh my God, Errol.
Keep with it, Nemo. Keep with it, you mongoose.
So we're not picking up any of these skulls?
Sell everything but ritual skulls, okay?
Disgraced Valley Skull, Sapphire
And-
Mermaid Gem.
Yeah, if it doesn't say ritual skull, sell it. Let's go, Nimski. Drop sales.
I'm gonna check something else.
And injure yourself. Actually, no, I'm almost like dead and shit like that. Take the wheel.
Okay,
Nemo.
wait. Let me have a look at the.
Take the wheel, Nemo.
Why have I got to take?
Because I'm gonna be the one who's gonna commit suicide by lightning. Just saying. So that's why.
Where's
take me-
where's...
The storm is literally right in front. Left,
Okay, yeah.
the-
Well, someone fire themselves off to Cookie Mast, maybe.
Mm,
the snakes and Cookie
Yeah,
Mast.
we can.
Yeah. With
You're gonna do that?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna go for the. Oh, this is gonna be an epic journey of
This will be
epic
rich.
proportions.
The
You're gonna
amount
be
of reps
rich,
you're
dude.
gonna get.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, dude. Kelsey, you decided to play CFCs in the best time possible.
yeah, trust me.
Why is that?
It's double rep and
Double experience and gold right now.
Yeah, you chose the right.
I've already made over 200,000.
Holy shit!
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Was it? No, wait.
That was
What
it.
did you...
Ashen chests. We're not touching those.
Yeah, actually, they might have done that because I made around 100k, so they made double because they were the ones selling. So
Yeah,
no.
because I was at 250,000 something, I think it was. So where are we going to hand the mermaids gems into? Just random places?
Alright. What happened there? We just need 2 more. There we go. There we go. It roughly takes 50 minutes to collect it there. Okay.
What are the jewels of the mermaid gem? You don't need to sell them in a specific place.
Yeah, you can sell them anywhere.
Mm-hmm. We made some serious moolah, dudes. And we're gonna
Moolah.
we're gonna double that. That's the thing.
You know what I love about moolah?
Skeleton, okay?
We just.
By
Okay, we can do this one.
Venom, I mean.
Moolah. Moolah.
Okay, he lost it. Nemo, I got the wheel.
Can't get moolah out of my head.
Sorry?
I got the wheel. You go get the you die by snake.
Yeah.
Ooh, why would you want to die by a snake? Are you trying to be like, what was that show? Where the guy, I think it was like a Hades looking guy with the snake's cane. It turned into a snake, double-headed snake.
Those are not supposed to be turning in, right?
A Book of Life.
I'm confused.
The ones that have like little red mark
I'm
on
gonna
them.
fire you, Nemo.
Oh, okay.
I don't
You
know.
know
I
what,
don't
I
trust you. No.
And they're all on the ship.
I don't know. I'm not letting you find
Okay.
me. I don't trust you.
No, bro, come on, get your ass here. Stop being a dick.
Look at you, Portix Zero. You're going beast mode, man. You're doing really good at this game.
Do you think I'm that kind of
So,
person?
but you've been having a really good time since you got it, though, right?
Yeah, I swear, if you do it, man.
Like, you've been having a really good time with it.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Exactly. You thought you were fucking clever.
Wait, don't you idiots! Oh my god, Nemo.
Why you call me an idiot?
Because I wanted to do that myself.
I want this.
Yeah, well, you can't.
You want it? You can have it. Here you go. There you go.
Who do you sell it to?
Snake. Well, the snake is gonna kill me. Decided.
I know. But you know what? A lot of these kind of games do kill it, though, without the multiplayer. Because this is purely a multiplayer game. I mean,
Some of those are cheap as
a lot of,
hell.
even like a lot of content creators and streamers, like when they go solo, they just PvP. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just go out there with a sloop. You don't carry, but I mean, but not everybody gets the enjoyment of that, though. You know, there is a really good lore to the game. There's a lot you can do.
Welcome back to Pants.
Have you ever considered, are you part of like any Sea of Thieves communities or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna raise my
Yeah.
and
Callison,
ask
pray.
Bruce to.
Yay! I died by a snake.
Well done, Nemo.
Do me.
Oh man, look what time it is.
Oh,
I
this
have
is
a pink one somewhere. So,
We do.
Kelsey had a pink one. I
We
think.
do.
We did.
Yeah.
We really need the white one now. Nemo, don't forget I should get the light.
Ruby Mermaid Gem.
I've got the light. I see the light.
Ruby mermaid gem. That's cool.
Let's give it a like.
Stay in the light. Stay in the light.
No, Trix, that's it. Uh-oh,
I think the game's having a hard time keeping up with everything we've turned in.
Oh, me, Trix,
yeah,
that's it.
it was
Ah, I
like,
got
yeah.
what you're saying now.
We had to buy
Whoops.
yourself a new cutlass.
Ah, that's too expensive. Wait till they're on clearance.
Oh my god, don't listen to the cheap ass bastard known as Tricks, okay?
Oh,
So I
listen to
got
that.
a 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
I think we finally finished.
We're just beginning.
What?
Identify where Fort of the Damned is, and let's head towards there, okay, guys?
We got the front sail down.
No, my dear, we don't, but I will now for you, especially for
Thank
you.
you.
Before
You're
we
You're
go,
so
we
good to
better
me. You're so
maybe
kind.
do that.
I have my moments, I guess, right?
What just happened? Mm.
You got stuck, so you got teleported.
Sweet.
Yeah. It sucks.
No, I like the cheap way out.
See?
It's like
Smart boy.
like a rock or something like that. It will like teleport you.
Cheap as
All
good.
I know is that was free, so I'm okay with it.
For free. Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
It looks so weird, Cat, the Fort of the Damned and the storm in the same. Oh my
yeah, it
guys.
does, doesn't it?
Oh,
I
gosh.
see the lightning.
I'm
Right.
scared. I'm scared.
Ooh, that
I
100
see.
FPS, man.
For the crew.
Yeah, try that with some OBS on. Let's see that 100
Order
drop.
of the Soul's reputation increased so far 16, 17,
Whoa,
18,
Nice.
19,
huge.
20,
Jesus Christ.
21, 22,
Oh, now you can drink. You're 21.
24.
Wait, what?
Right,
Almost
double
25.
Nemo.
Oh my god. Well done, Castro.
Raise your colours, Nemo. Time for the
Raise
course.
the
Me,
swords
it's
up.
Error.
Yeah, I'm on the bowsprit with it. Sorry.
And imagine-
Alright, let's take a look
Imagine what
here.
my merchant levels at now.
Right, I normally play with the more to just do with that, but whenever the mood is to bother, which is cool. And building great expand. They're not really a community, more a close group of friends that allow. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha.
No?
Calling you French, Error.
What
You
happened?
missed something.
Spectre Clouseau. At your service.
You missed something.
I'm dead. Raise the front. Get us to the Fort of the Damned. Thank you.
Services come at a fee.
We forgot to turn in something.
You did?
Okay, I don't even know where we are, Cat. Alright, so.
Lower the
I've
anchor.
got a feeling the Fort of the Damned is to our right.
Oh, this is gonna. Hey, do we get wood planks?
Yeah,
Check
far
the
right,
hull.
far
Do we
right.
get cannons?
Why
we
have
got
we
cannonballs
got
and
Reaper's
wood
chest?
planks?
We've still got a
Yeah.
Reaper's chest to us,
Yeah, I
but
got
like,
some
it doesn't make
Yeah, I know,
yours,
it's okay.
because-
Well, we'll have a
Yeah, we
few
got a
more
little
of
bit
this,
big.
won't
Exactly. Plus, like, there's no need to just hand it in because there's a big skull. There'll be a big skull. Sky showing that we're here.
Yeah, let's get the lanterns ready for them. They're still selling from what I'm seeing on Trixie. My
Why
god, how
not?
much?
Yeah, we
shit do
missed one item.
they- Oh, okay.
I can't remember. When was the last time we did the pull it down in January? I
we?
think.
Long
Yeah, a
time
long
ago.
time ago.
It
Yeah.
was when you
So-
were streaming.
Hey guys, I will be right back. Hold on.
Definitely, no worries. We're used to that.
Kick those raccoons.
Fort of the Damned, Jim. Okay, get your crew there.
Okay,
I can't.
Oh,
It's
I
dead
don't
ahead.
think
Oh,
it's
good,
bad,
Steve.
yeah.
You know, I'm not good at the sails, yeah.
Ugh.
There you go, Cathy.
let's get this
Use
turned out
harpoons.
here.
Use harpoons.
Yeah, you'll have to harpoon us because the steering wheel's a bit.
Wait, what? Why
I'm
do I
not
have to
good at the
hop in?
steering wheel either, so.
Fort of the Damned, ladies and gents. We're waiting.
Catch it.
Started an epic adventure. About that, let me try it again. Dingus, I know.
Silly donut.
So we gotta keep
What are
turning.
you? Every day you're a donut.
And you're a fart face.
just a more savage way.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I'll just point that way. Okay, let's go that way.
I'll
There
do
you go.
that.
And-
Perfect. Perfect.
Just to
Perfect.
do it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's sexy. You know what? This is sexy. Not you. Fuck off.
Wow. Even though I was one that did it.
Okay, let me set the lamp.
Well,
There you
no.
go. I'm
I've got
I'm
the blue
gonna.
light.
I got
Blue
white.
light.
I got purple.
Okay, I'm waiting. We're waiting for you guys to come here. We're just gonna get everything.
I think also while we're waiting, guys, supply up as well, because we are low on supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did that before we left.
We are very low on supplies.
Yeah, let's get some supplies. Cat, get some supplies from the fort itself. Okay, lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much. I knew I could always count on you. Most
Yeah.
trusted pirate ever.
Triscuits back, I got
I don't
it.
know about
Reliable.
No.
Cooperative.
Are
and
you
reliable,
kidding
are
me?
you?
What happened?
We got a chip.
You have
that.
a ship?
Yeah.
Was it skeleton ship or player?
Yep, skeleton.
Ah, I don't care.
Ah, deal with it.
Yeah, just deal with it, dude. My gosh, you crying bitch.
Deal with it, mate.
Wow.
Deal with it. Come on, we deal with it all the time.
Come on, Jimmy, you sailed with this crew. You know how to do things.
Wow. I had to-
You don't sound very confident about it.
I know, right? Is this what you really think of us? Kind of rude, bro. Why you gotta be so rude?
Rude.
I'm a pirate too. Why do you have to be so rude? I'm gonna sink you anyway.
Well, we're kind of short one person right now, so yeah.
Bro, even when Trix is there, you're still a kind of short. Okay.
Yep, true.
Ooh, we have 70 planks, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna get the red flame.
Guys?
Oh my god. What just happened?
What just happened?
Oh, that hurt.
Why did you blow up all the cakes? You didn't need to do
I
that.
didn't. It was the fucking lightning, you idiot.
Oh.
My god. Why do you always have to like blame me for everything that is going on?
Oh no, because it usually is you.
Wow. Really, dude?
Come on, Cat. It usually is him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Cat,
Yeah.
you too? I thought we had something special going on here.
Special.
Only on Wednesdays.
Wait, what? Wait. I haven't been told this. What is this? Something new?
Oh, where did I go? No. No, it's behind us. That's a good place for it to be.
You need to sing them before you bring them. Don't bring them here, okay?
Oh, we're trying, but it's kind of behind us now. So
Stop
we can't
trying,
see
just
them.
do it, Jim. I'm not paying you to try, I'm paying you to fucking do it.
Just do it.
Oh, it's harsh.
Can't
I know,
speed at them though when they're behind me.
So I was about to make bad jokes, but that's okay time.
Boughs are all full of fruit.
Oh no.
I was muted the whole time.
Oh, poor
Oh no.
I was muted the whole time.
Oh no. Oh no.
We need green and player purple. No, pink. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going for green. Crest of home.
A lot of rocks over here. I'm headed for that red skull, huh?
Not
Yep.
from the. No. We're going for the Fort of the Damned. Look on your map. Identify it.
I think we just.
Memorize it. Go for it.
I don't have it memorized.
Just do it.
Nope.
Hello.
I have had no time to do such things.
After that, I'm gonna go for green, right? Yeah.
Did we lose the shit?
Wait, what? Did you sing? Oh my gosh, guys.
Corona. I heard Corona in chat.
Wait, what? Oh god.
I think it disappeared.
I'm back.
Welcome
Back.
back, Nemonator.
Nemonator.
I think he got corona and died. I don't know.
Yeah. Someone coughed and it disappeared, so that makes sense.
We scared it off. He's like, we're out. See you.
Alright, I'm still headed the right way, right?
Yeah, that's why there should only be one helmet, so you shouldn't touch the wheel and someone else has touched it.
I know, right?
I'll raise this up so you can...
I might have said that to Kat yesterday and she went, fuck you, Nemo.
We might want to turn and tell what it is.
So funny.
I
I hear you very well, Jim.
There's an island right in front of us.
I know, I'm curved to the right side.
Yeah.
It's clear, I can actually see shit.
Wow. Why do you look at shit? You're kind of weird, Nemo. Just, just.
We all got the lights up there.
It's
I-
turning. Why?
What?
Okay, it's
I need
still
to
there.
I'm gonna go for it.
The ship's way back there, but it's...
You didn't get all the lights up there.
How about you go fuck yourself?
He's just
I
standing
dodged
there
him.
Scratching himself.
Useless.
You know what?
There you go.
You can have tricks. I'm gonna go with the guys.
Be no different from being AFK all the time.
Wow. So you're comparing me with fucking tricks? Really?
I'm having a hard time navigating these rocks, I'll tell you what.
Oh, I hear the mermaid. I hear a mermaid buzzing. But...
Bzz, bzz.
Bzz, bzz.
Bzzz.
Little hum. Bzz. No, we're getting it.
Sounded like bees.
Okay.
You guys lost it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay, we have all the lanterns.
Oh, boy.
Bring one skull, but don't actually activate it. Okay.
No,
Uh-huh.
you don't even have one on board.
That was
We
close.
do. They're at the ship.
Okay, we're good.
Hey.
We're
Super navigating this shit now.
good. Yeah, that was a pretty good navigator right there. I could have done that. I would have crashed right into the island.
What are these knuckleheads doing?
Yeah, what are you doing, guys?
We navigated to Shipwreck Bay. That
What are you
little
doing,
rock
Shipwreck
area
Bay?
down there.
Why are you having a short back?
Because
You're
we
going for
got
the Fort of the Damned, right?
We had to dodge a pirate ship.
You guys okay?
Oh, Trix is back. Run, hide your kids and hide your wife.
Has anybody brought a skull?
Sorry about that. I had well, sorry, talk to the cops real quick.
No,
Alright.
no, it's okay, Trix. For you, anything, my dear friend.
Yeah.
Did we? Yeah, we got two.
Nemo, did you take a skull up there or not? I've got
No.
one. Okay, I've got one.
We got two with us, but we're not there yet.
But the wind is not in our favor.
Yeah, it's blowing. We're not getting.
Give us a little bit.
I need to tell you about advanced sailing techniques like sails to stupid.
Yeah, that's definitely a must.
No, I slightly angled us to get more.
Against the wind of you. Well, it's more on a sloop than very cool. On a galleon, it makes no bother.
Mm.
You go a little bit faster, but you're not, they always catch up to you. So.
And now we are ready. Set for the.
All I had to do was go around an island and it was confused.
Go.
The anchors on board and the cables are stood to be rolling around.
Oh, we're really close to that island now. Ooh.
Heave up, oh, heave up. Way. And I don't know the rest of the lyrics, so fuck off, leave me alone.
What if we don't want to leave you alone?
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave. Tomorrow he will. Ooh, fruits. Oh, my bad. I got distracted.
No pineapples.
Hide out.
Reaper's hideout.
I'm stuck on a wall.
What are you doing at the Reaper's hideout?
Dude, aren't you coming to the Fort of the
I can
Damned?
see him actually. I can see him in the distance.
Is that where we're supposed to go?
Yeah, we're coming, we're coming.
Fort of the Dam.
Yes, damn of the fort. We got this.
Damn, Fort.
That one.
Damn
We're
it.
heading for that big big skull in the sky. So
Guys, hold on, we gotta brig ahead. Get your cannons ready.
Skull in the
Fort of the Dam,
sky.
dude, Fort of the
Not the
Dam.
skull.
Some skull?
where is it at?
Not the skull.
Look on the fucking map. I told you like 3 times, you.
I have a navigator, motherfucker.
Yeah, but the
Failing me.
is useless as fuck. As you can probably
Oh,
tell.
that's not good, Project Zero.
Well, still, I gotta give him a
What?
chance.
I mean-
even handicap people need help.
I can't even. Yeah, I can't even.
That's not good, bro. The
Look on your
drama.
map, look on your map.
Ooh,
Fort
ooh.
of the Damned.
You guys got a sloop on you?
I'm on the back of
We'll
the
look on the
fort,
map.
and I can see them in the distance.
Yeah, there's a sloop right by you guys.
There is no sloop here. What are you on about?
Alright, I'm looking.
Sloop and a brig in front of us.
You guys are to the right, or
Right on
are
your
we at Reaper's
left.
Hideout, or are we at Fort of the Damned?
Yeah, Fort of the Damned.
You need to come to
Oh, yeah, we have to go east, guys, southeast. We're in the wrong area. We might have found another 2 allies.
Oh my Gideon.
It's not my fault, man. Trix wasn't here to navigate. Jim was stuck on amazement of my island maneuvering.
Yeah.
Jim was just being Jim.
Yeah, there's a few over there. Yep. We're not
I'm
too
his
far off,
adorable
though.
cat. You just stand still, AFK, and the monkey comes on and stands next to you.
Mhm, that's what we get for monkeying around.
Bye.
Oh, someone else joined Discord.
Very well.
Or I heard a sound, I don't know.
Nobody could join Discord.
Oh, I heard a beep. We're not gonna make that.
Oh, that might be my microwave.
Oh, you wanna make that? Wanna make that? No.
Me
Got it.
We got it.
down
We got it.
beneath the green tree.
Not if I don't get that back end straightened out.
For mad
Swap a little
I
paint,
can
but
see
we'll
that.
back to her love. You have stolen
Sails, change up.
from the banks of the Lee. I loved her dearly, so truly and sincerely. There was no one in this wide world
Also, you're all over the place.
Well, I have very little view.
Alright, yeah, just keep heading, just head directly east, just straight east. And then we can
I
keep
did,
sails
then I came
position, and
into
then
an
we're
island.
good. Now we won't have to keep repositioning. It's a lot of work, man. You're hurting my fingers. There we go.
Hey,
Just hold it straight. Or we
I
have
don't
to
know
go.
how to hold it straight. How do you know what's straight?
Alright, so straight's gonna be the orange right there. You see that orange? That's the middle part. Every wheel is different depending on the skin that you put, but now you see how, oh, you might want to go a little right. We're gonna hit the island.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough. You don't have to go all the way. Okay, turn it back to the left, and then straighten it out. You're gonna have to go one more time.
Really? Because that was orange.
Yep, I know. But remember, you have to turn it twice to go full turn right there. Now you're middle. It's like a semi-truck wheel.
I wouldn't know about that.
Oh, or like a school bus wheel. Yeah, but depending on the... Wait, did you guys like also decorate it? Well, it's you guys put this on there for him, right?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I decorated.
Well, just make sure you guys show them too, like the decorations and... Have you seen the skins and cosmetics you can get in the game yet? Well, let's get you some coin first before you get looking, because then you're going to be getting teased, and we don't want to do that.
He's got.
Trust me, I've just thought of that and the wee little.
I've got 100. I've got 100 and something thousand.
There we go.
Yeah, she's
you'll have probably another
double that.
Yeah, probably.
Is that you guys coming for us? Yeah.
Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah.
We're the ones. We're the ones with the wisp on the front of the sail.
Hey, that's
I'm
foggy.
hitting weird
So I
shit.
can't see that. Yeah, turn.
Turn right, turn right, turn right, right.
Right.
I'm flashing, go
Oh, he's
I
flashing.
can't see. I can't see over the waves, so
right, go right, just go right.
I'm going full right.
And straighten her up, you'll see the lights of our ship.
Cat, this is gonna be the first time I've done this with playing on PC.
Oh, look at you, all grown up and shit.
No. Oh, one Xbox, didn't I? So.
Yeah, good experience.
Ugh. This on Xbox. It'll make me puke.
That's why I moved, buddy. Don't worry.
It'll make me puke. Ugh. This is
Paradise
horrible.
sort of convinced me to move to PC.
What's singing? What is singing?
A
What
dead
is-
rat.
You want it? You want it, Eridor?
I know, right? Alright, let's go, come on. Get to the top of the... Oh!
I see you.
Have to-
there.
We have to explain. How
Yeah,
this all
we
works.
have to
as well.
explain. So if everyone, especially Tricks, stop being a Tricks.
Dingus.
Next one is gonna kill you. Next one is gonna kill you. Of the harpoon.
Fill your pockets full of fruit because you're gonna.
Fill
need
your
it.
pockets
Where's
filled.
the fruit?
You deserve that trick. I'm sorry.
Right. Do we still have the? We still have the right.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty tricky. The first start off, but
Where's the ammo box? We don't have the ammo box anymore, do we?
Did we not bring it back from the port?
No, we haven't.
just go to the top, play it the
dinguses.
first.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, let's go to the fort. Go up there in the thingy magumi.
Trix is dead, so I can wait for him.
Wow, Tricks, what the heck, dude? Come on, seriously,
I
focus.
killed him.
Tricks, focus.
Wow. What a weird
Top.
wave.
What a weird wave. Thank you very much for that. Wow. I'm just gonna sit here, relax.
And we're waiting for Tricks, who is coming back. I wanted to say he's AFK, but he's not. Oh.
Oh, can't see me.
God. Look at Jim like, ah.
Hold that pose, Nemo.
I like that.
Oh my God.
Pay the respects to the Boogie Master.
By Merchants Alliance, I am hereby requested to collect 4 crates in the name of Wild Henry.
Ignore that. Right now we're just waiting for Tix who's fucking AFK. Oh, we're not waiting.
The crooked mass hold riches, vast hidden spoils.
Okay, so here's what will happen, right? When we will put this skull in
What
there...
is this map?
Oh, show it to me. Well, that's a map that is in the devil's chests, basically. You don't need that.
Oh.
Okay, so chat, I'm gonna let you explain to Kelso and the others what the fuck we need to do here.
Right, so basically this is the daddy of all forts, and this is owned or run by a nasty person called Grey Marrow. And it's all to do with a ritual that we've been contributing to over the months. So to trigger this fort, you need a ritual skull, which is this red thing here. And around the outside are lanterns. So these represent different ways to die in the Sea of Thieves. What will happen is we'll trigger the fort to start by placing the skull on the skeleton, and skeletons will spawn. However, these are not your usual skeletons. These will normally be coloured according to one of these lanterns. And you can figure out which colour is going to spawn because creepy hands will come out of the grating underneath each lantern. And we will have to defeat all of these coloured skeletons. If we don't use the right lantern, the skeletons will be invulnerable. But using or equipping the right coloured lantern and shining it on the skeletons will allow us to defeat them. And at the end, we get Grey Marrow appearing. And if we defeat him, we get a shitload of treasure, basically.
Yeah, a lot of treasure.
Okay,
Like,
one question.
So what's the likelihood of beating this?
No, you can.
we can be with this
definitely
amount of
doable.
people, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, people have actually soloed this. So.
New Reaper faction. So that's it. 22nd, it is gone. That's it, right? That's it. That's it. It's gone. It's bye-bye.
Here would like an audiobook narrated
No.
by Cat.
Yeah, she's good at
Okay,
that. Yeah.
are we ready to start?
I think so.
Kels, go ahead and put the skull in the cage.
Yeah, you do it. After you.
Mm-hmm.
Reaper guys, Sloop. Sloop's gonna be westbound.
There we go.
Okay, what you thinking?
Sloop's westbound, is it? Okay.
Coming.
Yeah, I see a skelly ship, but there was a sloop right next to it.
Green.
I'll keep watching. Go ahead.
You take the green from
Right.
here, right?
So
And you
kill
like it.
skellies, shine a lantern at them, and then they are vulnerable.
Also, be careful, we don't hit each other on this.
Yeah, careful with us
Yeah.
hitting each other.
Careful with the hitting. We got next. All green? Actually, I'm going to dismiss my pack.
So it starts off quite easy and straightforward and gets a bit more complicated later on.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. Got rid of my pack.
Pink,
Where's pink?
outside maybe. Outside to the left.
No,
Yeah. 2 pinks. Ooh.
Other one. Behind you, careful. Jim, behind you.
Oh, they got pistols.
Oh, but it's bloody you, Eridar. I'm getting confused with shadows.
There's
We're in
another one
black,
somewhere.
innit? Oh god, no,
Oh
sorry.
shit! Oh shit!
It's alright, it's alright.
I don't know, guys. I'm not trusting this too much.
What happened? Trix, do you wanna join us, or are you just gonna stay there on the ship like a sad little boy?
Like a sad little boy.
Oh, come
I
on.
mean, to be fair, he's not being useless. He's spotting ships for us.
Red.
There are no ships on the horizon, you weirdos.
A real pirate will sink with the ship, not without the ship, you lad.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a brig at the fort. There's a brig at the fort. That's what I saw. Tricks, I think. Am I right? There's a brig at the fort.
Yeah, looks like they're doing the fort.
The lantern.
Let me check the map. How close is that fort? Looks real close.
Well done, guys. You're doing a
So
great
far,
job.
we're doing well, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
These
yeah.
votes quickly. What will happen is they will mix, so it won't be the same color every time.
Exactly, exactly.
So just be aware of that.
Oh, they're hitting the shit out of it.
I can take care of the ships here if you wanna like come here and just show people something nice and so on and so forth. I mean,
Ow! Oh, he's invisible.
Oh, really? We ain't got much on the ship right now, right?
you have absolutely
No,
nothing on the
nothing.
ships.
You have absolutely nothing.
Surprise.
How dare you call our ships nothing? Oh, and you call yourself pirates!
Oh my god.
Somebody kill this scurvy dog by the entrance, but
It was for the glory, not the gold. So your ship is not glorified?
No.
I'm out of
Okay,
food.
I'm coming.
It has red.
What have we got? What's next?
Oh,
Blue. Blue, what else? What's something else?
oh, okay, it's nice.
Oh shit, careful!
I'm dead.
Ah!
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no! Oh, I'm dead too! No!
spectacular that was. Bloody hell.
Are you all dead?
No,
Yeah.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Okay, so player killed me. Look at this lantern. So basically, one of your crew members killed me. I'm gonna hunt you down.
See,
Emo.
he has a hack EXE, man. He got a log system that tells him what killed him. He hacked into the rare server's log files.
Pink.
You know that's right.
I didn't know that.
Nice. Jim's still here.
Jim, I knew we could always count on Jim.
Jim just stays silent. That's the main thing.
Yeah, he
Violent?
He
he's
goes
quite hiding.
hardcore. He just.
But deadly.
He traded with tricks.
Yeah.
Oh, super speedy. Where's he going? Come back, Skelly.
Shot me. Shot me then.
Think.
No.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh, we're gonna white one too. No.
Whoa! Blunderbusters.
I might die.
No, you're not.
Oh,
Oh
What
my
colour do we
god.
need?
Oh
oh,
my.
sorry. I wasn't.
It's white as well. White as well. Not just pink.
Ow!
Yeah.
Friendly fire. I
I
think.
was trying to get the light.
Oh, careful.
Ah, couldn't get out.
Ow!
Bump.
Ow!
I got white, I got white, I got white. You buggers. Get off me.
No, this one will leave me alone.
That
Did you
pink
guys
one.
hear about that new update coming soon? We're actually gonna have like ferry at a dam missions coming soon. Like while we're in the spirit world, we're actually gonna have voyages soon. Watch.
Nah, don't listen to tricks. Actually, it will come at some point. I
It
think.
will.
because-
I know you're
It's in the
on that as
books.
well. It's in the book, yeah. But it may be just on the back burner, innit? You know what I mean? They'll just do it in the future. But yeah, no, that's the thing that excites
Still
me
waiting
the
for the
most.
crab though, the giant crab. Come on, Pincher. What's his name?
And green.
Purple and green.
Yeah, it's got green.
I have green. I have green.
I'll go
I
purple,
love that
careful,
song.
careful.
Purple and green.
Oh my god, did you see?
Wow.
Skeletons shooting everywhere.
We're rinsing for them. We're rinsing Aradar. We're rinsing them.
Yeah, rinse them off.
I need purple.
Go on.
You said you want the purple ones? I got you. Hold on.
Sorry,
Green
Jim.
one, green one.
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay.
Bye, Jim. See you later, buddy.
Oh
I
my.
just got shot in the back.
I know, right? What a dick.
Nice.
That was
Tricks,
easy.
first thing you hear, mate.
Ow! Ow!
Oh, I don't want to hit you guys. Hold on.
Who's
Hold
got a
on.
purple one? Who's got a purple one?
I'm grabbing it right now. Dark purple.
Dark purple.
Okay.
Ah, purple. Deep purple.
Deep purple. Deep purple.
Deep purple.
Get that deep purple.
Ow.
Those on the water.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, that hurt, man. I'm sorry, I know my 180 ping, you didn't know I was there yet. Okay, hold on.
Wow, dude, oh my gosh, I swear to God, no, I've never heard someone complain as much as Trix does.
Red.
I used to love that gum, Big Red.
Yes, we
Purple for the keg. Purple for the keg.
And red. Red and purple.
The red and purple, okay.
Purple.
Oh no! Get the red into the keg.
Run away,
You know what?
run
I'll-
away, run away.
Purple.
I'll stick with the light blue. Oh!
Come on, guys.
Hey, you guys are chit-chatting all kinds of stuff. I think one of you was talking about toast.
Oh, I'm dead!
Oh, you kids, what did you do?
I'm alive. Number 5 is
Oh.
alive.
Hello. What
Gotcha.
Oh, hi, Trix.
anyone
How's
alive?
it going?
Hey!
God.
Oh, Jim's with you.
Blue.
Oh no,
What brings
Jim's
you
not with you.
here?
Blue and white.
We're all dead except from Cat.
Mostly whale.
Really hurried off.
CCBC, wait, what? What the fuck is that? Trix? Explain yourself.
Ah, I'm dead.
I'm alive. What color we need? What color we need?
Blue and white.
All we need is red, white, and blue.
Oh my gosh. I'm on fire.
Hmm.
Somebody!
I'm gonna call the fire department.
There's no fire department in the Sea of Thieves.
No? But there's plenty of water.
Call the fire brigade.
There is plenty of water, yeah.
What color?
I'm dead.
They're white.
And they're on fire.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm on fire.
dead.
Just set them on
Blues
fire.
as well. I've got a blue there.
Yeah, burn it down, Bridget.
We need I don't know what color is this. Blue?
Oh.
Blue and white they were.
Got all the blues.
Yeah.
I'm just running around with a lantern, that's all I'm doing.
Oh, I need.
At least thanks for being honest.
Someone get a.
You okay?
Jesus. Yeah. Well, we got reds.
Red.
Red and
Trix.
what?
Not Trix.
Red and white.
White. Red and white.
Okay, I got white here. Wait, what?
Tricks.
Trix? No. No fucking assholes!
Say you saw a bunch of what?
You okay, Cat? Oh shit! I didn't mean to go
I'm on fire.
I cannot take a flame, why?
You need to hold right click.
You gotta get lit first.
You gotta get a bit.
Alright.
Doing well, guys. Doing well. Come on.
Hey, why are you guys burning?
Wow. Gee, I wonder why, Trix. Why, indeed?
White and the other one.
Yeah, Portuguese, but you know me, I'm bad at this stuff. White. Got him. Oh, my colito.
Wait, what?
The thing is, when you do, oh, and blue as well. We need blue. Blue. Oh, that's popped up.
Well, that blender's gonna hurt.
White,
Yep. Blue.
white and blue.
I got a blue one on me.
White coming down
White,
the stairs.
I need white.
White. Get him. Oh. Get him.
Trix, what the fuck, bro?
Ow.
That tickled my face when I did that. Oh.
I need to heal up.
How many skeletons got more banana than me?
I need to heal up.
Oh, I hear another one there.
Trix, I swear to God, don't you even fucking dare. Trix. Don't.
Last one.
They're gonna die.
Okay, I'm checking our surroundings quickly.
Yeah, I just had a quick look. It'll be alright. There's that green one next to you. Green and
So-
purple! Outside!
So far, so good. Green and purple.
Yeah.
Got green. Got green. Need purple out here.
Got purple, got purple.
Yeah, I'll get green. Or you guys got green?
Yeah, I agree, Nemo.
You need some green? I got that green. Hold on, I'm coming.
White.
And white here.
Oh, white? Oh, now.
Someone needs grab white. Shit.
I
Oh,
need
yep.
white, I need
We need white. We need white. We got white scullies.
Yeah, I've got white,
Don't get near me. I am a raving lunatic swinging a sword.
Shoot.
There's a white one grabbing Nemo here.
Woo! Jesus.
Ah, that hurt. Who shot me?
Ooh, another combination. Bro, I'm just breaking into combinations.
I need white, I need white, I need white. I have
I'm coming with the white. You need some white?
Going to white.
Are your white's not white enough?
Hey, you guys came back in your mind. First you need some green, then you need some white. What the heck, man?
No, I can't
It's
do
just
it.
a
Keep running
rainbow.
into. All of us just keep running into each other.
Just keep running. Just keep running. I love Sierra, man. Gotta run it.
Oh, pink.
Coming down from upstairs.
Wait, copy that. What color?
Pink.
Pink
You guys are so racist. You know that? Talking all these colors. You guys need
one
to.
in a minute and that, so.
Pink and white.
Oh, pick a white. Oh, white. There you go.
Oh god, oh god.
What about it? Oh. We got pink.
Behind you.
Give me pinkscullies.com. Come on, we got him. Oh.
Behind you, Neil. I just slapped someone.
Pink Scully in the front main entrance. Cat needs help. Cat's getting spanked. Cat's getting a whooping. Hey, Cat, that Scully want you.
Ah, that hurt you, asshole.
Pink.
Scully. Big boom. Oh! Oh, that blew me off the island.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Right at the door.
I went about 100 feet in.
Am I the only one left alive?
Yes.
I'm still alive, but I went flying over there.
You guys are all naked on my screen.
Oh, Nemo lost connection, Nims?
Yeah, I lost connection.
Oh.
That's
The
alright.
explosion crashed Nemo's game.
How do I get
That was a good boom. We need to get that so we can make players crash when we go down ship.
Captain already?
Yeah. Let's go.
Fast.
How do I get back over there now?
I knew. You should ask the captain.
I'm so far away.
People just calling at you, right?
You're so far away.
I got knocked through the other side of the island. Hopefully it comes back now.
I'm joining.
No, okay, we
Oh,
need to
man.
lock him down. We need to lock him down, okay?
Yeah, like
And just
2 blocks
snipe
away.
him and shit.
It's funny you say that. I wish there was a mermaid over here. I shot way over the island.
Everyone back to your ships, and let's just use our snipers and shit to get Grey Marrow, okay?
Yeah. I wouldn't waste cannonballs so we could.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in the water.
Hold.
I shot over the island.
Epic.
That dude hit.
Jesus Christ, I'm loading in. That music when I'm loading in, oh jeez.
Oh,
I
he
can't
hurt
see
me.
him. Is he by the bloody rock? We need him further down, really.
No,
Or
he's
come on our
okay.
ship or something. Everybody can. From the other ship, we can't.
Yeah.
Can't find him.
Ow! What a git.
Really?
They don't like it up 'em.
We
Another
what?
crew's joined
Another crew joined the alliance. Behind us, troop behind us,
Sloop
troop behind us.
behind us. Let's turn the ship.
Yep.
They joined the alliance. They joined the alliance, so I don't know what to say about this.
They're running away. I don't know what's.
They saw we've got alliance flags up though.
Yeah,
and we will
I
always be
wonder
on the
who.
map.
We need to put all 4 alliance flags down and leave.
No, it's them. I need you guys to change your flag.
Copy that.
Yeah. And what we'll do is we'll just make a new alliance, yeah?
For now, no. Let them be for now.
Kind of foggy too. Be careful, Steve's coming inbound.
Is it? Oh, it's just sailing off.
I think they're going away. Aren't they going away?
Yeah, they just basically
going away.
robbed. Yeah. They robbed it and just came into an alliance.
But
Don't waste your cannonballs.
Sent somebody over to swim towards us.
Yeah. Don't waste your cannonballs, mate.
Yeah, don't waste your cannonballs.
I think they joined the alliance and left.
Yeah, they're just gonna let us.
It's alright,
do
when we hand in, what we'll do is we'll make an alliance and then they won't get anything.
Yeah.
They don't deserve anything. Jim.
He's a stubborn son of a bitch, ain't he?
He's like the easiest way to defeat him, right?
I'm gonna die.
Oh, don't die, jeez. What did you do that for?
You know.
Come on, start eating a banana.
Come on, guys, you got it.
The other sloop is circling.
Yeah, just be mindful, okay?
Yeah.
Where's the ammo at?
Down the stairs to the
Right.
right. Yeah. Same place as it is on your ship.
Yep.
Oh, I've never been there.
Right here. Follow me. Kelso, where'd you go? Oh, you're on that side.
Yeah.
What's the sloop doing?
Is he gone? Is he gone?
There's a sloop circling.
They're coming in. Oh, guys,
Sloop is to the
Yeah,
northwest.
sloop is
Coming in,
coming
coming
in.
in.
That's not the sloop that we
Yeah.
allied with.
yeah.
Let's
Ah,
fuck them up.
yeah,
Let's
it
fuck
is.
them up. No, it's not. It's not. Is it?
We need to raise our
It
anchor.
is.
There's no flag on top.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but they don't deserve anything. It's fun.
No, they don't deserve shit. We're gonna sing them. And they need the alliance. Raise your anchors. Get ready.
Guys, you don't have the resources.
No, dude, that's not. I repeat, that is not the alliance sloop. I repeat, that is not the alliance sloop. Get ready for combat.
All right, don't keep hold of it then at the moment.
Let's.
They're going around the
follow.
back. They've just crashed. I'm gonna board. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe I'm just gonna fail. They dropped tank cut. 2 in the water. Tricks behind. 2 in the water. 2 in the.
Okay, I'm going. I'm going. I'm going.
Swim over.
He's on his own. He's on his own. I'm going
There's 2
in.
of them. There's 2 of them.
In the water?
Yeah. One's dead. I'm gonna
Shot
swim.
one. Shot one.
I see one.
I'm gonna go over to the ship.
One is dead. One is dead. I repeat, one is dead.
oh, well played.
One is dead.
That's it. Oh.
Nims, I'm gonna be with you.
Yeah, Eridar, come to me, please.
Yeah, let's bring this loop in fire range so we can fuck it up.
I'm gonna blunderbuss these, actually. Considering that. Are you close to me?
I'm right here. Give me just 1 second. Did you kill the other guy, Nemo?
Yeah. They're both dead.
Okay, raise the anchor. Raise the anchor.
Set me.
Yeah, on it.
Set me.
Oh, they also have loot. I repeat, they have loot. Let us know when you can actually land a few hits on them so we can drop their anchor.
Yeah, please, because they're gonna spawn back in a minute. Turn them all to the right, Eridar.
Oh, well, I'm gonna push them actually.
You go, look, you can get fire on them, huh? They did
So
both
I'm
die,
gonna shoot him or
right?
no?
Just set them on fire.
Fuck them up. Don't set them on fire, please.
One's there.
Shot one.
Who are we fighting?
Hang on, why is our ship?
He went in the
moving
water, he
one
went in the water.
No.
Left side ship, left side.
I'm sniping.
Left side of the slope.
He's still in the water. He's still in the water, Nims.
Yeah. Watch the
I
right
should be able to
side.
get cannons
Always
on
left.
now.
Okay, the other one is back.
One's dead. One's dead. He
Other
died.
one is dead. Other one is dead.
Cool. That's 2.
Okay, we really need some holes in these fuckers, please.
Yeah.
Please get holes in them.
Yeah.
2 holes. That's one hole is enough actually. Nemo, we need their supplies. Let's go.
Yeah, take the
Yeah,
supplies.
take all those supplies, yeah.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Hold your fire. Hold your fire.
Hang
That's
on,
enough. We got this.
take the mast down.
Yeah, take the mask down. Use the
Turn
chain.
them off down, yeah.
I don't know
I
if we
need
have a
to
chain.
get some resources. Oh, this is going. He's going down. Well done.
Oh, what a
That's
shot.
Please get the resources, bro.
Right, I need to empty my pockets. I'll come over and get some resources.
Do you know what they're doing? Every time they spawn, they jump in the water.
Yeah,
so
so just
keep an eye on that.
yeah, keep an eye on that shit.
There's one on top.
No, that's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. No,
There's one at the
Jump
bottom
back.
right. I see them.
don't fire anymore. We got this here.
I don't think they're gonna.
Just get the resources, okay?
Yeah, I'm coming.
There's one on the bottom of the back, I think.
No. It's we have this covered. Literally, we are 4 of us here, so
Oh,
don't worry
okay.
about it.
Okay.
You guys good over there?
I've seen somebody, but I did.
They may have logged out.
One of them is back. No, one of them is back.
He's in the water.
Yeah.
Someone trying to swim over.
Shoot him once.
Shoot him once. Shoot him then.
They've got no plank left.
Dead.
Yep, he's dead.
Oh, hello. I'm bouncing. Who
This is
cursed
me.
the bloody ship? Who?
That might have been me.
It better not be one of them.
On fault.
Now we go. Okay, you guys can resume the fort. Resume the fort.
Yeah, carry on.
Me and Trix got this. Oh, I
Whoa,
mean me
copy
and
that.
Nemo. I mean me and Nemo.
They're gonna spawn back probably.
yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
right
saying.
then.
We're just thinking of it. Well done, guys. Well done.
Oh shit. Oh.
They mess
So
with the
far,
wrong people.
Exactly.
Trying to come up and sneak on. Look at that ugly ship as well. Like, what is
Come
that?
on,
Oh,
Graham.
yeah,
It's
that's
about time you
disgusting,
gave
right?
up.
Disgusting. Absolutely horrific. Ugh.
Wait, no mermaid?
No mermaid.
No mermaid? Ooh, that's.
Oh, there is one.
savage.
There is one.
Where?
Right in front of me.
Okay, yeah, I see the mermaid.
Go swim this ship as a gem.
Yeah.
I have a feeling these are the sort of people that are just going to keep doing this to grief off.
Come on, you saw what happened, okay? That's what
Exactly, yeah. No, I'm just telling you. I'm just saying.
Okay, can someone keep an eye on this mermaid that didn't use the bathroom?
Yeah, someone keep an eye on that mermaid, please.
Alright, I'm gonna go escape for 2 minutes. I need to use the bathroom. Excuse me.
Guys, keep an eye on the mermaid behind you.
Yeah. Jim and I are just shooting Ray Marrow.
It may just be because me and Eridor are away from the ship as well.
Come on, Grey Marrow.
Is he eating a
Yeah.
banana yet?
No,
He's close. He needs to eat a banana and
I
then...
can see anyway.
Yeah, when he eats a banana, he's close. Who's on the top, huh?
Why did they always shoot me? What the... Weird.
All right, guys, let's get back up there real quick.
Stop shooting me. Shoot somebody else.
You know, I used to say that all the time.
Go on, eat a banana. Go on, there you go, he's close. Come on. Ow. Bastard.
God, dearie me.
Let's take a while. Might be a good idea to get someone over there and just swing at him. I did put a keg somewhere. Might be alright. Ow. Probably finish him off.
Each want someone to go over there and swing at him?
He's done! Woo! Good job, guys. Right, quick about this. Oh, we got a brigantine behind us, not coming in, but is in the distance. Probably just seen the skulls come down, so
Right, so yeah, we'll have to be quite fast.
let's hold a minute and see what that brigantine does. What I say.
Alright, so where are we gonna go? What do we do here?
Right,
jump
so
on the
there's
island?
another key. Special fort key this time.
Ooh. Got this, Kelso.
Yeah, come on, we got this. Get some food.
What I told you, man. What?
Yeah, I had your
Are you
food about dead.
Do the honours.
Yay! I'm gonna be on ship watch duty.
I think I had like 8 accommodations just doing this.
Nice.
You not done? Have you done it before, Jim? Surely you have.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, we're going to open the fort.
3,
Yeah.
2,
Let's keep down the
1.
Yep.
Probably like the 4th or 5th time doing it, but I had a bunch of accommodations. It was like spamming and then I was like lagging because of it.
Right.
Fair enough.
Oh, sh.
Ah, no tricks.
Oh, hello.
So who's gonna be on the ship forking it in?
Watching for ships at the
All right,
moment.
we'll get him in. Just get him in a good spot. Where's the? Oh, that's a weird.
Isn't our brig in the best position, like on the docks? We just put it all on our ship then.
Where's the best position here?
Just put it on the dock over here. Where?
I don't see anybody.
Hold on. Stay right there, Kelso.
I'm just going to turn the ship a little bit.
Positioning. It's so foggy too. Where are you standing at? Probably where.
By the tree. Do you see him by the tree? You could probably put it higher up than that.
Yeah.
But where
I
can
mean,
you reach?
I'm back.
well, right there is fine, but I'm trying to think of a spot easier for them. If it wasn't so foggy, I can't
Oh, yeah?
reach you, Cat. You're gonna have to turn a little more to the left.
What's going
A
on?
little bit more. We're just adjusting the ship.
Yeah, we're just adjusting the cannon.
We've defeated
Check tree.
Grimara, so.
Oh, that's
About
cute.
there?
Yeah, but and where did you guys want to put the? Yeah, see, I can't get on top of that rock. But you guys, first Jim, you're right there.
Sexy bitch.
Yeah. Oh,
Take it.
Wow. I got you, Dix. I got you. Don't worry.
All right, so right.
That works right up there. We'll put it there.
Right,
Take it.
somebody keep an eye on what the brig's doing, and if the other sloop comes back.
Keep it.
Yeah,
I'm on
but,
the I'm on the crow's
When you-
nest. Good. It's
Keep
my
that
job
with
at the
my
moment.
ass.
And our allies.
Yeah. Our so-called allies. They're not getting anything.
Yeah.
Hello, pretty face.
Well, they can have, you know.
No, didn't do anything, Cat.
Wow.
Yeah, but. Yeah, it's no skin of our nose, is it?
Ooh.
I got you, Trixie boy. I got you.
All right. Yeah, when you guys come out, just actually, you know what? When you guys put them down, I'm gonna fork it up there. Try to put it down around there.
The big barrels. What were you going to do with the mega kegs?
Are we continuing or are we gonna?
I've got to come off soon, so I bet you guys can carry on.
No,
I'd like-
let's call it. So we're gonna bring everything back on the ship. No, no.
There's
I see a
don't
boom boom.
sloop in our, I don't see a sloop in our alliance.
They might have left.
They were right off the western side of the
No,
map.
no, no. This goes into process.
They know what to be saying. So
Are you talking about the boom boom going to the crow's nest?
Yeah, the crow's nest. You put the boom booms in the crows.
might be rituals of gold. Yeah, I can't actually see them at the moment. But, yeah,
No,
we'll
they were right off the western edge of the map.
see. Yeah.
Down, down, down.
No, not there.
So,
Cat, look at this.
what? What?
Look at this.
Wow.
Wow. Rude. Rude.
Oh!
Skills.
You almost got a skill.
Should I shoot it? Should I shoot it? Should I shoot it?
I
I think, the
wouldn't
first
try.
place, I think the first place we should head is probably the Reaper's hideout, just to get rid of those so we're not on the map anymore.
Sure thing, yeah.
I think that's probably our best bet.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you're gonna get so rich. Whew. Come on, ladies and gents, move it, move it.
Tricks.
Cat, put this on their ship. I'm not keeping all the kegs on our ship. Actually, no, no, we are. Because I'd rather go down there with just one brig if shit happens than two.
Yeah.
Wow.
The brig's currently sitting at Shipwreck Bay.
Okay.
Can't remember.
Okay.
There it is. Scully ship.
Yeah, that's a screen ship. No, we're not taking the small ones. Don't bring the small ones, okay? The small kegs. Leave those here. We
We
don't
need those
need
for
them.
the ships coming inbound. Or
No,
put them on
just
the
leave
island
them.
away from us, because, yeah.
Just leave them.
I don't know what a small one is.
The small
They all
keg.
look big to me.
Just the normal keg.
Well, just look down. Eridar put it down there.
I exploded.
What are you guys thinking? Oh, okay.
Why is cat not doing shit? Okay, that what you just did. The
Because,
strong gunpowder is big one. That's how
Oh,
we.
slow mode. I'm uploading pictures, that's why. But I brought a lot of stuff down already.
Wow, are you giving me attitude, Mr. Walker?
How many bloody things have you brought down, Mr. Eridan?
I am helping tricks and organizing things on the ship. You ungrateful. woman.
Yeah, well, I'll do that, and you can bring this up.
Wow, you know what? I'm the
Wow.
captain of the ship, not you, so you're not entitled to say anything to me, okay?
Mutiny!
Mutiny. Bananas.
Bananas. Ooh. I eat banana.
Mermaid jam.
Right, so any cannibals on the fort, we got to bring them with us, really.
Oh, a treasure chest with.
Yeah, because we're going to get attacked by a Scully ship.
Holy shit.
Gold discovered. What?
The other various. Some of the chests you can open up, and
Yes.
there's gold in them.
You're right, Portuguese, absolutely.
Get this gem. I don't know if you can get this gem, but you want to try?
Oh, tricks!
I mean, that's
that
not
was
clear
cool,
to get, guys.
You sit on
Yeah,
Yeah,
automatic.
there's still
Up here, look.
Jumped off. Oh, Misty. Ow!
Why are you fulfilling?
He has no idea. He's just like, you know.
I was about to say,
He likes
I'm
to shove his
standing
pulling
literally
things.
where- oh wait, I see a ship. Hold up.
Oh, we need to hurry up, mates. Come on.
Sloop at Plunder Outpost.
Yeah, we need to hurry up.
Yeah, so get these down.
Right, can find
Yeah,
some more,
I'm just gonna bring this down. So much easier.
few more resources.
How to do it?
We have lots of cannonballs over here. We got a lot of cannonballs over here.
Alright, is this everything with there's up there? I doubt
The
it.
gem and that's it.
We have lots of cannonballs. Pull me in.
Yeah, that's everything's up there.
No, really? Okay.
Okay, so Reaper's Hideout's probably
Reaper's
the
hideout.
best bet.
Reaper's hideout. No?
Yeah, so that's directly behind us. So that's
Reaper's
west
hideout
or
is
northwest?
northwest.
Northwest. Get northwest.
Let's redo the alliance. Okay.
Get ready to get into a battle with a skelly ship. 'Cause it usually
Yeah,
always
we can actually
happens
kill
when you
more things at the Reaper's hideout for even double, so it's gonna be quadruple.
Yes. Yes. All the villainous skulls can.
Yeah,
dissolve.
we sell everything that we can over here.
Rejoin it, guys.
Yeah, let's recreate the alliance, please.
Leave that alliance and then rejoin it.
There are a lot more cannonballs up there. Do we not want them?
Yeah, we do.
And then wait, Eridar, remember to take the off alliance side down.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm just waiting. Jim, can you go to your ship and
Yeah, I'm on here.
leave and then join?
Where are the cannonballs? Up in the main.
Upper, left side,
You what's it?
over here.
There we go.
Perfect.
Over here. Oh, there were. There's 7. And
You grabbed them already.
there's 5 more here. There's 2 more on that one. We got wood planks too.
Are you at the very top?
Yeah. Yeah, very top.
Well, I think we can get out of here because
Yeah.
And then there's 6 more over here.
I see him. Yeah, I'm coming.
And then the crates to the right. There's 2 more.
what's this trick trying to do? I'm really curious.
Being tricked, isn't it?
Exactly. That's the answer.
There's a bunch of stuff here,
Thanks.
but no point.
Just a hint. As the sun
Top right.
spawns like millions
Go
of
up,
cannonballs.
Up right. We got 6 more.
I've got space for 2 more.
Eridar, can I stop at least pivoting the ship?
Yeah, please.
Go over here.
What the hell was that?
What was the boom
I don't
boom?
know.
Boom boom.
Yeah, we're gonna stop pivoting the ship northwest.
Yeah.
Oh, that's who you were aiming for. There we go. After all that time.
Okay, come on, everyone. Let's get going. Let's
Yeah,
get
come on,
going.
before ship would turn up.
Yes, so much more.
Gotta be quick.
I know, but again, we have really big and explosive things on our ships.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
All it takes is a ship
Very
to come
valuable
over.
stuff.
All it
Well, you
takes
always
is-
did say you wanted your party to be the bomb.
Hey, I have no clue what part of the island I'm on. No.
Oh, you're in that one spot.
Cat, where you at?
I'm
You
coming.
here?
Got a few more cannibals.
Right, remember to let them hand in the processor.
Right, 65 cannibals.
I'm on the wrong side of the island.
Northwest, boys. Okay.
Why's our ship moving?
Anchor?
Cat, get ready with like cannonballs. You two are. There's usually skelly ships
Yeah.
like.
Oh, I see you. Hey,
Aye.
there's a ship over here. Is that you guys?
Probably.
Oh,
With the
guys, we're in trouble. Watch the Kraken.
Wait, what?
It's,
Oh, shit, yeah,
it's
there's
roaring close.
Oh my fuck. Okay, hey. We really need to go north. Let's go.
North.
You guys go in front. So you guys get it first.
Bang.
Should we get to the Sea Dog Tavern point as well?
No, let's go for the Reaper's hideout.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we have so
keep
much
to-
stuff.
keep to the- yeah, keep to the left of the Sea Dogs Tavern because the Reapers is just beyond.
Okay,
that,
what
isn't it?
exactly can we sell there? What do I sell there?
We can sell Captain's Chest, Villainous Skulls, um,
And Reaper's
the
Chest.
Reapers.
Or are you going to
And
fix
silk. If silk is.
Look good. Here they come. Oh, you're lucky there wasn't a Kraken. I knew it was something.
What was it?
Skelly ships. Oh, wait, Meg, go some. Oh,
What was it?
Briggs to the north of us.
Captain.
Sure what they're
Right.
doing.
did you guys see that?
Watch out! Did you have kegs? You have kegs. You can run into kegs.
Look out! Don't stop
Watch out.
the kegs. You've got like kegs of water.
Kegs on the right, kegs on the right, kegs on the right.
Oh, that was
Imagine if it was us. Nims, you need to be extra careful, bro. I'm begging.
Oh! You kegs were dangerous.
Let her be. Let her be.
We
Don't
can
tangle
ignore
her.
this one. If it's the red one, it would have been
Yeah, I usually go in the water and give her a kiss. That's what I do.
Mm.
It's a red one.
I heard she's a biter.
Is it in front of us or not?
Let me check. It should be. Yeah, that's it.
You'll know she's going to attack because she'll go the musical change.
So we cancel anything. So stronghold squads, we cancel those.
No.
No. Okay.
Everything else needs to be to an outpost, which we'll do straight
Okay.
after.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we can stop. Yeah. So we're going to Reapers. We can go to the sea post. We can go to the.
Would you guys agree though? Like we get to see if a cloud pops up because then we know we're a bit safe, don't we?
Nah,
Heading
fuck
off.
it, let's go. Come on.
Hey, Kelsey, you can take the wheel.
Are you pushing out?
Come again?
Yeah, I hate it. I've got flashbacks of the cracker on the brig the
Skull
other day.
powder's up.
Awful.
Full crowd is up? Okay.
Yeah.
We're safe, we're safe.
Safe.
Do you want me to go which way?
Do you see this island that we're going for?
Directly ahead, there's a fortified island. That's where we're going. There's a special person.
Yeah.
Oh,
shit.
Told you guys.
oh shit.
What did I
Here,
say? I
Give me
said
this.
that
You do this. You do this.
it might be on them.
Okay.
Raise your front sail, we need to slow down in order to
Oh,
No. This is just the skelly ships.
Yes, sloop. It's not easy.
We'll go on the right, or no, on the right side of it. It'd be bad. You guys would shoot us. Are we still going to Reaper's Hideout?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a sloop. The way won't be too much of an issue. Assuming you got Eridar and Cat on the cannons required.
Changing away.
No, they're not. Ooh, nice shot, Cathy. They should be done. They should be out.
I think so.
Oh, look at our boys. Look at our boys. That's gonna hit them. Oh, that was so close.
Okay, good.
Oh, they're down. They sank.
Take their loot if you can, guys.
Yep.
Considering that we're the ones we can drop the reefers on the beach and stuff. Oh shit, we got
Mermaid. Mermaid.
Mermaid.
What do you mean, mermaid?
Oh, there's a mermaid here.
I wanted the skellies.
Or mermaid does in the creature.
That's not good, is it? I mean, someone's on your.
No, I see it.
Someone's on the hideout.
Oh, they know what we're doing.
Oh shit, really? Someone's on there.
Okay, listen up.
People like to camp this.
Alright, I'm gonna go on there and have a look.
Yeah, I'm also gonna do the same.
Yeah. Cat, watch ladders.
We'll stay in the outskirts.
No, we need you here. We need you here, Trix, in case
Oh,
shit goes down.
Cat, come here.
Okay.
Take this. Cat, take it.
Hang on, I'm just putting the sail up. 'Cause otherwise we're
Take
gonna.
the final thought.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
Wow, there's a lot of barrels.
Yeah, we're gonna take the resources as much as we can in case we get into a fight. Clear these barrels out. And then
Okay,
just
start
dump it.
bringing the chests. I'm securing the island.
Are we looking?
It's Cat.
So far,
Me and
so far,
Cat have
so
got the Reapers. Stuff.
Okay, yeah, bring the Reaper. Trix, I need you to bring the ship
we
a
need to
bit
get a bit
closer.
closer. We need to get a bit
Yeah, it's
closer.
very shallow here though, so you're gonna.
Right, we'll take a gold one with me then. And the most, aren't they? The Reapers, aren't they? I'm gonna drop it by our feet. You guys can get in and get the full.
Eridar, where are you? You're up the top.
I'm up top.
Give me
Trix,
a turn on.
So if I bring a Reapers,
Right,
Did
you
it-
want me to come over there?
Did anyone actually like
Right, I'm
fall
on.
off the ship or anything? Is that why there was a mermaid?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
I shot myself off the mermaid. That's why I got the mermaid.
Oh,
What? You
okay.
fucking.
Still stay alert. It would.
Yeah.
I'll leave this chest here. Does somebody want to come and get this?
I'll
Yeah,
drop
you
it by our
might-
feet.
Oh yeah, Kels, you need to hand this in, dude.
Yeah, you
so
need to sell these things.
Also hop in.
Yeah, guys, come
Okay.
over here when you're done.
Here. Shoot me out there.
yeah, well done.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the ship so you can get more of the barrels.
Right, I've got the red one.
Okay, Kels, I
So-
see you. Climb up here, and you'll see the lady in a tent. Okay,
Right, I've got one more, so stay there.
right over there, Kels. Oh, the other way. And hand her those things. Well done, mate. Why aren't we getting shit? Are we are in an alliance, right?
Well, maybe you don't have to go yet. Wait, are we in alliance?
The alliance.
Yeah, we did.
yeah.
Are you
I
getting? Are
don't
you
think
getting
it
gold?
works with.
So I'm getting
Yeah. Hold on, time out. Check our lines.
Yeah.
I timed out.
No. Go ahead, sell it. It doesn't work for an alliance, this, so don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's head back to the ship. Let's head to an outpost and cash in, and we can
Yeah.
call it a successful session.
Let's do some stuff.
Pick me up. Yeah.
So take you out to the what?
Accustomed to being harpooned. Hey, what's that green smoke?
Yeah, what the-
I'll get too used to it now.
What's with the green smoke over there?
Mermaid.
That's
On
your
the left.
mermaid.
That's
your
your
mermaid.
mermaid. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm afraid you're a bit too far for me to actually harpoon you.
Oh. That's what she said.
There you go.
Nowadays, you
Right,
can't
let's
just say
go
he
for
or
now.
she.
Right, so we've got a
Take the bishop
choice:
to the
Golden
axis.
Sands or Century.
Sanctuary.
Really?
Just
Century. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Come on, you lazy bums. Drop yourselves, let's get going.
Yeah, we'll be with the wind as well. Let's go.
Yeah, sanctuary northwest, northwest. We are rich.
Hell yeah. You know, that's right.
money.
Money. If Trix and Jim could actually drop their sail and follow us, you know.
I just thought back to your money moments.
We're just looting up here all these.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of them. There's like that one disappeared, I guess. So
For a sloop, that's a lot of loot.
I think there was a couple of ships there that must have sunk here or something. Or they,
Nah, it's just lucky on spawn there because that was like double barrel spawned.
that was a lot of barrels.
Oh crap! I just went up where the explosive barrels are. I'm out.
All right, which way did you guys go?
Century Outpost.
Which you have? Okay.
Northwest.
Oh, Eridar, that was close.
I know, right? Nah.
There's something shiny over there.
There was. But you missed it. Jesus, we're going a bit too fast.
We are zooming.
Hyperspeed.
That's so lucky. She got 9 lives.
Meow.
So you want the Century? You want to check?
Yeah, straight ahead.
I was asking if anyone's there.
Yeah, I can't see anybody there. No, not at the minute anyway.
That bottle of water sounds pretty good. Hold on.
Well, that was more fun than the Athena runs, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Can't you feel the seas tonight? It is filled with treasure.
How much money have you got now, Eridar?
1.6.
That's it?
1.8.
Fudge,
You guys are.
Oh dear. 6.8.
Ooh.
You guys got that SOD disease.
Spend it. I just buy everything that I don't. Buy things that I like.
Well, Eridar likes spending on. Well, most people have it like stacks on deck.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright.
Not your Trix?
Nope.
Look, there's keel haul.
Oh, what was that lag? Oh my god.
Good, actually.
Whoa, I think now we know what the lag was from.
Yeah,
What?
but I've been on
Well,
focus
is
on it.
16 months in a row. I seen
no,
you on that
16
Tomb Raider, bro.
on the game.
How's that Tomb Raider going for you? Guys, let's welcome Torellas back to the Tricks Gaming Squad.
Get him, Cat. Get him. Go on.
Dude, watching you made me want to play so bad, bro. I never got to finish the,
Fail.
Jeez.
Mega fail.
never got to finish the,
Oh, look. I should have
Tomb Raider games, right? Good. Okay.
I missed.
I hope you and the family are doing well, man. Seriously. I know times are hard right now, especially everybody being crazy. Gotta watch it, man.
Raise that front sail.
Brace
Gotta watch
yourself.
it, man.
Alright.
Where we at? Guys, we were on the wrong way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Make me proud.
Make me
Um,
proud.
Yum, how did we ended up going completely opposite?
I don't know.
Wait,
That was weird.
what are you two?
That's because I'm not sailing.
Exactly. See.
Oh, it's finally almost done? There you go, Dorellis. Oh, we're
Who
coming.
knows?
ETA 20 minutes.
I'm
Taking the scenic route.
what the heck?
They
did
were going.
They were right behind us.
Yes, at one point.
At one
On the
point.
rocks.
You started speeding.
Okay. Kels, I need you to start selling things that we have on the ship. Start with the kegs. Sell those to the merchant. You'll see her tent on the dock. Okay.
Holy crap, they're over by a Wanderer's Refuge. You want me to sell it?
I'm gonna drop
Yeah.
them down for
On
you.
this
Sell those.
Stuff on the boat? Okay.
Come on, sell those. Sell those. I'm dropping them down for you.
Ah, son of
Oh, man. What, for Tomb Raider? Well, I think for Tomb Raider, there's, what you call it?
Sell the kegs first, please.
I have Tomb Raider, like, with, I think, well, for now, I got Game Pass.
Open by the merchant.
I want to say...
Chest of Legends. Yes, this is it.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know exactly which ones they have, but I think they have the Definitive Edition and something. Atlas, yeah, I don't have like the actual copy. I did like the Steam share or whatever. If it's still still even works, I'm not even sure. I have to check.
And then start selling things
Bollocks.
to other places.
The Athena chest has to go in the tavern to
Bum, bum,
rescue a
bum,
stranger.
bum, bum, bum,
So,
bum,
yeah,
bum, bum.
that's a new
Yeah, we're in a
You're,
yeah, we're in that
yeah, that place. That one.
yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, we're in an alliance. There we go.
Luckily. No.
I
not
felt
that
like
one.
Rose Dawson for a second. The propellers.
Good take that, just-
I can't sell this.
No, no,
I don't know why.
why,
No?
why can you not sell it? Oh,
Probably
no, it's a
costs too
storage
much.
crate. It's a bloody storage crate with
Oh,
things
no.
in it.
Also, we had a storage crate.
We did have a storage crate. Right. Do you want to grab this one? This is a very special one, this chest of legends.
Okay.
So grab hold of that. Right, follow me, and then I'll find the mysterious stranger. Sell that too.
Oh, we just missed the boo.
You guys got loot on your ship as well?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're making food. Food sounds good. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Dorales, I hope you're making something good, man.
Guy who will take Athena things.
Huh? Why would you do that?
Go on sands.
He has special reputation.
Let
for
us go.
this.
Okay,
What
just
do
start
you
selling your
after
shit.
fire
Don't
Alright.
it's okay? Don't
Okay.
have to us. Just
Yeah, well, I'm heading to Silver Sands.
to us.
That's like a retirement place.
I know, right? Priceless.
Everything else, there's Master's card.
Okay, we're all.
Okay, I would say mermaids should go to merchant.
The souls, I'd say. Souls takes the longest.
Souls is easy.
Well, not now, actually.
Yeah.
Not now. No. About not. Used to take ages.
Yes.
Wait, have a look at your
Reputation.
reputation, whichever is the lowest, to keep them quite even. So sell the mermaid gems to
Yeah, but
whoever.
okay, leave the mermaid gem for the last. Leave the mermaid gem for. Finish selling
Yeah.
whatever else you have. Okay.
Sea Dogs is 1.
Yeah, ignore that.
Hunter's Call is 1.
Yeah, ignore that.
Yeah, we haven't done anything.
Golden Hoarders 23. Order of Souls is 24. Merchants Alliance is 22. Athena's Fortune is 1.
Well,
Right.
Sounds
yeah,
old.
merchant, yeah.
Oh, it's lots of cannibals, huh?
Where's the merchant?
Two
It's the
pirates
tent,
coming
right?
for you.
Yeah, the 10th. That's the 10th, yeah.
3, 4, we're getting a lot of gold.
Getting a lot of
And our
like
wild
legendary gold hoarder combination.
Oh, look at you.
Nice.
Kicking those cows, nice.
You type?
We might need. Oh, we're gonna hit. We're gonna crash. Jim.
Oh no, yep, we're gonna race. Yep, big time. Yep.
We also have a few more things to sell in the Order of Souls
What?
stand.
We tried to go over an island, it didn't work. It was a small island, so I thought it would work, but it didn't work.
Trying to do a drive-through. Yeah.
Go to the Order of Souls for me.
Tried to take a shortcut through the island, it didn't work.
Inside. Well done, well done. No, you guys did an amazing job today. All well played. We made a great team.
We were
did.
really, really efficient, weren't we? Really.
Very good.
Yeah. And Kels, it was really nice playing with you. Finally, dude.
Yeah, it was nice.
I'm gonna sell this myself.
Ah, this moss isle hopper, is that a rare one?
Oh.
Yeah, you can do some shopping now and upgrade your
Yeah,
gear.
you shop.
Some additional upgrade too.
Yeah, have you been upgrading with the companies as you
Oh,
go?
yeah. Talk with the companies, right? And you should see a thing to upgrade to your company and unlock some new stuff.
I'm a senior trader, Molly. But as much as store, what can you tell me
Browse shop. And you can purchase your upgrades from there.
Yeah, I haven't upgraded anything.
Yeah, because they give you some quite nice things, you know, nice lanterns and
Mm-hmm.
bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good on that with different. We were coming in kind of hot. Can we just park on the island?
You can. I mean, the sky is the limit.
Mermaid in the water? What are you guys doing? The boom boom.
Are you guys actually came there? Oh. Yes, you made it. You made it. We should give you something for making.
Yeah, we took the scenic route. We went a long way around.
Yeah, yeah.
We thought it'd be more fun.
Motherfucker.
Ow!
Okay.
Rude. Rude.
Oh shit.
I'm not.
One is dead. I repeat, one is dead.
Why are you playing?
I know,
I hate
right?
when he does that. Ow!
Oh, he actually got you.
Jesus!
Do I have to bring my blunderbombs?
Oh shit.
Ow!
Wow, is he actually seeing you?
What the
Cat! Cat!
rude?
That's very rude.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You know what I'm trying to do, right? Oh, I love this shit.
I didn't even get a shot off. That sucks.
I know, bro. I'm so.
I mean,
I pulled the trigger too.
Alright,
let them
let's help them
snipe
sell
you.
stuff. Let's help them sell stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
they got ashen chests.
Holy shit, they have lots of
Lots
keys.
and lots of things. There's a key on here somewhere as well to open one
Hey,
of these
can we
ashen
purchase
chests.
key vouchers, names?
Hey,
For here?
how are you gonna deliver it over here?
Okay, give me a second. Let's bring these on the beach, okay? Bring everything on the beach.
Jesus.
Okay, so don't sell anything yet. Just bring it on the beach.
Bring it on a what?
On the beach.
Bring it on the beach.
Oh, you gotta hold out your tongue and say that. I couldn't hear you.
On the bit.
Wow,
On the bit.
Really? Really, Cat? Okay.
There's a sapphire mermaid gem by the merchant.
Alright, so what's with
Better
these?
than on a pirate ship.
When do we take care of these ashen chests?
Okay,
Never
these ashes chests, you actually need a special key. We're gonna try and get you guys some keys, okay?
Oh, okay, I know what keys. Are we talking about the Crown Proctor or?
Wait, what?
Oh, Westmore. Okay.
Keys to the kingdom.
The keys to the king? Okay. that's
Kingdom,
fine.
not the keys.
Keys
Ow!
to the kingdom.
Nemo,
Come on, help me carry the chests on the
I
beach.
see you with a
Come on,
wonder bomb in
dear.
your hand.
All right. So how many keys do we even have?
We don't. We're gonna try and actually get you the key.
Miss.
Okay, come on. Nims, let's focus. I'm also gonna purchase one.
So what do I do with this? Do I just?
Then you just wait for a bit. Let us get you the
We need to
keys,
dig
okay?
the keys up, but you have got one key on your ship already because we got one from the fort before. So you need to use it to open one of these chests up. I'm not sure where you put the key. I hope nobody sold it.
The ritual scrolls?
You sell
No, the
them.
keys.
Have you got the glowy key
Nope.
still that we got from the
Nope.
fort?
You guys should. What the heck?
You should have
No,
it.
these are the
I've got
ones with
one in
the
there somewhere.
pancake sausage ones.
Hello, Trixie. He's not even on his ship.
I see it.
He's a language.
Oh, what?
Right, so if you take it over to the glowy chest, and then you can open one up, and inside there should be some books and things.
Come on, let's vote on this, ladies.
Alright, opening it now.
Okay.
Rude.
It's not me. Any of them.
Cat,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Which
Get
one.
your fucking asses back to the ship. Thank you.
Jimmy's broke wonder bombs.
Oh, Tomb Raider.
Oh, fire.
Tomb Raider. That's what the Relish was playing.
Come on, teams, focus, mate.
Focus what?
Come on, vote on the
Hug
void.
me, hug me.
No, go away.
Is that all the chests?
No, we're working on getting stuff, so just bear with us, okay?
Alright, so what do we do with these things that are in here though, like the books?
You need to sell
them
those to the
the
mysterious
book
guy.
goes to
Mysterious
Duke.
stranger again.
Not the books.
Is it
go
or is
to
it
Duke.
Duke? Oh,
Not the
Duke.
books.
Ow! Ow! I'm gonna die.
Stop it!
Hey.
Tricks, I'm working to get you money, mate. Here's another key trick.
Take you.
No,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna die.
god, you fucking assholes. Who keeps doing that, honestly?
Ow.
He doesn't want my book.
Duke doesn't want your book. Try the mysterious stranger.
Hey, here's the key.
I
Here's
went
the
to
key.
the mysterious stranger.
You know where we...
What item do you have? The book? Try the Order of Souls.
Okay.
Pineapple saved me. The pineapple saved me.
My panel.
Order of Skulls. No.
This
Just
should
get
go
there?
to Duke. The contents of the chests. In the chest.
I'm just gonna leave this book here because I couldn't figure out anybody to give it to. I went to all three.
In the tavern.
Yeah. Where you spawned? The creepy guy.
Duke's in the tavern, and the mysterious
Yeah.
stranger's in the tavern. That's where you need to sell it.
Yeah, I gave it to the mysterious stranger. He wanted nothing.
There you are, Duke.
Oh.
Duke will take them.
Oh,
Like Dukes and Hazard, you know.
Yeah.
GM, behave.
that is a random NPC.
You know?
Behave, what does that mean? Oh my resurrection. Ow.
I kind of think about it.
Uh,
Pirates still exist.
I need a voice.
storage crate, huh?
Dude,
Sitting right here on the dock. Got a storage crate still on the dock.
Yeah, they can't do anything with that. Just. Ow!
Right.
Come on.
You threw it
Ow,
yourself.
That hurt. No, it bounced off the side of the bloody thingy. I'm dead!
Come on, that's fine.
Fuckers! I'm going for a wee.
You're both dead. Yes, Aradov, what were you saying?
Let's bloody finish this. So let's get them more keys. I think they need like 3 more keys or something. So could you help? Thank you.
Who's doing that?
What?
Oh, somebody touched my butt.
The fuck, Twix?
Ow.
Give me just a second.
How much are these two?
I want more fire.
Like the Sims. Woohoo. Oh gosh.
No more. I have no more.
God damn it. Why, Trix, why?
Okay, kill them all.
Oh, Nemesis.
Kill them
Uh-oh.
all. No, kill them all. You know what? I tried
I didn't
to
do
help.
anything.
They don't want our help, so let's kill them all.
I bought a voyage. I said I bought a voyage.
No, I know, I
That's
know.
just gone AFK.
I saw them kill you. We're gonna butcher them, their entire crew, then burn their ship.
Hold on. You were picking on the rookie, right?
Wow, we weren't. What the fuck are you on about? We were trying to help the rookie. Bloody dick.
What they say, once a pirate, always a pirate.
Yeah. You're gonna see.
It's only the two of us, Aradov, because cats have.
I don't care. We can take them out.
I'm waiting for her.
You vote on the voyage anyway. So
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Give me a second. Let me actually spawn back.
Oh.
There's a voyage.
I will get you, my pretty.
See, everyone thinks Cat's lovely and lovely, but actually, Salva, she's got a really savage stuff.
Oh, double gun.
Wow, Trix, you deserve to get absolutely murdered. Double gunning. Wow. Good him.
Behind you, Leaves.
Oh, look at it. Oh, I got bloody.
The double gunning.
The other one got me there. I think it was cancelled.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Oh, I don't know where we were going. I'm not regular guns. Oh, no. Oh, dead.
No ammo.
Bloody guns, I don't know. He's a
Below the
gun like
bus.
a man, woman, pirate.
Alright. This is forever, Dar. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, not one!
Oh, I can't actually throw it.
I just said it's gonna kill us all. What happened to
Kill
that?
time. I killed Trix, but you guys ganged me, so you know.
You realize we got a map for you, right? And then you.
Yeah, we do have a
started
map for
digging.
you, right?
We literally have a map for you, and we're starting to dig, and then everyone just goes off and goes butchering.
Whoa, don't burn our ship, mates. Come on.
Oh, come
Hey,
on.
don't do that.
We won't give you the key. We'll just hand it in.
Yeah, I know, right?
I will hand that key in. I will do it. It's a pirate thing to do. I will hand that in. Guys, I'm trying to get a key for you, God
I
damn
know
it.
how Trix is actually getting me, and you're cheating like a bitch, just so you know.
Bro, I'm trying to get a key. Stop.
Just practice.
Bro, I know how you're. I know you keep forgetting that. Turn it off, and we can have a life. Give me a second.
No!
There you go. There's a key.
I gotta get that surround sound.
I'm gonna make like 2.
I've got a key. I'm gonna open one of the chests for you. There you go. There's a chest.
Hmm? Oh. Mm-hmm.
Ow! Asshole.
Oh God, I saw that shot. Oh God, I'm getting out of the way.
Cat. Wow. Wow, look at you two using 2 guns at once. Look at that. Look
Oh
at
no,
that.
I can't. He's gonna hit me. Oh, miss me.
Look at that.
I can't. I'm just nowhere near fast enough to do this. I'm too slow. Oh, he got me.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
Hmm?
What is going on over here?
That one thing.
Oh,
You know, like, Cat really hates the IRA.
Oh, why they added depth of field? Why they added this to the game? Oh, I don't like that. Hold on, we don't have full customization of graphic settings.
Wow, it was shooting me from the right side, you cheeky. Wow. Wow. Cat, me and you are getting fucking butchered.
oh, yeah, I'm still alive, Just.
How?
Oh, but not now.
We're more safe on here than we are going. I'm just kidding.
Erudite, you need to avenge us. Come on.
Come on, everyone, come back.
Like Rose
He
Dawson
just
when the
twitched,
ships were
yeah,
coming.
clear, he just twitched. He probably has to do some work, actually.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to do some studying soon.
Mm-hmm.
Studying
I'm
during
back.
the corona?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
No, I said we thought you had to go
I'm
over
getting
here to do some
butchered,
work.
mate. Every
Oh, no,
time.
no,
Yeah,
no,
we
I
need to
just had to
avenge us, Eridar, we're dying.
What happened?
We're dying like noobs.
What's the problem? I mean,
For one,
Using the eye of reaches, we're going to have to be more sneaky. Oh, somebody else. Oh.
Are they on
no.
our ship?
Okay.
look at him running away. Look at that. Look.
Too fast for you.
Jesus Christ, hacks much. Oh, I'll finish off.
Oh!
Get him,
You
get him,
finally
get him.
got it.
Oh, cheeky!
Oh. Get him.
Oh, I stayed up way too late.
I
Mhm.
need some food. I need some food.
the ship is ours. I repeat, the ship is ours.
Gonna eat the pineapples.
You said pine what?
Come on. Okay, where is Strix?
What about
It's true.
pineapples?
Guys, we actually have a ship coming, just so you guys know.
Oh,
Yay.
Are we supposed to care about them?
No, they got
We need
Take
to.
'em.
Yeah, it's a sloop, but we need to do the rest of the last couple of.
You got so scared.
Bro, I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention correctly, so yeah.
Like I didn't.
Strix!
Like I didn't even shoot you, and you stopped me. I was like, oh, what the hell?
that's okay. I weakened you guys.
You okay, dude?
You're so toxic. You're going to spawn campus. I mean, I'm just saying, me and Cat were getting absolutely annihilated before you.
Alright, it's okay. It's okay.
So,
We
Pam,
Well, I was sort of running away mostly.
I'm just spawning on your ship.
Jim.
Really spawning on the ship.
Jim, I see you. He's left side, left side. Left side there.
You see that?
I don't think so.
Come on, how did you get?
Yeah, he's dead now. Blunderbombed.
Names right, names.
Oh shit!
You're like, how do I keep spawning on your ship?
Well, this is your ship. This is your ship. Not ours.
Oh my god.
You're like, I don't have my blunderbuss.
Oh god, blunderbuss. Cat, I've robbed all their pineapples.
Trixie boy, you okay, Dad?
Cat, I've robbed all their pineapples.
No!
Oh my god.
I could have a bite of this, I think.
You know what I mean?
I am the pineapple queen. I am the pineapple queen.
They're gonna try and spawn as a group and shit like that, just so you're aware.
Oh, are they?
Oh.
Are they?
Already gone into another chat and just communicating.
I know, right? I try hurting you.
It's one.
Thank you.
Hide at the back. It's okay.
Jimmy
Should all go together at the same time. That's what you should do. Ow.
I'm dead. They got me. They got me.
No!
Cat, save me! Cat, Cat, you didn't save me! I gave you so many pineapples!
Ow! Why am I stuck? I'm stuck on the edge of the ship.
Oh my god, come on, Jimmy.
Jim went ham. Jim was pissed.
Yeah, I know Jim went fucking like, what's that called?
Go,
Now
Trix.
Jim's the one camping us.
Jim's on.
Yeah, we're dead.
Oh.
Wow, she's like, oh, Trixie's still here. Hello, Trixie boy.
Oh, there's two of them here. I'm going to survive this.
Come on, Cat.
You are.
Come on.
Come on,
Cat.
we're coming.
Oh,
Come on, Catty.
very low.
Survive,
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh.
Let's fuck them up.
No one kills Cat. No.
Nobody touches my cat. Let's go, Nemo.
Man, I just went after you guys.
Let's go, Jim. Let's go.
Oh.
Ah, you fucking asshole.
Coming back.
Ow.
Oh.
Stay alive.
Killed one.
Aww,
I'm gonna die by Jim. Oh, Chris is going ham after me. Dude, you should have seen him jump in the water. Fucking shoot me there. What the fuck? Oh, I missed this shit.
No, Trix.
Who's got me? Oh,
I'm
Jim.
dead.
Jim, are you?
I really that's because of Trix and Jim and else. Come on. It's embarrassment. That's what you do.
I've got two of them.
I've never heard Cat make that noise before.
I know.
That was a new one.
Yeah, they definitely changed the combat. Wow.
Yeah.
Made it way too user friendly.
Don't even get me started on the combat.
Yeah, nah, I know what it was. They really try to. I ain't gonna say
I'll show you
nothing.
the picture.
No,
It's their game.
The way you can hit someone from so far away. Look, we'll show you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I noticed it's just the hitbox. I noticed changed for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very bad.
They really want to do that. They should really make certain cosmetics have hitbox ratios.
They don't. Like Rara said that they want more ground-based, but yeah, they just need to do it in time. I hate.
I think they're trying to really balance controllers and stuff. I hate to say it.
Yes.
That's
Definitely.
really sad because I don't know why games are doing that. Like,
Oh my god, that's that double.
You guys have still got ritual skulls to hand them, by the way. Just let you know.
That don't be.
There's 30 doubloons right standing right
I know.
next to them. 30.
I remember before people could barely hit me.
Oh.
Like I have high ping. You guys shouldn't even be hitting me that high because I'm not like what you see doesn't happen for me yet.
No.
No, honestly, Trix, you're kind of real time with us. I mean, I don't need to calculate in front of you or anything because you're not like stuttering or anything.
No, like it's gonna move fluent, but I'm just saying like based on latency wise.
I was ready. Hello, buddy. I ran out of shit.
Oh, just a minute, I'm stealing your bloody coconuts.
Here, you take my food.
Oh, that shit.
Oh, God.
Alright, anyway, I think I'm going to jump off and...
Yeah, okay, Truth, let's finish selling what we actually...
Yeah, let's finish those two chests and,
Yeah.
I mean, you can sell them without opening them.
Yeah, just sell just sell everything that is left. Okay?
Yeah. And sell the empty chests as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put these in the tavern. So, see you guys in the tavern, okay?
Yeah.
Behave.
Maybe we'll get a group picture in the tavern or something.
Yeah, I want a group picture with all of you guys because
That'd be
this was
nice.
really...
Yeah.
It was a good adventure, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's right. Okay, let's come.
Kelso, I hope you had fun for the first, proper try in Sea of Thieves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's something special. Hopefully you're carrying on enjoying that.
Also, that book
Okay.
over there. Don't forget to search.
You dare, Tricks. I'm behaving. Wow, Tricks, really?
Tricks, bro,
Really?
bro,
I'm
come on.
behaving, bro.
Alright, here we go. There's another
Like,
chest.
Tricks, come to the tavern. I want a picture with...
If I get shot in the back, I swear.
No.
So stay here.
He's
Stay
not
here
gonna
because
do
we're gonna get a picture.
Yeah, just take it so we can take a picture.
I need a bloody. I need a. What the hell? I'm lagging.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, come on, I will gather around. Nims, get the new Tricks. Okay, and I'm gonna take a picture with all of you.
What?
No, on the other side, whoever is... Kelso, go on Trix's right side. Oh my god, dudes, you are...
Oh yeah, you used to be able to get on the bar and sit on the bar, didn't you?
Yeah, come on, get to the bar, do this.
Can we
Can't
get on
anymore.
You can't anymore. My bad.
What? Did someone just eat my pineapple? Who just ate my
The
pineapple?
monkey, the monkey. No, do it.
Yeah, stop,
I want to take a picture.
Stop. No,
I
no
want to take a
killing.
picture.
No killing.
Oh, I
Calm
just
down.
want to take a picture of all of us.
Someone just robbed my pineapple.
It'll be the bloody pet. It'll be a bloody
Come on,
pet.
Trix, join us here so I can take a picture, dude.
I don't know where to stand.
Everyone is everyone's
There we
feeling
go.
well. Do an animation, Kels. Hold Z.
That's true though, Vortex. Very true.
So you can wave. You can play an instrument. You can wave. You hold your pistol. There you are. Look.
I mean, I was gonna hold a pineapple out, but a monkey robbed my pineapple. So.
Well done. I'm gonna post this in the media, okay? On your Discord, Trixie.
Okay.
Media.
And now we can all get drunk.
Yeah, now we all get drunk. Or we just kill them all.
Yeah.
We just bloody-
Go ham! Yep, we just butchered
Is there
them.
anyone left?
Oh, no, no.
Where is Jim? Bro, I can't see Jim, he's too dark. Okay, that sounds so racist.
Oh, cat, you better kill him, I swear.
Ah, no. Where's he gone out the door? Where's he gone? I see him.
Dude, honestly, thank you so much for playing. It was a really great time playing with you guys. And I'm gonna catch up with you next time, okay?
All right.
Have a lovely one. Thank you for having us. Bye.
Hey,
Bye.
No, I'm on fire. I'm gonna die. I've got any food. Oh!
Oh, my God, too.
He got me again.
Time is it?
alright, guys. See you guys later. See ya.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Me too.
Killed the whole team that time. That was pretty good.
Yeah. It certainly was. Fantastic.
101,000. Wow.
Go spend that money.
1,000? You know how quick that goes?
I have 212,680
There you go. Save it, save it.
and 280 whatever blue is. Let's see.
The balloons.
Sea Dogs is 1, Gold Hoarders 23, Order of Soul.
I wish I could paint my monkey's toenails. Yeah, monies go quick. Did you see the prices on the items, guys? Kelso? Nope. Follow me.
I plan to hold on to money. I'm a hoarder.
No, definitely hold it, but just get you an idea, like what you're going to be working with. Every island has different items, so just don't buy what you first see. And in the sea post, you can get sometimes discounted items. Like just talk to them and then browse their stock.
Do I
You
know
can
you?
get like clearance items they have. So
Yeah. And some of the items you can't obtain until you do certain accommodations. Or get like, you know, like do some of the stuff. I think they tell you what you need to do. Yeah. So certain titles you'll have to get, things like that. Speaking of that, I need to start doing the I get some of these fishing rods.
So are all these things just cosmetic or what?
Yeah, you don't get like any like buffs or anything or increased damage or nothing like that. Not her. She's for a voyage. So this one we talked to was the weapons. This one will be for clothes. Did you check this one? This is usually the one everybody likes.
Is the one people can see the most.
Oh no, this is the equipment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's equipment.
Over here. So yep, you got it. This is the clothing. The one gems on.
Delightful to see you.
Oh, okay.
You can like pretty much recustomize your character. Alrighty, man, we got all this ocean crawler and all this, but we don't have the crab boss yet. What the heck? Oh my god, cat, thank you for that chat, bats. Whoa. Those remind me of like those, I don't know, like those candies. I forget the name of them. It was very fun. I really appreciate it, guys. Very appreciate it. It was great. I need to get a beard on my character. What do you guys think? Right?
So what's considered is there a tier of
Yep.
what's considered best or newest?
Cat, Project Zero's been playing, but not having like the best runs with it really for the most part.
Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh. Is there no tier of what's the newest or what?
Very good.
Usually for like newest stuff, you can follow me. Sometimes for the newest stuff, you could talk to Duke. A lot of times when there's like new DLC, for an example, like this guy, you could talk to him,
Oh, yes.
browse his stock.
I have jobs for you.
He has the black market items. These are usually limited. But most of these you have to buy with doubloons, which is your blue little cross coin currency at the top there. He does sell some stuff for regular coin too. Yes, his stuff changes. Yeah, man, I'm telling you.
Happy you settled on Sea of Thieves tonight?
Huh?
Happy you settled on Sea of Thieves tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, these Ashen Dragon things, they're not too bad. They're kind of cool. You get more for, you have to unlock them.
Very expensive though.
Oh, the
Right.
Ashen Dragon stuff?
Mm-hmm. 69,550 for a ship. The capstan is 69,550.
Yeah, so this Duke's another one. I don't think this guy sells anything. No, he's more.
Watch your back.
Yeah, don't worry about him. And then, like I said, you know, you've been to the Sea Post before. You could talk to them. They'll have like, I call it the clearance IO because they usually have things cheaper than usual. But it changes. Like you never know exactly when it's gonna be, you know, or like what they're going to have.
Yeah, sometimes it might be a skin for a gun. The next time it might be clothing. You know.
Yeah.
Ready when you are. No problem.
But Duke's the main one, and then these shots. And like I said, every island you go to, the inventory can vary. It'll be different. You know, just like they say, items can vary depending on the location. Yeah, pretty much.
But you got this place.
Oh, Kelso's missing it.
What am I missing?
To the left.
Oh. How'd that happen?
Pirates Legends.
Oh.
Secret hideout.
So that's what happens when you play music some?
No. Just when you reach level 50 on all your voyages, you'll be able to unlock this location. This is where you do the tougher quests. This is the Athena missions. Yeah, you'll get way more rewards for them, but they're a little more difficult too. You could browse their stack, but I don't know. You might be able to buy some things because you've been hanging out with the. Yeah, it just depends. You got to. These ones are a little harder to get.
Nope, can't buy anything.
No, nothing at all. Not even hair dye or nothing.
Nope. As far as I know. I'm looking through it.
Alright.
How old are you? I'll only serve you this once.
No more double XP. No. Yeah. Then you can check. There's another guy down here at the end. Oh, actually, take a look at this area if you want. There's this guy. I don't think he has anything.
You've done well to make.
Yeah, you actually. Well, he does the voyages thingy. Oh, my voyages is full.
Now get out there and set sail.
What's the world? And this is
And then this one will have like cosmetics for your ship. So yeah, well, you can actually see ship cosmetics here. This is probably not the best place for you to look, but when you go back into the main area, you'll be able to see things that you can actually purchase. Like, this will be later on for you.
Yeah, those are too expensive right now.
Oh, the double XP's already ended. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, you guys got lucky on it.
Oh wow. It ended? How long
Yeah.
was that for?
I think just for a weekend.
Oh wow. I got halfway to level 50.
Oh, man, I don't know how we're still awake. What?
Well, because it's only 4:51 from me.
Oh, only 4:51. What time is it for us, Jay? Yeah.
Like 7.
Yeah, only like almost 8, you know. No problem.
Almost 6 for me.
Oh, 6.
I wasn't even supposed to stay on this late.
Right?
Now I see why you don't play this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This game, you need to dedicate time to it. You can talk to her right here. That way you can see more of your.
Oh shit, the ship is sinking?
That's not ours. That's the other team. They left.
Too bad I can't steal this stuff.
Right? Yeah, you know, I think it would just make more sense if like supplies actually did drop, but I'm pretty sure there's a reason why they don't do that. Because then everybody would really start wanting to sink everybody for their supplies instead of just treasure. But then people can actually exploit it too. Like, let's say you're about to scuttle or whatever, I guess. I mean, you can switch supplies, but you have to do it manually. But it'd be nice, like, you know how like there's sunken ships in the game? It'd be kind of nice, like a player ship stays sunken down. Maybe the items are decreased by half or something. I don't know, just something. It'd be kind of cool. Ooh, wee. I don't know if I have any like good stuff. I don't have that much. I know other people got way more than I do.
I got lucky. I got some of the free stuff that they had too. So
Yeah.
What is a personalization crate?
Near the shop.
Ah.
Yeah, each shop has one of the chests, or you can go on the ship. It's on the ship too.
so the personalization when we're here is this armory.
Right, bro, man. What's going on? How are you? What happened?
He's at the good thing right now.
Look at Jay. He's an alcoholic.
You need some more.
Yeah. So right here is your clothing chest. This will be your vanity chest. And then you know what this one is. Yeah, this one's your equipment. You can change the way they look, and then you can change the way your armor is. If you don't like the sword and pistol, you can change it to like a blunder or a sniper. Really, your choice. Good to have one of each, just in case you have like melee and you have range.
I just don't want to get rid of that day 1 patch. The patch
had
I have in my eye is the day 1 patch.
Oh.
I was there day 1, believe it or not.
Yeah.
You see? Do you have a day 1 patch, Jim?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I'm not sure if it's even considered special anymore, but
Oh, with you guys.
I'm fine.
Get in line.
Amongst the first to embark
Grab a
on
ticket
pirate's
number.
life, you showed great bravery sailing into the.
Yeah. Did you play the beta or alpha or anything? Because I think that's what it is. Or like the.
I played alpha, I played beta, and I reserved it and played it the day one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you could-
And that's what it was. Yeah, that's why you have it.
Yeah, so special. How many people can say they have it?
Not many. Like when the game first came out, there wasn't really that many people playing it. I mean, and people who did most of the time didn't understand what to do, what's going on. Even a lot of people I know. Everybody I asked, hey, you try to see these? Like, yeah, I played it, and most of the time they just the number one thing was they didn't know what to do. It's kind of cool that they went about with the little short tutorials like at the bottom of the screen. They didn't do that like when the game first came out at all. Like it was kind of like Minecraft. They didn't teach you what to do first. You had to, go punch trees and stuff and get some wood. But now the game tells you everything. So games now are just starting to become more user friendly. They learn it keeps veterans, but it also keeps new players playing too. So you gotta. Oh boy. I don't know. What do you think, Kelso? What do you think so far?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Different, right?
It definitely wasn't not fun.
Right. Yeah, you're gonna have your good days. You're gonna have your bad days. But that's any game, Bill. Look at you guys throwing it up.
Where are you hiding at?
Oh. Try to shoot me, Kelso.
No, just trying to shoot Jim.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, if we did those two other games, I'm pretty sure I would have been off earlier. My son's gonna. Oh look, there's a skull still here. Do we still want this ritual skull here?
It doesn't matter. Also, if you want to check your accommodations, just press your tab key. Click on reputation. Check your you have tall tales, bilge rats, hunter's calls.
Tall Tales 0 0 116.
Yeah. So,
0 48 19 of 344.
mm-hmm. All right, Erda. You have a great morning.
I think it's fortune 1.
Very true, Project Zero. Very true. Yeah, you'll get it. And the main thing is when you're reaching for Pirate Legend, I don't know how it works now, but it's going to be Order of Souls, Gold Hoarders, and Merchant. Those are going to be your the 3 for you to do to get the
So yeah, Easter's over.
All right, guys. I think it's time to hit the sheets. Definitely thanks to Kat for the 400 cheer bits. Dorellis, thank you so much for that 16 months sub. Amazing, guys. You guys are awesome. Gold Hoarder and Order of Souls and Alliance all 50 Legend. Yeah, I think you just gotta do those 3, or they might have changed it. I mean, that's how it was when the game first came out. I don't know if it's different now. I have no idea. No idea at all. You know. But guys, I gotta get some shut-eye though. Oh, it's sorted out? Okay. It's good. Yeah, those are your 3 mains. Those are your main voyages. You know, everything else is just kind of like DLC or side missions. Alright, I see you, bro. Okay, okay. Like we're making a movie. Oh, I like your outfit. Hey, now you're looking piratey. Look at you. Alright, guys. I hope the rest of you guys stay
I don't think
healthy.
he knows how to get up here anymore.
I'm gonna get some shut eye.
No.
You guys have a great night.
It's funny
And I'll
'cause I
catch you
did it
guys
right
later,
in front
Kat
of you,
and
too.
Eridar. Thank you so much for the games. I really do appreciate it.
It was
And
obvious
we'll
to me.
definitely see you guys in the later broadcasts. You will try to get on later. We'll see. I have a lot of things to do today, so I probably
That's
won't
not
get
the
on
way I
till
did
like
it.
late if I do.
Want to know the way I did it?
Until
You wanna
then,
know how easy it
see
is?
you guys later.
Take a look. Right here. Here. Oh. Backed up. Da 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 da. Da da da. And I still got splattered. Yeah.